Chapter 3763. These flowers, plants, and trees are all real. So, even if it's a barren place, it won't affect me from unlocking the ultimate profundity of the law of wood. The old man in green said with a smile. Yun Xiang asked curiously, so, the ultimate profundity of the law of wood is actually paving the way for the ultimate profundity? Yes. Of course. The ultimate profundity of the law of wood also has another ability. It's healing. Although it's not as good as the law of life, it's many times better than the divine life pill. And it's also useful for divine weapons. The old man in green explained. You mean that the sovereign divine weapons can absorb this vitality to repair their bodies? Yun Xiang was surprised. Yes. The old man in green nodded. As he waved his hand, bursts of green life energy surged toward the Qilin sword and the other divine weapons like a tidal wave. At the same time, countless plants rose into the air, flashing with divine light as they charged toward the center of the battlefield. What he needed to do was to interfere with the black-robed old man and the other four, as well as their sovereign divine weapons. In addition, he needed to provide an endless stream of vitality for the sovereign divine weapons so that they could repair their bodies while fighting. What a huge amount of vitality. For us, it's like rain from the sky. Azure Dragon, thank you. The Qilin sword's voice sounded. Obviously. The Qilin sword was no stranger to the old man in green. You're welcome. The old man in green chuckled. We have no way out of this battle. Let's kill. The Qilin sword roared. With the horsetail whisk joining the battlefield and the old man in green assisting, they finally saw hope. Boom! The battle became more and more intense. The horsetail whisk shattered the black-robed old man's 18 levels of hell and rushed toward Tan Wu, Qi Shaoyun, the fire Qilin, and the infernal divine hound. Then, under the protection of the divine power, the two men and two beasts rushed to the side of Yun Xiang and the old man in green. You came at the right time. Thank you. Tan Wu looked gratefully at Yun Xiang and Qi Shaoyun. You're welcome. Actually, we've been here for a long time. Yun Xiang smiled. He's been here for a long time? Tan Wu, Qi Shaoyun, the fire Qilin, and the hellhound exchanged glances, suspicion rising in their eyes. Yes. We discovered the yin-yang mirror some time ago and fought with it. We wanted to subdue it, but we only have the horsetail whisk, which is the sovereign divine weapon. We can't subdue it. So, we've been hiding nearby, looking for an opportunity. But I never thought that I would meet you. What's going on with you guys? Why are they chasing after you? Yun Xiang was suspicious. It's a long story. We've been chased by them for more than half a year. Tan Wu shook his head and sighed. What? We've been chasing you for so long? You didn't dig up their ancestral graves, did you? Yun Xiang and the old man looked at each other. Tan Wu, Qi Shaoyun, the fire Qilin, and the hellhound smiled bitterly. Let's talk about it later. Tan Wu waved his hand and looked at the two of them, asking, Did you guys encounter Qin Feiyang? No. The two shook their heads. No? Then why is the horsetail whisk with you? Tan Wu was stunned and looked at the two of them in confusion. Yun Xiang said, Before we entered the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure, Qin Feiyang handed the horsetail whisk and blood dragon blade to me and senior brother for us to use for self-defense. I see. I thought Qin Feiyang was also nearby. It seems that our situation hasn't changed. Tan Wu was worried again. The other party had 6 sovereign divine weapons and 5 experts who had mastered ultimate profundities of supreme laws. On their side, even with the horsetail whisk, they only had 10 sovereign divine weapons. There was still a gap in numbers. Although the old man in green was assisting them, it didn't affect the overall situation much. If this continued, they would lose sooner or later. The old man in green and Yun Xiang couldn't help but frown when they heard this. The hellhound suddenly asked, What about the others in the land of buried gods? They should be at the rendezvous point now. Yun Xiang said. Is the rendezvous point so far away? Tan Wu hurriedly asked. If it wasn't far, they could go find reinforcements. Sovereign divine weapons like the horsetail whisk could buy them a lot of time if they really went all out. I don't know if it's far. Yun Xiang shook his head and turned to look at the old man in green. The old man in green smiled bitterly and said, if it wasn't far, I would have gone to find them long ago. I wouldn't have stayed here to help. The rendezvous point in the land of buried gods is at least 2 years away from here. 2 years? Tan Wu, Qi Xiaoyun, Fire Qilin, and the Hellhound heard this and fell into a helpless state. Even if the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons fought with their lives, they couldn't delay for so long. What should they do? If this continued, they would definitely be in trouble. Let's find an opportunity to escape, Yun Xiang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, no one objected. The Hellhound looked at the old man in green and Yun Xiang and said, then let's go to the rendezvous point in the land of buried gods. No. Tan Wu immediately shook his head. Why? The Hellhound was puzzled. Can't you grow a brain? Haven't you learned your lesson? What if another sovereign divine weapon they know comes to stop us? Won't we die then? That's why we can't just run around like that, Tan Wu said in a deep voice. If it wasn't for the yin-yang mirror, he wouldn't have objected. However, the appearance of the yin-yang mirror was like a bolt from the blue, enlightening him. If they continued running like this, they wouldn't be able to escape death sooner or later. Then where can we go now? Because we don't know which direction has a sovereign divine weapon and which doesn't. The Hellhound frowned. Tan Wu's eyes flashed. He sneered and said, no, there's a direction where a sovereign divine weapon won't stop us. Which direction? The Hellhound, Fire Qilin, the old man in green, and Yun Xiang all looked at him suspiciously. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked toward the east. He looked at Tan Wu and asked, you're talking about the direction we came from, right? That's right. We've been running for our lives, so we know the route like the back of our hands. We definitely won't encounter a sovereign divine weapon along the way. Tan Wu nodded. After running for so long, we're going back the way we came? The Hellhound was astonished. What else can we do? It's better than running into another sovereign divine weapon and losing our lives, right? Moreover, we've left marks along the way. Someone might be following the marks to find us. For us, this is the safest and most appropriate method. If you have a better idea, feel free to share it. We can discuss it together. Let's discuss it, said Tan Wu. They exchanged glances. Indeed, there was no safer method than this. If they continued running toward the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury or the gathering point in the land of buried gods, the dangers they would encounter along the way would be unpredictable. Tan Wu said in a deep voice, if no one objects, we'll take a gamble and return the way we came. Same here. Perhaps Qi Yefeng is looking for us with the Sky Star Sword. So long as the Sky Star Sword arrives, we'll have a chance to turn the tables. Qi Xiaoyun nodded. Looks like the marks we left along the way have won us some hope. The Fire Qilin smiled. That's right. When Qi Yefeng and Qi Xiongxiong arrive at the Black Mountain Canyon and see that we're not here, they'll definitely follow the marks to find us. There's no time to lose. Inform Horsetail Whisk and the others immediately. Don't make any unnecessary casualties. Retreat, the Hellhound urged. Horsetail Whisk, Qilin Divine Sword, don't fight. Get rid of them and follow us. Yun Xiang and Qi Xiaoyun roared almost at the same time. Clang! Clang! Hearing the roars of the two, Horsetail Whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons did not hesitate. Because they believed in Yun Xiang and the others. Since they had already called for retreat, they must have thought of a way out. And now, they did not dare to hesitate. Because if the 5 of them and the 6 sovereign divine weapons reacted and desperately tried to stop them, it would be harder to get rid of them than to reach the heavens. So, they immediately attacked without holding back, shaking off their opponents and quickly gathered together. They turned around and attacked the black axe in front of them. The black axe's expression changed. How could they still dare to stand in the way of 10 sovereigns' divine weapons? It hurriedly dodged to the side. Then the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons rushed toward Yun Xiang and the others without looking back. What's going on? The black-robed old man, the 6 sovereign divine weapons, and the 6 sovereign divine weapons were caught off guard by this sudden change. They thought that with the help of the horsetail whisk, the sovereign divine weapons would definitely fight them to the death. They did not expect that they would suddenly run away. When they came back to their senses, the 5 of them and the 5 sovereign divine weapons chased after them furiously. The yin-yang mirror was silent for a while before it also chased after them. Yin-yang mirror, what are you doing? In response, the black axe was surprised. A few days ago, those 2 humans were already plotting against me. They wanted me to submit to them, but they couldn't do anything to me. I thought they had already left, but I didn't expect them to still be nearby. The yin-yang mirror snorted. So that's how it is. Fine, let's work together and kill them. The black axe sneered. The yin-yang mirror also sneered. It swept up the 5 of them and the 5 sovereign divine weapons and chased after them. It was similar to the horsetail whisk, so its speed was much faster than the black axe and the 5 sovereign divine weapons. At the same time, when the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons swept over Tan Wu and the others, the horsetail whisk immediately swept everyone up and escaped without looking back. Isn't this the direction we escaped in? The Kailan sword was stunned. Yes. We are going back the way we came. Yun Xiang nodded and told Tan Wu about his concerns. Hearing this, the sovereign divine weapons fell silent. This concern could not be ignored. If he were to flee in a different direction and run into other sovereign-level divine weapons, he would be in dire straits. And there might be hope if they went back the way they came. Chapter 3764. Therefore, what happened next was the initial scene. Tan Wu and the rest fled frantically in front while the black-robed old man and the rest followed closely behind. The only difference was, now, there was the horsetail whisk, Yun Xiang, the green-robed old man and the yin-yang mirror. More than a month passed in a flash. Still chasing? Let's just perish together with them. Yun Xiang roared angrily. Perish together? Tan Wu was slightly stunned and hurriedly shook his head. We don't have the guts. Didn't you all leave your souls outside? What are you afraid of? Yun Xiang was suspicious. We didn't. Tan Wu shook his head. What? You guys didn't either? Yun Xiang was stunned. Tan Wu was stunned and said in surprise, from what you said, you didn't either. Senior brother and I didn't. Yun Xiang smiled bitterly. TSK, your courage is commendable. Tan Wu was rather surprised by this. He thought that they were the only ones who did not leave their souls behind to save their lives, but he did not expect that there was actually Yun Xiang. As for Qin Feiyang and the rest, needless to say, they would definitely not leave their souls outside. Senior, what about you? Tan Wu looked at the green-robed old man again. I'm not as courageous as you young people. The green-robed old man shook his head and smiled. You're too kind. We purely want to try our luck and see if we can find a chance to enter an epiphany state. Tan Wu hurriedly waved his hands. Splitting one's soul, no matter how good the opportunity was, would never be able to enter an epiphany. No one in the world did not want to have an epiphany. Because epiphany was the most direct and fastest way to increase one's strength. It could be said that, even the legacy could not compare to epiphany. But if one wanted to enter an epiphany state, one naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. For example, now. Even if they perished together, the green-robed old man did not care. Anyway, he would not really die. But Tan Wu and the rest did not have the guts. Because once they died, it would be the end. Epiphany, it sounds simple, but in reality, sigh. It's difficult. Yun Xiang sighed deeply. He naturally had the same plan. Wealth comes from danger. However, after being in the heavens burial divine treasury for so many years, he had never experienced an epiphany. Enlightenment was not only faster than inheritance, but it was also harder to obtain. However, as long as he successfully entered an epiphany, he would definitely gain something. So now, let's not make unnecessary sacrifices. We haven't reached the end of the road yet. There's no need to risk our lives against them. After Tan Wu finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the mountains and rivers ahead. His gaze appeared extremely firm. There would definitely be a turn for the better. Suddenly, a hint of bewilderment crept into his eyes. There seemed to be a faint aura coming from the front. It was very faint, almost negligible. But at this time, Tan Wu caught it clearly. That was right. There was indeed an aura. But it was too far away, so he couldn't tell what kind of aura it was. Be careful. Tan Wu transmitted his voice. What is it? Yun Xiang and the others were bewildered. Obviously. He still hadn't sensed that aura. Someone is coming from the front. Tan Wu thought to himself. Someone's coming? The group of people was shocked. They quickly sensed it carefully. Soon, a trace of bewilderment appeared on their faces. There was really a faint aura coming from the front. Could it be the helpers called by these undead? The Hell God Hound's face was extremely gloomy. But it could also be our reinforcements? Tan Wu's eyes flickered. If it was reinforcements, it would naturally be to part the dark clouds and see the sun. But if it was an enemy, they were equivalent to being surrounded. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. It was a dead end. At the same time, Fire Qilin raised its head and looked ahead in bewilderment. Why was there an inexplicable sense of familiarity that was calling it? It felt as if it had met before. Wait a minute. It was him. Fire Qilin's gaze trembled, and a figure appeared in its mind. At this time, Yun Xiang asked, should we change our route first and observe the situation first, or should we just go over and take a gamble? Go straight over. Fire Qilin said without hesitation. Everyone looked at Fire Qilin in surprise and found that there was a long-lost smile in Fire Qilin's eyes. What was going on? The marks we left behind are indeed effective. No. It should be Tan Wu. You made a very right decision. Fire Qilin looked at Tan Wu and said with a smile. You mean, the person who came is our reinforcements? Tan Wu asked. Yes, it's our old friend. Fire Qilin chuckled. Old friend? Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound were stunned, and a figure appeared in their minds at the same time. Their expressions suddenly became excited. Stop. Suddenly, Tan Wu waved his hand. The horsetail whisk immediately braked and stopped in the void. He asked in surprise, what are you doing? What are you doing? Since it's an old friend who came to help, of course we have to start a decisive counterattack. Otherwise, if these undead see that it's our old friend, they will definitely choose to escape. Tan Wu was like a wise man, his eyes glowing with a shrewd light. That's right. The 6 sovereign divine weapons, the Yin Yang mirror, are the greatest fortune given to us by the Sky Bell divine treasure. Qilin divine sword, kill. Qi Shaoyun heard this and decisively gave the order. Clang. 9 sovereign divine weapons appeared. Since that's the case, we have to stall them with all our might. We can't let them escape. The horsetail whisk roared and immediately charged toward the black-robed old man and his group with the 9 sovereign divine weapons. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the 5 of them were surprised. They actually took the initiative to attack. Were these people sick in the head? Looks like they know that they can't escape from our pursuit and are ready to fight to the death with us. The Yin Yang mirror sneered and directly faced the horsetail whisk. The black-robed old man and the other 4 sovereign divine weapons also erupted with a terrifying aura. They activated their ultimate profundity and charged toward the 9 sovereign divine weapons. A bloody battle began. But this time was different. Because of the horsetail whisk, they saw hope, and their fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. It's the aura of the celestial sword. Suddenly, the voice of the celestial sword rang in the minds of Yun Xiang and the others. Celestial sword? Qi Xiaoyun was slightly taken aback, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. There's also Qin Feiyang, Madman, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Princess Wufeng, Daifuku, the white-bearded old man. The horsetail whisk's voice also rang in their minds, constantly saying one name after another. Tan Wu and the others were overjoyed when they heard these names. Finally, there was a turning point. Wait! Suddenly, another surprised voice came from the horsetail whisk. What's wrong? Tan Wu and the others looked at it suspiciously. There's another aura. It seems very unfamiliar, but also somewhat familiar, Li Feng? The horsetail whisk muttered secretly. It knew Li Feng's aura, but it didn't know the aura of the blood ancestor. Because back in the Sky Palace, although Li Feng didn't show up and directly opened a space-time tunnel to escape, the horsetail whisk had sensed his aura at that time. At this moment, there was an aura beside Qin Feiyang that was very similar to Li Feng's aura. But there seemed to be a fundamental difference. Until now, the black-robed old man, the yin-yang mirror, and the other sovereign divine weapons finally sensed the aura that was rapidly approaching. Could it be their companions? Not good. It might be dangerous. Otherwise, these sovereign divine weapons wouldn't be so excited. One of the women said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? The other party has the aura of a sovereign divine weapon. It's even possible that they have more than one sovereign divine weapon. A middle-aged man said. Retreat for now. The black-robed old man's eyes flickered as he gave the order decisively. But they wanted to retreat, but it wouldn't be so easy. Back then, the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons were able to smoothly escape from the black-robed old man and the others because they were caught off guard. But now, the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons had already expected such a result, so they naturally went all out to entangle the 5 people and the 6 sovereign divine weapons. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain range, a group of people was moving as fast as lightning. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Just as the fire Qilin sensed Qin Feiyang also sensed the fire Qilin's aura. His eyes trembled, and he hurriedly looked up. What's wrong? This scene immediately attracted the attention of the Blood Tribe and the others. This familiar feeling, it can't be wrong. It's the fire Qilin. They're just ahead. Qin Feiyang said, his expression full of excitement. As long as the fire Qilin wasn't dead, that was better than anything else. The white-eyed wolf and the others immediately looked up, their eyes full of excitement. Boom! A while later, terrifying battle waves could be felt from the front. The Qilin sword, and the horsetail whisk? The horsetail whisk is also here. That means Yun Xiang is also with the Qilin clan? The madman was surprised. Don't forget the main point. Their opponents seem to have 6 sovereign divine weapons and 5 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. The blood ancestor said in a deep voice. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang and the others to speak, the heavenly star divine sword said, Don't rush me, this is already my maximum speed. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, they couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Indeed. The heavenly star divine sword had been tracking at its maximum speed, and it couldn't be faster than now. Although it already knew that Tan Wu and the others were facing a crisis at this moment, it could only endure for the time being. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, sort of the Grim Reaper, Hide your aura and come out. Swish. Except for the ancient castle, all the sovereign divine weapons appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang said, I'll have to trouble you to surround the battlefield from all directions. Don't let a single person escape. Understood. The divine weapons of the sovereigns responded and immediately dispersed, silently moving to the sides. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang and the others were finally able to see the situation of the battlefield. Looking at those familiar figures, a joyful smile crept onto their faces. Qin Feiyang, madman. Huh, I've finally waited for you guys. Tan Wu started laughing loudly from afar. Qi Xiaoyun and the others were also overjoyed. The pursuit that had lasted for more than half a year could finally be announced. Chapter 3765. At the same time, the black-robed old man and his companions also looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the mad scientist, Daifuku, the white-bearded old man, and Princess Huifeng. They automatically ignored them and looked at the blood ancestor and the heavenly star sword. Their pupils suddenly shrank. Although the blood ancestor didn't reveal any powerful aura, he could clearly give them a strong sense of danger. Should we retreat? The woman asked. The situation is not good. Retreat first. The black-robed old man said. Boom. The 5 of them and the 6 sovereign divine weapons tried their best to break out. However, the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons were even crazier. They were completely disregarding their lives. In short, if you want to escape today, you have to step on our bodies. Damn it. Get out of my way. The black-robed old man roared. The 5 of them activated their ultimate intent and desperately attacked the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons with the yin-yang mirror. Ignore them. Leave these sovereign divine weapons behind. The horsetail whisk shouted. The other party outnumbered them. The black-robed old man and his companions were equivalent to 5 sovereign divine weapons. If they really went all out, it would be difficult for them to stop them. Therefore, instead of letting them all escape, it was better to abandon the 5 of them and focus on intercepting the 6 sovereign divine weapons. This was because the 6 sovereign divine weapons were the most important. The Qilin divine sword and the other 9 sovereign divine weapons also had the same intention as the horsetail whisk. They immediately abandoned the black-robed old man and his companions and tightly surrounded the 5 sovereign divine weapons. They are almost here. What should we do? The burly man glanced back at Qin Feiyang and the others anxiously. Let's go. The black-robed old man gritted his teeth and chose to abandon the 6 sovereign divine weapons and escape alone. The 4 sovereigns exchanged glances, then glanced at the yin-yang mirror and the other 6 sovereigns' divine weapons surrounded by the horsetail whisk. They gritted their teeth and flew away with the black-robed old man without looking back. Bastard! How dare you leave us alone? The other party only has 1 sovereign divine weapon. What are you afraid of? The black battle axe immediately roared. However, the 5 of them turned a deaf ear to him and disappeared at lightning speed. They ran away just like that? Seeing this scene, Tan Wu and the rest all had dumbfounded faces. Staying here to wait for death? But it doesn't matter. Without the help of sovereign weapons, their speed can't compare to ours. We'll chase after them later. Yun Xiang regained his senses and sneered. Shua. The heavenly star divine sword finally brought Qin Feiyang and the rest and landed beside Tan Wu and the rest. Go help them. Qin Feiyang looked at the heavenly star god sword. Clang. The heavenly star divine sword rushed into the battlefield and attacked the 6 sovereigns' divine weapons. A trace of suspicion appeared on Qi Xiaoyun's face when he saw this. Why was the divine heavens' command? Master's master? Qi Xiaoyun's master was the white-bearded old man. There. Where were Qi Why? Where were they? Were they? Wolf of them? They king black god? He god die, king s him. The black battle axe and the other sovereign divine weapons were furious. Since you know their character is bad, why don't you give up resisting? Do you really want to die? The horsetail whisk shouted. Now, you only have one choice, and that is to submit to us. The heavenly divine sword said. Just you? Even if you can destroy us, we can also make you pay a heavy price. The black battle axe sneered. Is that so? The blood ancestor sneered. He took a step forward, and the 18 layers of hell appeared in the sky, emitting a monstrous aura. At the same time, the illusory devil orb appeared, and the sovereign's aura roared in all directions. What? Not only the 6 sovereign divine weapons, but even Qi Shaoyun and the others were shocked. You are the blood ancestor? Tan Wu was surprised. That's right. The blood ancestor nodded. So it's you. No wonder the horsetail whisk said there was a familiar aura. Tan Wu was enlightened. Blood ancestor, Qi Shaoyun and Yun Ziang also looked at the blood ancestor's back in disbelief. Although they had never seen the blood ancestor in person, they had heard of the blood ancestor's name from their elders. It was passed down from generation to generation. He was one of the leaders of the human race. He was brothers with the human emperor and the feather emperor. He was on par with the dragon king, Feng Ho, and the Qilin master. They didn't expect that this great demon was still alive and had mastered the ultimate profundity of the law of death. How terrifying! The azure-robed old man was also extremely excited. If you don't submit, I'll beat you until you do. The blood ancestor was incomparably domineering as the 18 layers of hell pressed down. The illusory demon orb also fully awakened and crazily charged into the battlefield. No wonder I felt a sense of danger. It turns out that he has also mastered the ultimate profundity of the law of death. In the distance, the black-robed old man hid in a mountain and stared at the blood ancestor and the illusory demon orb from afar, his eyes full of fear. Fortunately, he had escaped in advance. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Looks like we really can't attack anymore, the woman said in a deep voice. They were hiding in this place now because they were hoping for a fluke. If Qin Feiyang and the others only had the heavenly star god's sword, they would still be able to barely put up a fight. But now, another blood ancestor and the illusory demon orb had appeared. If they attacked again, they would definitely die in the end. The black-robed old man sighed. Although it's a pity to lose the yin-yang mirror, there's no other way. Staying alive is more important. Let's go. Let them off easy? Humph. Impossible. We can go find the primal chaos divine king and the 10 demon kings and ask them to help us. The woman snorted. That's right. No matter how strong these people are, can they be stronger than the primal chaos divine king and the 10 demon kings? Just wait, it'll be your end soon. The burly man nodded in agreement. He stared at Qin Feiyang and the others with a cold glint in his eyes and decisively turned to leave. Where do you think you're going? But at this moment, following a cold laugh, a terrifying godly aura burst out from the mountain behind him. It was the sword of the Grim Reaper. What? The 5 of them changed color. Yun Ziang and the others also sensed the aura of the sword of the Grim Reaper and immediately looked up. Brother Qin, what's going on? I've already arranged for the other sovereign divine weapons to quietly move out and seal off the entire battlefield. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I see. Everyone was enlightened. As expected of Qin Feiyang, he had already thought that the 5 of them might escape. Tan Wu asked, but the sword of the Grim Reaper doesn't seem to be enough to stop them, right? Of course it can't be just the sword of Thanatos. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. You dare to intercept us all by yourself? You're courting death. The 5 of them came back to their senses, and killing intent surged in their eyes. They all activated their ultimate techniques and charged toward the sword of the Grim Reaper. Who said he's alone? Accompanied by a cold laugh, the nearby Ice Phoenix sword and White Dragon sword erupted with monstrous power and charged toward them like lightning. The 5 of them were stunned. There were actually 3 sovereign divine weapons? Boom! However, that was not the end. Several more bursts of divine might burst out. The Black Dragon Mirror, the Red Longsword, the golden dragon spear, the silver moon divine sword, the golden sun divine sword, the edgeless heavy sword, and the cauldron of all creation also charged out from the mountains on both sides. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the sword of the Grim Reaper. Boom! 10 sovereign divine weapons charged toward the 5 ultimate techniques. The 5 ultimate techniques collapsed on the spot. Looking at the 10 sovereign divine weapons, the 5 of them fell into despair. What kind of joke was this? There were actually 10 sovereign divine weapons. Weren't you very arrogant? Come. Continue to taunt us. The golden sun divine sword sneered. The 5 of them trembled, and their faces turned ashen. They had never imagined that they would encounter such a ruthless person who had brought more than 10 sovereign divine weapons with him. You don't dare to? Then we'll start being arrogant. Beat them up. The golden sun divine sword laughed loudly. The 10 sovereign divine weapons immediately swarmed forward, and screams resounded through the sky. We submit. At the same time, the yin-yang mirror and the other sovereign divine weapons paled when they saw this scene. They hurriedly shouted at the blood ancestor and the other sovereign divine weapons. You want to submit now? Do you think it's that easy? The blood ancestor sneered as he led a group of sovereign divine weapons to attack them. Excluding the blood ancestor, there were as many as 12 sovereign divine weapons attacking them. Moreover, the illusory devil orb and star god's sword were both in peak condition. One could only imagine. The 6 sovereign weapons, including the yin-yang mirror, would meet a tragic end. Ice phoenix sword, white dragon sword, golden dragon spear, black dragon mirror, what's going on? Qi Shaoyun was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Yun Xiang, the azure-robed old man, Tan Wu, the hellhound, and the fire Qilin were also confused. Weren't these the sovereign divine weapons of the Feng people and dragons? Why were they helping Qin Feiyang now? Shaoyun. The current Qin Feiyang is no longer weaker than the Qilin race. No. His current foundation is even stronger than the Qilin race. The white-bearded old man sighed. You mean these sovereign divine weapons have all submitted to him? Qi Shaoyun was shocked and asked secretly. That's right. Even the star god's sword has submitted to him. Moreover, he has subdued several sovereign divine weapons in the Sky Bell divine treasury. Take a look for yourself. All the sovereign divine weapons that you have never seen before were subdued by him here. The white-bearded old man transmitted. Qi Shaoyun looked at the sovereign divine weapons. The myriad cauldron, gold sun divine sword, silver moon divine sword, and edgeless heavy sword were all new to him. There was also the blood ancestor's illusory devil orb. Was this Qin Feiyang's current foundation? He had indeed surpassed the Qilin race. Brother Qin, what's going on? Tan Wu and the hellhound walked to Qin Feiyang's side, their faces full of curiosity. Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the white-eyed wolf grinned and said, Are you stupid? Isn't this obvious? The man and the dog looked at the white-eyed wolf. The hellhound raised his brow and said, Who are you? Do you know who this king is? How dare you be so arrogant before this king? The white-eyed wolf blanked out slightly before a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. He asked, Then do you know who this big brother is? Do you know the price of being arrogant before this big brother? Big brother? The hellhound blanked out for a moment before sizing up the white-eyed wolf. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura from the white-eyed wolf, and his pupils shrunk. Chapter 3766. Tan Wu was also sizing up the white-eyed wolf, and asked with some uncertainty, Are you the white-eyed wolf? Although there was the aura of the white-eyed wolf, he had never seen the appearance of the white-eyed wolf before, so he was a little uncertain for a moment. Moreover, he also knew. The white-eyed wolf had always been resistant to transforming into a human form. The white-eyed wolf stroked his chin and said proudly, Besides brother, who else do you think can be as handsome as brother? Shameless. Princess Wufeng secretly despised him. Tan Wu and the hellhound looked at each other. It was actually this scammer. It was simply unprecedented. Not only did he transform into a human form, but he was also complacent because of his handsome appearance. Was this the personality of the white-eyed wolf? Suddenly, they found that the white-eyed wolf and Princess Woofing were clasping hands, and immediately understood that they were in love. No wonder. So it's Brother Wolf. I'm sorry, this little brother has eyes but can't see. I didn't recognize your true appearance. Your appearance is really handsome, super invincible in the universe. The infernal divine hound immediately changed its arrogant attitude and began to flatter him. You have good taste. The white-eyed wolf patted the hellhound's head. Hey! The hellhound glanced at the Princess Woofing next to him, and went to the white-eyed wolf's side, and said with a sneaky smile, Not bad, Brother Wolf, you actually captured such a great beauty. Of course. Don't you know who I am? The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Then tell me, who are you? Princess Woofing stared at him, and the hand hidden below fiercely pinched the flesh of the white-eyed wolf's waist. The white-eyed wolf grimaced in pain and hurriedly said, Who can I be? I'm your little follower. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. Ugh! Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Was this another typical henpecked husband? Congratulations. Qi Xiaoyun calmed himself down and smiled at Princess Woofing. Thank you, big brother Xiaoyun. Princess Woofing let go of the white-eyed wolf. She blushed and lowered her head, looking shy and happy. Qi Xiaoyun smiled and looked at white-eyed wolf. Brother Wolf King, you must treat Wu well. She is a good girl. Do I need you to tell me that? The white-eyed wolf snorted. What's with your attitude? They are congratulating us. Can you be more polite? Princess Woofing was displeased. Okay. I'm being polite. White-eyed wolf nodded helplessly. He stepped forward and put his arm around Qi Xiaoyun's shoulder. He grinned and said, Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely invite you to my wedding in the future. Qi Xiaoyun stared blankly for a moment before he smiled. It's a deal then. It's a deal. After saying that, White-eyed wolf looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons and the black-robed old man's group of 5. He asked, How do you want to deal with them? Big brother wolf, of course. You don't know. We have been hunted by them for almost half a year. The infernal divine hound immediately said. Okay. I'll leave them to you later. White-eyed wolf nodded. Thank you, big brother. You are really my brother. The infernal divine hound pounced on white-eyed wolf and licked him with his tongue. Fuck. You're disgusting. White-eyed wolf kicked the infernal divine hound away with a look of disgust. Don't talk about it. The originally heavy atmosphere was lightened by the infernal divine hound and white-eyed wolf's words. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang walked up to the fire Qilin and asked with concern. The fire Qilin shook his head and said with a smile, Fortunately, I met you guys. If not for them, it would be really difficult to get rid of their pursuit. Brother Qin, did you follow the marks we left behind to find us? Tan Wu asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Tan Wu and nodded. Tan Wu and the fire Qilin looked at each other and smiled. They had left the marks with the mentality of being lucky, but they didn't expect that it would really save their lives. Have you guys been fighting here all this time? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. No. The fire Qilin shook his head and briefly explained Tan Wu's concerns and suggestion. If Tan Wu hadn't suggested returning the way they came, they wouldn't have met Qin Feiyang and the others now. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but look at Tan Wu again. As expected, Uncle Yuan didn't misjudge. Tan Wu was a rare talent. Why are you looking at me like that? I just chose a slightly safer route through analyzing the current situation. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Tan Wu chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to nod at Yun Ziang. Then, he looked at the old man in green and cupped his hands. Junior Qin Feiyang greets Senior. No need to be so polite. The old man in green waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang with kind eyes. His eyes were full of admiration and a trace of relief. When Qin Feiyang heard the old man's voice, he was slightly stunned. This voice was a little familiar. After pondering for a while, he immediately revealed a look of realization. He had heard this voice in the land of buried gods. When the Sky Bell Divine Treasure appeared, the Little Rabbit, Feather Emperor, and Dragon King went to Sky Cloud Island to check the situation. At that time, a voice came from the depths of the land of buried gods, telling them to leave the land of buried gods quickly and ordered to seal the land of buried gods. The owner of this voice was the old man in front of him. Thinking about it, he should also be a reclusive old antique. Whoosh! At this time, the battle finally came to an end. In fact, it was a slaughter. The Qilin clan had 9 sovereign divine weapons. On Qin Feiyang's side, apart from the ancient castle, they had all the sovereign divine weapons, the blood ancestor, and the illusory demon orb. How could the black-robed old man and the 6 sovereign divine weapons and the yin-yang mirror stop such a huge lineup? The blood ancestor, the sword of the Grim Reaper, and the other sovereign divine weapons landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. The 5 of them were already covered in wounds and dripping with blood. Each of them was like a dead dog, lying weakly on the ground. The 6 sovereign divine weapons were also shattered, and they looked extremely miserable. Bastards, are you still going to chase us? The Hell God Hound immediately ran up to them and beat them up. Qi Xiaoyun, Tan Wu, and the Fire Qilin looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Their life of escape was finally over. Greetings, Lord Blood Ancestor. The azure-robed old man looked at the 5 of them and the 6 sovereign divine weapons. He walked up to the Blood Ancestor and bowed respectfully, his expression extremely emotional. The Blood Ancestor lowered his head and looked at the azure-robed old man. After a long time, he sighed and stretched out his hand to help the azure-robed old man up. It's been hard on you all these years. The azure-robed old man's heart ached when he heard that. He couldn't help but tear up. Elder Qin, you know him? Yun Xiang asked suspiciously. Of course I know him. We once followed the Blood Ancestor, the Human Emperor, and the Feather Emperor to protect the human race and conquer the Divine Kingdom. The azure-robed old man nodded. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the hot-blooded scenes from back then. His entire face glowed. Yun Xiang suddenly understood. He bowed and said, Junior Yun Xiang greets Lord Blood Ancestor. Good, good, good. I heard that you are the disciple of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom. That means we are family. There is no need to be so polite. The Blood Ancestor nodded and smiled. Looking at the Blood Ancestor's amiable face, Yun Xiang was quite surprised. Wasn't the Blood Ancestor rumored to be a great devil? Why didn't he look like one now? Damn it, his bones are so hard. I can't even chew them. At this time, the infernal divine hound returned to Tan Wu's side. Do you really want to bite them? Tan Wu shook his head and laughed. Nonsense. After chasing us for so long, I really want to eat their flesh and drink their blood. But because they are all undead, I feel a little uncomfortable and can't eat them. The infernal divine hound shook his head, his face full of disdain. Hearing this, the black-robed old man and the others trembled with anger. At this point, was there a need to humiliate them like this? If you can't eat them, then I won't be polite. The Blood Ancestor suddenly smiled coldly. A blood-colored vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and a bloody hand stretched out. What the hell? The infernal divine hound was startled and hurriedly hid behind Tan Wu. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Tan Wu glared at it angrily. The next moment, Qi Xiaoyun, the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound, Yun Xiang, and the white-bearded old man were all dumbfounded. The bloody hand actually shattered the skulls of the 5 people and directly devoured their souls. After losing their souls, the 5 people fell to the ground, leaving only terrified screams that echoed in the world for a long time. What is this? Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang. This is a secret technique that can devour the souls of the undead. Qin Feiyang gave a simple explanation in secret. What? There is actually such a terrifying secret technique in the world? Tan Wu's heart was filled with shock. Sure enough, there was an old saying that there was always someone better. Qi Xiaoyun and the others were also shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Was this the true face of the blood ancestor? It was indeed terrifying. They were almost fooled by the amiable side of him. How could a person who could be called the great devil in this world be a kind person? An undead with a body of flesh and blood is indeed different. The blood ancestor closed his eyes, his face full of enjoyment and intoxication. He could feel that his third type of law had instantly improved by a large margin. Now, he had already mastered two ultimate profundities. They were the law of slaughter and the law of death. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that he was not far from breaking through to his third law. At the same time, seeing the 5 people mercilessly killed by the blood ancestor, the yin-yang mirror and the other 6 sovereign divine weapons couldn't help but tremble. Swish! The blood ancestor opened his eyes and looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons. What are you trying to do? The black axe asked in horror. Now, it wanted to find a hole to hide in. This old man in blood-red clothes was too cruel. The blood ancestor smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I can only devour the souls of the undead. I can't devour you weapon spirits." Heard. The 6 sovereign divine weapons heaved a sigh of relief. The blood ancestor's eyes flashed and he asked with a smile, "But do you know who I stole this secret technique from?" "We don't know." The 6 sovereign divine weapons quickly answered. Tan Wu and the others also looked at the blood ancestor suspiciously. "The primal chaos divine king." The blood ancestor said word by word. "What?" "The primal chaos divine king." The 6 sovereign divine weapons were shocked. To actually snatch it from the hands of the primal chaos divine king, this old man's guts have grown. More importantly, he even succeeded in stealing it. One had to know that it was the primal chaos divine king. The strongest existence in the Sky Bell divine treasure. Even sovereign divine weapons like them had to flee when they saw the primal chaos divine king. How did this old man do it? Chapter 3767. The blood ancestor sneered. Think about it. We even dared to snatch something from the divine king of primal chaos. What are your sovereign divine weapons? Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Was this an old devil? He was clearly a sly old devil. He actually used this to scare the 6 sovereign divine weapons. However, it did have some effect on the 6 sovereign divine weapons. How is it? Are you still so arrogant? The blood ancestor sneered. No. You are all big shots. The black axe smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Were they so easily scared? They really thought too highly of them. The blood ancestor turned to Qin Feiyang, indicating that he would let Qin Feiyang handle the rest. Qin Feiyang scanned everyone present, his eyes flickering. How should the 6 sovereign divine weapons be distributed? He couldn't take all of them for himself, right? At this moment, there were 4 forces present: the land of buried gods, the Kirin clan, the Feng people, and the human race. No. It should be 5 forces. Because the blood ancestor was one of them. In fact, if the blood ancestor was one of them, it would only benefit Qin Feiyang. Because the blood ancestor was also a human and had a good relationship with Qin Feiyang, the more sovereign divine weapons the blood ancestor could get, the better it would be for them and the better it would be for the human race in the future. 5 forces, 6 sovereign divine weapons. How could they divide them equally? Qi Xiaoyun, Yun Ziang, and Princess Hufeng didn't say anything. They all had their own thoughts in their hearts. Yun Ziang and the cyan-robed old man's thoughts were simple. After all, the land of buried gods and the human race were one family. It didn't matter who had the sovereign divine weapons. Moreover, Qin Feiyang was the descendant of the Feather Emperor. Whether it was for public or private reasons, the land of buried gods couldn't compete with Qin Feiyang. Most importantly, before entering the land of buried gods, the Feather Emperor had personally ordered everyone in the land of buried gods to listen to Qin Feiyang's orders unconditionally. What did this mean? This meant that they had to temporarily serve Qin Feiyang as their master. As for Princess Wufeng, she did want to help the Feng people obtain more Dominator weapons, but she had to consider her relationship with the White-Eyed Wolf. Anyway, she knew that Qin Feiyang would not ignore her. As for Yun Xiang and the white-bearded old man, they wanted to argue, but they also knew that the initiative was in Qin Feiyang's hands. First, back then, it was because of the appearance of Yun Xiang, the green-robed old man, and the horsetail whisk that they were able to escape from the Yin-Yang Lake. Everyone knew that the horsetail whisk was Qin Feiyang's earliest sovereign weapon. Yun Xiang was the disciple of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom, while the latter was the subordinate of the Human Emperor, the Feather Emperor, and the Blood Ancestor. They were clearly a family. Secondly, the 9 Dominator weapons of the Kirin clan had all been severely damaged. If Qin Feiyang chose to turn hostile at this time, the Kirin clan would definitely be wiped out. Even the Dominator weapons like the Kirin sword would not be controlled by Qin Feiyang. Moreover, Princess Wufeng was obviously on the same side as Qin Feiyang and the others. If the Feng people and the human race joined forces, the Kirin clan would have no chance of winning. The last point was the Fire Kirin, Tan Wu, and the Hell God Hound. Whether it was the Horsetail Whisk or Qin Feiyang and the others, they all came to help them because of the Fire Kirin, Tan Wu, and the Hell God Hound. So, their Kirin clan was not qualified to compete at all. Even if Qin Feiyang did not share it with them, they had nothing to say. How about this? After a long time, Qin Feiyang finally had an idea. However, this idea had a bit of selfishness. Tell me. Hearing this, everyone looked at him expectantly. 6 Dominator weapons. 2 of them will be given to Tan Wu and the Fire Kirin. As for the remaining 4, the Blood Ancestor, the Land of the Buried Gods, the Feng people, and me, 1 for each of us. Qin Feiyang said. This, Tan Wu and the Fire Kirin were stunned. They were actually given 1 each? This was completely out of their expectations. And regarding this, Princess Wufeng, the Blood Ancestor, Yun Xiang, and the old man in green had no objections. However, Qi Xiaoyun and the white-bearded old man looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. This seemed to have nothing to do with their Kirin clan. The Fire Kirin, Tan Wu, and the Hell God Hound were now in the Kirin clan, but everyone knew that their position had always been with Qin Feiyang. If one day, the Kirin clan and Qin Feiyang went to war, the Fire Kirin and the others would definitely not hesitate and directly choose to help Qin Feiyang. Moreover, they even gave the Blood Ancestor a share. Who didn't know the relationship between the Blood Ancestor, the Human Emperor, and the Feather Emperor? Although it was understandable that they had selfish motives, this selfishness was too strong. It seemed. Although Qin Feiyang had only obtained 1 sovereign divine weapon, in fact, he had obtained 4 sovereign divine weapons. No. The correct number was 5. Because the Land of the Buried Gods and Qin Feiyang were also one family. In other words, apart from the sovereign divine weapon obtained by the Feng people, all the other sovereign divine weapons had fallen into the hands of the human race. Qin Feiyang looked at the master and disciple duo. He smiled faintly and said, "You two will definitely be dissatisfied with my arrangement. However, I hope that you two can understand me. After all, your 3 races have already formed an alliance and want to eliminate me." "You already know?" Qi Xiaoyun was surprised. "Of course. It was Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng who told me." Qin Feiyang nodded. Sigh. Qi Xiaoyun sighed. "Let's talk about it later. The Fire Qilin is the holy son of the Qilin race. Putting aside our private matters, he is indeed a member of the Qilin race now. The sovereign divine weapon I gave him is equivalent to the Qilin race's sovereign divine weapon. I believe that. At present, no one can refute this. As for the blood ancestor, not only now, but in the past, we also counted separately because this was his request. If the Qilin race is dissatisfied, you can go and reason with him. Qin Feiyang directly threw the blame to the blood ancestor. This ancestor really wants to find the Qilin race and have a good talk with you. The blood ancestor looked at Qi Shaoyun and Qi Shaoyun with a cold glint in his eyes. Qi Shaoyun and his disciple looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Reason with the blood ancestor? Wasn't that courting death? Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and said with a faint smile, if no one has any objections, choose your favorite sovereign divine weapon and let them swear a blood oath. Princess Wufeng, Yun Xiang, and the cyan-robed old man all shook their heads. That's it. Qi Shaoyun shook his head and sighed. Fine. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons. Apart from the yin-yang mirror and the black axe, the other 4 sovereign divine weapons were the phoenix bell, the devil slaughtering staff, the frost sparrow sword, and the lightning god's hammer. The phoenix bell was a fiery red bell with numerous lifelike phoenixes engraved on it. The devil slaughtering staff was a 2-meter-long staff. It was completely black and emitted a terrifying aura. The frost sparrow sword looked like it was made of ice. It was 1 meter long and 6 inches wide. Its hilt was shaped like a sparrow and emitted a bone-chilling cold aura. The lightning god's hammer was purple in color and surrounded by lightning. Its destructive power was astonishing. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. I've taken a liking to this phoenix bell. Princess Wufeng glanced at everyone and was the first to step forward and grab the phoenix bell. Then this ancestor will choose this devil slaughtering staff. The blood ancestor snickered. Madman bared his teeth and said, Ancestor, are you trying to use this devil slaughtering staff to subdue yourself? Scram. The blood ancestor glared at him. Yun Xiang also stepped forward and said with a smile, We've long wanted to subdue this yin-yang mirror. After saying that, he grabbed the yin-yang mirror. The fire Qilin and Tan Wu looked at each other and stepped forward one after another, taking out the black battle axe and the lightning god's hammer. Here. Only the frost sparrow sword was left. Look, no one likes you. How much of a failure are you? The white-eyed wolf looked at the frost sparrow sword and sneered. You'd better not like me either. The frost sparrow sword snorted coldly. You think you can obtain freedom if we don't like you? In your dreams. Come here obediently. The white-eyed wolf sneered. The frost sparrow sword flew to Qin Feiyang's side with despair. Qin Feiyang, do me a favor. Suddenly. The edgeless heavy sword spoke. What? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. The edgeless heavy sword said, Use this frost sparrow sword to exchange for the void mirror. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Aren't the void mirror and the illusory demon orb already my followers? But now, one of them is following Princess Wufeng, and the other is following that old man, the blood ancestor. How inconvenient would it be for me to order them around in the future? The edgeless heavy sword said. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The edgeless heavy sword hadn't forgotten about this? When the void mirror heard this, it immediately ran out of Princess Wufeng's body and shouted, Qin Feiyang, please don't. I get along very well with Princess Wufeng, and I like her very much. If I leave her, I don't want to live anymore. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Princess Wufeng was also speechless. Could it be any more exaggerated? He didn't want to live anymore. It was obvious that he didn't want to be ordered around by the edgeless heavy sword. The edgeless heavy sword said, Qin Feiyang, this is what you promised me. A man has to keep his word. Look, Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Wufeng. Princess Wufeng glanced at the void mirror and smiled. I'm fine with it. Women are indeed heartless. The void mirror immediately cried out. Serves you right. The illusory demon orb was also secretly gloating. But suddenly, the blood ancestor glanced at the illusory demon orb and smiled. You can go with Qin Feiyang too. What? The illusory demon orb was shocked. The blood ancestor said, since you're all followers, of course you have to stay by the edgeless heavy sword side. That way, others can order you around. Damn old man, what have I done to let you down? Why are you tricking me like this? The illusory demon orb immediately roared. Ahem. The blood ancestor coughed and smiled. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. I knew it. You're not a bastard old man. The illusory demon orb chuckled and heaved a sigh of relief. The edgeless heavy sword snorted coldly. Don't be complacent. Sooner or later, I'll swap with you. Let's see how I deal with you in the future. Afraid of you? The illusory demon orb clamored. Alright, arrogant, right? Just wait and see. The edgeless heavy sword sneered. Chapter 3768. When the illusory demon orb heard this, it couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Old man, you won't switch with me, right? What kind of attitude is this? Am I that kind of heartless person? The blood ancestor was dissatisfied. No, definitely not. The illusory demon orb secretly smiled flatteringly. This little old man finally had some conscience. Immediately after, under the guidance of Qin Feiyang and the others, the Yin-Yang mirror and the other sovereigns all made a blood oath. The frost sparrow sword and the void mirror swapped. Now, the void mirror followed Qin Feiyang, and the frost sparrow sword followed Princess Wufeng. Swear? The Yin-Yang mirror and the other sovereigns were a little stunned. What was going on? They could be controlled just like that? Hee hee. You can try and see the power of this blood oath. The illusory demon orb smirked. This blood oath will come true. And even if we are sovereigns, it can directly erase us. The edgeless sword sneered. Come true? The 6 sovereigns were shocked and asked, are you all also controlled by the blood oath? Otherwise, do you think we would follow them? The void mirror snorted. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by following them? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and looked at the void mirror with evil intentions. Cough. No. Sorry, I spoke the truth without thinking. I will be more careful next time. The void mirror laughed dryly. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. Speaking the truth without thinking? He looked at the edgeless sword and said, teach this little follower of yours well and let him know what the right values are. The right values? The edgeless sword was speechless. It didn't find any right values in the white-eyed wolf. As expected, they were all shameless people. The frenzy shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. This is going to be interesting. Qin Feiyang deeply agreed. None of these sovereign weapons were normal. They were all immoral scammers. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the Qilin sword and the other sovereign's divine weapons. His eyes flashed and he said, surround them. Ah! The sovereign's divine weapons, madman, and the others were all stunned. What kind of show was this? The edgeless heavy sword activated the cauldron of all creation and the void mirror as he shouted, you 3 lackeys, didn't you hear? Hurry up. You're really ordering us around? The 2 sovereign divine weapons were indignant, and they rushed forward like lightning, surrounding the Qilin divine sword and the other sovereign divine weapons. The sword of the Thanatos and the other sovereign armaments reacted and charged forward. Illusory demon orb, demon vanquishing staff, you too go as well. The blood ancestor glanced at Qin Feiyang and his eyes flashed. Immediately, the Qilin clan's 9 sovereign divine weapons were surrounded by the other sovereign divine weapons. Brother Qin, what are you doing? Qi Xiaoyun turned pale with fright, thinking that Qin Feiyang was going to attack them. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He looked at the 9 sovereign divine weapons and said, I need all of you to swear a blood oath. From today onward, you will only be loyal to Qi Shaoyun. What? Qi Shaoyun was stunned. He had thought that Qin Feiyang was going to turn hostile and snatch the sovereign divine weapons away. But in the end, Qin Feiyang wanted all the sovereign divine weapons to be loyal to him? The white-bearded old man was stunned as well. That was too surprising. But for Shaoyun, this was a good thing. Apart from the Qilin divine sword, the other 9 sovereign divine weapons were the sovereign divine weapons of the other 8 clans. The current situation was rather unique. The patriarchs and ancestors of the 8 clans had all died in battle. Otherwise, the 8 sovereign divine weapons wouldn't have listened to Qi Shaoyun. But if they could swear a blood oath, things would be different. In the future, Qi Shaoyun would have full control over all the sovereign divine weapons. At that time, his status in the Qilin clan would change drastically. Master, don't think of it so simply. Qi Shaoyun sighed. What do you mean? The white-bearded old man asked doubtfully. Qi Shaoyun sighed. Qin Feiyang might seem to be helping us, but he is actually giving us a difficult problem to solve. What problem? The more the white-bearded old man listened, the more confused he became. Qi Shaoyun said, think about it. Apart from the ancestor, who else can threaten Qin Feiyang? Of course it's the sovereign divine weapons. The white-bearded old man said without hesitation. Have you thought about our relationship with Qin Feiyang in the future? Qi Shaoyun asked. The white-bearded old man sank into silence. The more you gain, the greater the responsibility, said Qi Shaoyun. If I were to truly obtain the authority to control these sovereign divine weapons, although my position in the Qilin clan would rise with the tide, what if old ancestor insists on waging war with Qin Feiyang in the future? When the time comes, how should I choose? Qi Shaoyun sighed. The white-bearded old man asked, are you saying that Qin Feiyang has given you the authority to declare war? That's right. If I gain control of the sovereign divine weapons, I will have the authority to speak in the Qilin clan. In fact, I will even have the authority to make decisions. If the ancestor wants to declare war on Qin Feiyang in the future, he will definitely ask for my opinion. What do you think I should do then? Should I fight or not? Qi Shaoyun was worried. I really didn't expect this kid to be so shrewd. The white-bearded old man's pupils shrank as he thought to himself. If he wasn't shrewd, would he have been able to reach where he is today? Qi Shaoyun glanced at Princess Wufeng and transmitted, if I'm not mistaken, the Feng people are in the same situation now. That can't be. The white-bearded old man was shocked. All the Feng people's sovereign divine weapons had already sworn a blood oath to serve Princess Wufeng. Otherwise, do you think Qin Feiyang would take care of her just because of her relationship with the golden-winged wolf king? Qin Feiyang isn't such a generous person. Of course, he's not wrong either. After all, there's a saying that every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. But it'll be difficult for us in the future. Qi Shaoyun shook his head. He suddenly felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. Because in the future, one of his decisions would affect the entire sky cloud realm. The scene fell silent for a while. Qin Feiyang, don't go too far. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. It was one of the sovereign divine weapons of the Qilin clan expressing its dissatisfaction. So what if we bully you? You don't agree? Come, let's compete. Madman laughed. The sovereign divine weapon didn't dare to speak. They more or less knew about Qin Feiyang and Madman's personalities. They were two people who were not afraid of anything. Hurry up and don't waste time. Otherwise, I'll send all of you to hell. Madman sneered. Sigh. The sovereign divine weapons fell silent for a while before sighing. One after another, they swore a blood oath of loyalty to Qi Shaoyun. When Qi Shaoyun saw that, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Qin, Brother Mo, I originally had no intention of fighting for power. But now, I've been forced into a corner by you. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? In the Yangtze River, the new generation replaces the old. The Qilin master is old. It's time for someone to replace him. Looking at the entire Qilin clan, I think you're the only one qualified, said Madman. Qi Xiaoyun nodded. Brother Mo, you're putting a lot of pressure on me. What do you think I should do when the old patriarch starts a war with you? Qi Xiaoyun said helplessly. That will depend on your choice. In any case, so long as it's your choice, we'll accompany you to the end. Madman chuckled. Qi Xiaoyun smiled bitterly. Since this matter is over, let's discuss our next move. After saying that, Qin Feiyang looked at Qi Xiaoyun and smiled. By the way, Brother Qi, there's something I might need your help with in the future. What is it? Qi Xiaoyun asked doubtfully. Putting aside the grudge between the Qilin clan and the humans, Qin Feiyang had arrived in time to save them. It was time for him to repay this favor. I wonder if you have the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Devil Kings? Asked Qin Feiyang. Didn't the Blood Ancestor mention it before? Also, I've heard the Qilin Divine Sword mention it before. Qi Xiaoyun nodded. It's not just seem. They're really strong. We've already fought the Black Flame Devil King and the Queen of Flame. Both times, we barely escaped death. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. What? Qi Xiaoyun was shocked. The Yin-Yang Mirror asked in astonishment, what do you mean by that? Didn't the Blood Ancestor say that you're still fighting the Primal Chaos Divine King? Idiots, he was just scaring you. You really believed him? Said the Blood Ancestor in disdain. Old bastard, you're a fucking bastard. The sovereigns were furious. Was he treating them like monkeys? The Blood Ancestor didn't lie to you completely. The secret technique he learned was indeed stolen from the Primal Chaos Divine King's nest. As for the Black Flame Devil King and the Queen of Flame, we did manage to escape death when we fought the Black Flame Devil King, but the Queen of Flame is now dead. Said Qin Feiyang. What? The 6 sovereigns were shocked. That's right. Yes, we killed her, although we paid a heavy price. Qin Feiyang nodded. Impossible. With your strength, how could you kill the Queen of Flame? The 6 sovereigns couldn't believe their ears. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a fragment of the flame magic sword appeared. This is, as soon as the 6 sovereign divine weapons saw the raging flame's devil sword fragment, their hearts were in turmoil. The flame magic sword said disdainfully, trash like you dare to doubt Qin Feiyang's words? The 6 sovereigns fell silent. If even a fragment of the flame magic sword was left, then the news of the Queen of Flame's death was definitely true. Was this group of people so cruel and brutal? What kind of existence was the Queen of Flame? It was like a dream that she could kill her. Qin Feiyang put away the fragment of the flame magic sword and said, to be honest, one of our companions and 3 sovereigns have fallen into the hands of the Divine King. If possible, I will need your help. No, Qi Xiaoyun wanted to agree to repay the favor, but the Qilin Sacred Sword and the other sovereigns secretly advised him not to provoke the Primal Chaos Divine King. Thus, he hesitated. Chapter 3, Release at 10. Chapter 3769. Xiaoyun, you need to think twice before you act. Although I don't know how strong this Divine King is, since even Qin Feiyang and the others are so afraid of him, he is definitely not an ordinary person. We can't risk the fate of all our sovereign weapons just to help him. The white-bearded old man tried to persuade Qi Xiaoyun as well. Qi Xiaoyun said, but he has saved us. How can we burn the bridge after crossing it? But, the white-bearded old man frowned. Master, that's enough. I don't want to be a heartless person. Moreover, haven't you always taught me that I must know how to repay kindness? Qi Xiaoyun smiled. When the white-bearded old man heard that, he lowered his head in shame. That's right. He had once taught this disciple of his to be a grateful person. But now, this disciple of his was trying to stay out of this matter. How shameful. Fine. You decide. The white-bearded old man did not say anything else. Just as Qin Feiyang had said, the new generation would replace the old. They were indeed old. Sometimes, they should leave the stage to the younger generation. Actually, you don't have to be so worried. We might not necessarily face the Divine King head-on. I'm just saying what if. Besides, I have already talked to the dragons and the phone people. They will help me when the time comes. Qin Feiyang smiled. The dragons and the phone people? Qi Xiaoyun blanked out. That's right. The dragons Long Chen. Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed at Princess Wufeng. He smiled and said, the phone people are naturally referring to this princess. Xiaoyun, there is something I haven't told you. The dragons and the phone people have all been wiped out. Only Long Chen, Princess Wufeng, and Daifuku are left. The white-bearded old man transmitted. Qi Xiaoyun was alarmed. Is this Qin Feiyang's doing? Yes. The white-bearded old man nodded. Terrifying indeed. Qi Xiaoyun smiled bitterly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, sure. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he asked, should we go together or go our separate ways? Actually, I think we can travel together and take care of each other. Qi Xiaoyun muttered to himself for a while and smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Qin. However, I would still like to explore the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury by myself. After all, it wasn't easy for me to come to the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. I have to temper myself. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't force the issue. He then looked at the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound. Now that we have Dominator weapons, we can go shopping alone. Tan Wu chuckled, turned to look at the Fire Qilin, and asked, Fire Qilin, why don't we team up together? Sure. Fire Qilin nodded. You guys, whether it was in the Divine Ruins in the past or the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure now, you all like to be alone. Am I so unwelcomed by you all? Qin Feiyang felt wronged. He really wanted the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound to stay by his side. Tan Wu smiled and said, although it's nice to stay under a big tree, we still want to rely on our own abilities to make a name for ourselves. Fine, fine. As long as you're happy. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, but before we leave, let's establish a soul contract with each of our Dominator weapons. That way, if we encounter any danger, we will be able to call for help in time. That's fine. Tan Wu nodded. Since that's the case, let's establish a soul contract with each of our Dominator weapons as well. In any case, it will be useful in both the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury and the Sky Cloud Realm. Qi Xiaoyun smiled. Everyone nodded. Princess Wufeng also took out all her Dominator weapons. Looking at the Fire Phoenix sword and the other Dominator weapons, the 6 yin-yang mirror felt their scalps go numb. They hadn't expected that this woman had so many Dominator weapons hidden away. What a group of ferocious people. After the soul contract was established, Qi Xiaoyun smiled and said, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with, Brother Qin. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked doubtfully. Qi Xiaoyun said, ask the Goldwing Wolf King to help me set up a time formation. The Qilin sword and the other Dominator weapons had all suffered heavy injuries. Without a time formation, they wouldn't be able to repair their bodies until they left the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. Thus, they had to repair their bodies before leaving the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. Only then would they be able to survive in the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. No problem. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the Blood Ancestor. He smiled and said, Ancestor, I'll have to trouble you. Qi Xiaoyun looked at the Blood Ancestor. The white-eyed wolf isn't the only one who has grasped the law of time. I'm not willing to give you a time formation for most people. The Blood Ancestor smiled coldly and waved his hand. A time formation appeared. Thank you, Qi Xiaoyun said gratefully. Qi Xiaoyun said gratefully. Back then, when the teleportation formation appeared, he had a feeling that it was not 500 years per day, but 1,000 years per day. Then, Qi Shaoyun transformed into a majestic fire qilin. It was more than 10 meters long, and flames surged all over its body. It looked majestic. This was Qi Shaoyun's main body. Shaoyun, what are you doing? The white-bearded old man was surprised. Qi Shaoyun did not answer. He turned to the blood ancestor and said, "Please fix the time formation on my back." "How can I do that?" "Let me do it." "You still need to enter seclusion to comprehend the profundity of the laws," the white-bearded old man hurriedly said. He finally understood what Qi Shaoyun wanted to do. If he placed the time formation on his back, he wouldn't be delayed. No. How can a disciple stand on his master's back? That's not proper. Qi Shaoyun shook his head. But the white-bearded old man was anxious. That's it. After saying that, Qi Shaoyun looked at the blood ancestor and said, "Please." "Okay." The blood ancestor waved his hand, and the time formation landed on Qi Shaoyun's back. The Qilin sword and the other Dominator weapons immediately entered the time formation. "Master, come on up." Qi Shaoyun smiled. "You child." The white-bearded old man sighed helplessly and could only step on Qi Shaoyun's back. "Brother Qin, Brother Mo, farewell." "Holy Qilin, Tan Wu, Hellhound, take care." Qi Shaoyun looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and smiled. He then left with the white-bearded old man and the 9 Dominator weapons. Looking at Qi Shaoyun's back, the blood ancestor nodded and said, "He respects his master and knows how to repay his kindness. This young man is not bad." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Not many people can obtain your praise. Moreover, he's from an opposing faction. I'll be honest. He is indeed a good junior. Looks like that old bastard, the Qilin master, has found a good successor," said the blood ancestor. "That's right." Qin Feiyang also agreed with this statement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed his bet on Qi Shaoyun. "Damn dog, it's your turn." Tan Wu lowered his head and looked at the hellhound. "You want me to be your mount again? Dream on." The hellhound glared at Tan Wu. "You can't possibly let me do it, right?" Tan Wu frowned. The hellhound nodded and said, "That's not a bad idea. After all, you are my human pet." Scram. Tan Wu's face darkened. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and smiled bitterly. So many years had passed, but the man and the dog hadn't changed at all. They were a pair of living enemies. "Can we not waste time? At most, the next time we obtain an inheritance, the fire Qilin and I will take care of you first," Tan Wu said. "Really?" the hellhound asked. "Yes." Tan Wu nodded. "All right, you said it. For the sake of the inheritance, I'll suffer a little." The hellhound looked at the blood ancestor and bared his teeth. "Ancestor, come." "Ancestor?" The blood ancestor was stunned. "If even Qin Feiyang calls you ancestor, then we are definitely no exception." The hellhound smiled. "Sensible." The blood ancestor chuckled and set up a time formation on the hellhound's back. The thunder god hammer and the black battle axe also needed to repair their bodies. Tan Wu and the fire Qilin jumped up and landed on the hellhound's back. They smiled and said, "Brother Qin, we'll meet again. Be careful." Qin Feiyang warned. "I know." Tan Wu nodded and patted the hellhound's head. "Damn dog, let's go. If you touch me again, do you believe that I will throw you down?" The hellhound roared and disappeared in the opposite direction of Qi Shaoyun with Tan Wu and the fire Qilin without looking back. Their way of getting along is really a little unique, Princess Wufeng said with a smile. "Get used to it." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf patted his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. "I haven't asked them yet. Why are those undead chasing after them?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Aren't the yin-yang mirror and the others still here?" "Don't ask me. I don't know either," the yin-yang mirror said. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They looked at the devil-subduing staff, the phoenix bell, and the frost sparrow sword. The devil-subduing staff said, "They stole an inheritance." An inheritance? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Yes. An inheritance of the ultimate law of destruction. The devil-subduing staff said. This, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. It was actually an inheritance of the strongest law. No wonder those undead were chasing after them. Then, who has this inheritance now? The white-eyed wolf asked. That Qilin called Qi Shaoyun. The devil-subduing staff said. Fuck. No wonder he left in a hurry. So he was afraid that we would steal his inheritance. The white-eyed wolf cursed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, although he didn't get a sovereign weapon, he didn't lose out. Lose out my ass. If I had to choose, I would rather choose the ultimate law of destruction than the sovereign weapon. What a sinister fellow. The white-eyed wolf snorted. You can't say that. Even the fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the hound didn't say anything. I'm sure Qi Shaoyun contributed the most during the fight for this inheritance. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Putting the fire Qilin and Tan Wu aside, if Qi Shaoyun didn't contribute anything, the hound wouldn't have allowed him to leave with the inheritance. This is fate. We also fought with our lives on the line, but we only obtained 2 ordinary laws while they obtained an inheritance of the strongest law. I can only say that they were lucky. The blood ancestor shook his head. Sometimes, luck was something that couldn't be envied. Chapter 3771. Everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone had their own fate and couldn't be forced. The madman looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a sneaky smile, Brother Wolf, if you had known earlier, would you have snatched it? Nonsense. Who would reason with such a treasure? The white-eyed wolf didn't hide his covetous heart at all. What a pity. The madman shook his head and sighed. The white-eyed wolf had mastered 6 supreme laws. The law of death, the law of causality, the law of space-time, the law of time, the law of destruction, and the law of life. The law of destruction happened to be one of them. To be honest, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the madman, or the Feather Emperor, they were all looking forward to the day when the white-eyed wolf mastered the ultimate mysteries of the 6 supreme laws. Because no one in the world had ever mastered the 6 supreme laws. Generally speaking, 2 or 3 supreme laws were the limit. Just thinking about the ultimate mysteries of the 6 supreme laws made one's scalp tingle. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Actually, you can also try fusing the law of life and the law of death. Huh? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. The law of life and death is formed by fusing these 2 laws. If you can succeed, then you can easily crush people like Dragon King in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf nodded. The blood ancestor shook his head and sighed. It's not that simple. I've been wandering for so many years, but I've only seen Qin Feiyang successfully comprehend the law of life and death. That also proves that the law of life and death does exist. As long as it exists, it can definitely succeed. The white-eyed wolf snorted. The blood ancestor was slightly taken aback. He sized up the white-eyed wolf and mocked, it seems that you won't turn back until you hit a wall. Suit yourself. Just wait and see. The white-eyed wolf grinned. If little Qin Zi could succeed, why couldn't he? He couldn't lose to little Qin Zi. This was a matter of dignity. At the same time, Madman also lowered his head and pondered. Needless to say, the white-eyed wolf had 6 ultimate laws. Qin Feiyang had also grasped the karma laws, destruction laws, and life and death laws. The key point was, mastering the laws of life and death was equivalent to mastering the laws of death and the laws of life. In other words, Qin Feiyang now grasped 4 supreme laws of nature, as well as the law of life and death, which surpassed supreme laws of nature. What about him? The laws of death, the laws of spacetime, and the laws of destruction. No. He couldn't lose to Old Sheen and White-Eyed Wolf. Even if he couldn't surpass them, he should at least be on par with them. However, if they were to be equal, they would have to comprehend the laws of life and death first. To be honest, he had no confidence at all. But just like the White-Eyed Wolf, if even Qin Feiyang could do it, why couldn't he? No. It must be possible. Madman's eyes flashed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Old Qin, give me 2 sovereign weapons." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Madman chuckled and said, "This daddy also wants to go for a stroll alone." "You must be crazy." Qin Feiyang was speechless. It wasn't easy for them to reunite, but they had to part ways again. Wasn't this looking for trouble? "You are the one who is crazy." Madman glared at him and sighed. "Actually, what Qi Shaoyun said makes sense. If we don't take the opportunity to temper ourselves, wouldn't this trip to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury be in vain? Aren't we also tempering ourselves when we are together?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. How can this be the same? Look, there are so many sovereign weapons. Do we even have the chance to fight? Madman looked down on him. In that case, why do you still need 2 sovereign weapons? If you want to go, go ahead. Qin Feiyang snorted. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he was afraid that something would happen to Madman outside. Because in his eyes, Madman was not only a brother who had gone through life and death with him, but also his family. Self-defense, just in case. Madman smiled. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "With a sovereign weapon, you will have a reliance in your heart. You won't be able to stimulate your potential. What's the point of going out like this? After talking for so long, you still won't give it to me? Fine. This daddy is going out alone. Don't come and collect my corpse in the future." Madman snorted and left in a fit of pique. Qin Feiyang was furious. Couldn't he see that Madman didn't want him to take the risk alone? He sighed. "You really want to go?" "Yes." Madman nodded without turning his head. "Fine." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He looked at the red sword and horsetail whisk and smiled. "I'll have to trouble you." Since Yun Ziang already had his own sovereign weapon, the horsetail whisk naturally didn't need to follow him. "Okay." The 2 sovereign divine weapons responded and rushed towards Madman. Madman stopped and turned to Qin Feiyang with a smug smile on his face. He provoked, "Just you wait. The next time we meet, this daddy will definitely be stronger than you. Then let's wait and see." Qin Feiyang also issued a provocation. "Hey." Madman bared his teeth, put away the horsetail whisk and red sword, and turned to leave. "Why don't we go together?" Suddenly, the Blood Ancestor's eyes flashed as he looked at Madman. "What?" Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked at the Blood Ancestor in shock. Why were they all leaving? "You don't welcome me?" The Blood Ancestor smiled. "Of course you do." Madman was overjoyed. With the Blood Ancestor here, there was a time array. Who would refuse such a good thing? The Blood Ancestor turned to Qin Feiyang and warned, "Don't be impulsive and run to rescue Li Feng and the others. Before you decide, inform us in advance." Before Qin Feiyang could react, the Blood Ancestor took the illusory demon orb and the demon-subduing staff and rushed to Madman's side. Then, the 2 of them then disappeared into the mountains ahead without looking back. What's going on? Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and was a little confused. Why did they all start to go crazy? When everyone was together, whether it was facing the sovereign weapon of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure or the 9 Demon Kings and the Divine King of Primal Chaos, they would definitely be more confident. But why did they have to run out alone? What was going on in their minds every day? If that's the case, the White-Eyed Wolf suddenly spoke. "What do you want now?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Why such a big reaction?" "I just want to take Sister Feng on a sightseeing tour." The White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. "Sightseeing tour? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Where were the mountains here? Where was the water? There were mountains, but they were all bare. What was there to see? Sister Feng, let's go. The white-eyed wolf grabbed Princess Wufeng and turned around to flee as if he was running for his life. The fire phoenix soared and a group of sovereign divine weapons hurriedly followed. Princess. Daifuku's face changed and he was about to chase after them. Daifuku, don't follow us. We don't need a light bulb. Just stay by little Qin Zi's side. He will take good care of you. The white-eyed wolf's voice came from afar. Daifuku stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, somewhat at a loss. What do you think I can do? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Why were they all so willful? Yun Xiang and the old man in cyan looked at each other helplessly. Everyone else was trying their best to meet up with their companions, but these people were different. Everyone finally gathered together, but they all ran away on their own. Qin Feiyang came to his senses and looked at the golden crow pearl next to him. He wanted to let the golden crow pearl take care of the white-eyed wolf, but when he remembered that Princess Wufeng now had 11 sovereign divine weapons, he gave up on the idea. Everyone has their own fate, and each has their own good fortune. Just let them be. The voice of the ancient castle sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. What else can I do? Qin Feiyang looked up at the old man in cyan and said with a smile, Senior, I haven't asked your name yet. Yun Xiang said, just call him Elder Qin. I don't dare. You are the descendant of the human emperor, and the Emperor of Feathers ordered us to follow your orders. So, you can just call me Azure Dragon. The old man in cyan hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Azure Dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. My true form is the Azure Dragon. The old man in cyan shook his body, and a huge dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. The dragon's aura spread in all directions. Divine Beast Azure Dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. There had always been a rumor in the mortal world that there were 4 divine beasts that guarded the 4 directions. They were the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. He didn't expect the old man in front of him to be the Azure Dragon. Although the rumor might not be true, the fact that the Azure Dragon was a divine beast couldn't be erased. The Azure Dragon shook his body and turned into a human. He sighed and said, Although I am a divine dragon, I have always hated the actions of dragons. Qin Feiyang said with admiration, Elder Qin is righteous. This junior admires you. The Azure Dragon waved his hand and said with shame, Although I have ambitions, I don't have powerful strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sheltered by the little rabbit for so many years. Qin Feiyang didn't know how to comfort him. Yun Xiang said with a smile, Brother Qin, you may know that Elder Qin has existed longer than the human emperor and the dragon king. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. A long time ago, Elder Qin was the guardian of the sky cloud realm for the last century. Yun Xiang nodded. There's nothing to mention about the past. The Azure Dragon quickly looked at Yun Xiang and said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, It's because it's in the past that this junior is curious. Elder Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yun Xiang continued, Elder Qin, Elder Bai, Elder Xian, and Elder Zhu, these 4 seniors were once the guardians of the sky cloud realm. They protected the peace of this place. The rumors of the 4 divine beasts in the secular world came about because of them. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect the rumors to be true. Yun Xiang said with a smile, knowing the origin of Elder Qin, Elder Bai, Elder Zhu, and Elder Xian, you should have already thought of them. White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Yun Xiang nodded. They are also in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? Qin Feiyang was curious. Yes. Yun Xiang nodded again. I really didn't expect that I would have the chance to see these 4 guardian beasts in my lifetime. Qin Feiyang was filled with emotion. The most important thing was that it was exactly the same as the rumors. What legendary guardian beasts, those are all exaggerated by the later generations. The Azure Dragon shook his head. Chapter 3772. Even if it's an exaggeration, your contributions to the sky cloud realm can't be erased. However, this junior has a question. What does the previous era mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. We cultivators have a very long lifespan, especially creatures with our cultivation base. It's basically equivalent to eternal life. Therefore, later on, everyone came up with the word era to measure time. An era is equivalent to 100 million years. Azure Dragon explained, 100 million years? Qin Feiyang was stunned. In fact, 100 million years is not a long time. Think about it, many people go into seclusion for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. So 100 million years is nothing at all? But because everyone's time in seclusion is basically in the time array, 100 million years seems particularly long. Azure Dragon smiled. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Not to mention others, just himself. Now, in the Black Tortoise realm or in the time array, he could casually cultivate for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. So, if there was no time array in the world, 100 million years was really nothing. Azure Dragon shook his head and sighed. There is no calendar day in the mountains, no one knows the year in the cold. Speaking of which, it's also the sorrow of us cultivators. This sentence deeply touched Qin Feiyang. Mortals envied cultivators for having an endless lifespan, but how could cultivators not envy the peaceful life of mortals? For cultivators, a peaceful life was completely an extravagant hope. Every day, they lived in mutual deception and intrigue. If they were not careful, they wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Were there many powerhouses in the previous era? Qin Feiyang was curious. Of course there were. But the overall level at that time couldn't be compared to today. The strongest in the previous era should be the person who mastered the strongest law. At that time, no one could take out the ultimate law. As the saying goes, the new generation excels the old. After the doomsday battle of the last century, many peerless geniuses emerged from both the human race and the other races. For example, the human emperor, the feather emperor, the blood ancestor, the dragon king, Feng Ho, the Qilin master, and the little rabbit are all super experts who have risen up in this era. Azure Dragon said with a smile. Doomsday battle? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Yes. Every battle is for the sake of benefits. The Doomsday War that broke out in the previous era almost wiped out all the races. Although people like the human emperor and the blood ancestor were born in the last century, they were still children, just like you are now. Of course. Their cultivation back then was definitely not as high as yours now. They only grew up after the Doomsday battle. Speaking of which, this old man has watched the human emperor and the others grow up. Azure Dragon smiled, his eyes filled with gratification. That's not all. Yun Xiang interrupted. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Xiang. Master once mentioned to me that the human emperor and the feather emperor were groomed by the four of them. In the eyes of the human emperor and the feather emperor, the four of them are their teachers. Therefore, although the human emperor and the feather emperor are the leaders of the human race, they are still very respectful to the four of them. Yun Xiang said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded, his heart filled with respect. Just the fact that the old man in front of him had taught the human emperor and the feather emperor was enough to respect him. What teachers? We just gave them some advice. It's because of their outstanding talent that they have today. Let's talk about it later. The strong are revered. No matter how old we are and if our cultivation is not as good as theirs, we still have to bow down to them. However, even if we bow down to them, we have never regretted it, because what they have done for the human race is indeed worthy of the title of leader of the human race. Azure Dragon smiled with gratification. Elder Qin, don't think so. Master has said many times that although you are now under the human emperor and the feather emperor, the two of them have never treated you as their subordinates. And he told me and my senior brother to respect you. Yun Xiang said. This is because the human emperor and the feather emperor don't despise us old things. Azure Dragon shook his head. If the feather emperor hears your words, he will definitely be angry. Yun Xiang was helpless. This is an unchangeable fact. Although we used to be the guardian beasts of the sky cloud realm, the dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan rose. If it weren't for the human emperor, the feather emperor, and the blood ancestor at the critical moment, the four of us wouldn't have been able to protect the sky cloud realm. The people you should respect the most are them. Azure Dragon smiled faintly. Whether it's them or you, as the younger generation, we should respect them. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Azure Dragon heard this and smiled cheerfully. You are indeed the descendant of the human emperor. Whether it is talent or character, you are the best. Aren't you afraid that I will be proud? Qin Feiyang scratched his head. You have the right to be proud. The human emperor has fallen. Now, only the feather emperor and the blood ancestor are left. So, the young people of your generation should work hard to become the pillars of the human clan and share some of the pressure. As for us old guys, don't count on us. With our talent, we will be satisfied if we don't drag you down. Azure Dragon smiled. You can't say that. You have worked hard for so many years. It's time to put down your burdens and enjoy a quiet life. Junior, don't worry. No matter what the future holds, no matter what the relationship between the Divine Kingdom and the Qin clan is, as long as it concerns the safety of the human clan, I will not shirk my responsibility. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and solemnly made a promise. In the past, he didn't dare to say this. Because the Divine Kingdom and the Qin clan indeed had an inseparable familial relationship. But at this moment, when he met Azure Dragon and heard these stories, he was quite moved. As the former guardian beasts, they must be supreme beings. But now, they were willing to lower themselves to the human emperor, the feather emperor, and the blood ancestor. Why did they do this? Wasn't it for the sky cloud realm and the human clan? As the four divine beasts, they had nothing to do with the human clan, but they had always been protecting the human clan. They even trained the human emperor and the feather emperor to be the leaders of the human clan. Was this greatness worth waiting for? Even the four divine beasts, who had nothing to do with the human clan, came to protect the human clan of the sky cloud realm. As a real human, how could he stand by and do nothing? So at this moment, he finally sat down and made a decision. No matter what happened in the future, he would stand with the human clan of the sky cloud realm. Hearing this promise, the old man in blue was very surprised. But at the same time, he was very moved. Because this was the hope of the human clan, and the hope of the entire sky cloud realm. I will also work hard. Yun Xiang smiled. Good, good, good. In the future, the human clan will be proud of you. Azure Dragon nodded and laughed heartily. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would make this promise because of him. One must know. Qin Feiyang's weight in the sky cloud realm was not ordinary. Even Feng Ho, the Dragon King, and the Qilin Master had to consider Qin Feiyang first before making any decision. Moreover, there was no intersection between him and Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could completely ignore this old man, but Qin Feiyang did not. What did this mean? This showed a person's character and personality. Who wouldn't like such a young man? Daifuku, who was next to him, also revealed a sincere smile. As long as Qin Feiyang chose a good position, then Feng Ho should not make things difficult for Qin Feiyang for the time being. Because this was what Feng Ho was looking forward to. Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, then what's your next plan? The next plan. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, turned to look at the old man in blue, and asked, Senior, where is the rendezvous point of the land of buried gods? Tianfeng Mountain Range. It's more than 2 years away from here. Azure Dragon said. Qin Feiyang thought again, looked at the two and said, then let's go to the Tianfeng Mountain Range to meet up with everyone, so that we won't worry about each other, and then go find the Sea Lion Emperor and the others. The Sea Lion Emperor and the others are also in the Tianfeng mountain range. Azure Dragon smiled. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. It's like this. Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit have discussed it, and we have more chances to work together, so the rendezvous point is set at the Tianfeng mountain range. Elder Qin said. You all know the rendezvous point? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yun Xiang nodded and asked suspiciously, You don't know? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. There was no mention of the rendezvous point at all. You don't know? Yun Xiang was stunned. Is there a need to think about it? Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit clearly want to take special care of them. Elder Qin smiled hoarsely. This special care really makes me a little overwhelmed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Everyone else knew about the situation with the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure. Only him and the White-Eyed Wolf, senior brother Feng Zi, knew nothing about it. Fortunately, it was Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit. If it were anyone else, they would definitely suspect that they were harboring evil intentions. Then let's go. Azure Dragon smiled slightly and looked at the sovereign divine weapon beside Qin Feiyang. He didn't hide the smile on his face. It seemed that this kid had gained a lot from this trip to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Ancient Castle, Horsetail Whisk, Blood Dragon Blade, Grim Reaper's Sword, Golden Crow Pearl, Golden Dragon Spear, White Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror, Ice Phoenix Sword, Heavenly Star Sword. There was also the Void Mirror, Edgeless Heavy Sword, Cauldron of All Things, Golden Sun Divine Sword, Silver Moon Divine Sword. The White-Eyed Wolf also had the Divine King Throne and Crimson Dragon Shield. Just Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf had 18 sovereign divine weapons. In addition to the Blood Ancestor's illusory demon orb and demon vanquishing staff, there was also the Yin-Yang mirror in Yun Xiang's hand. The Fire Qilin and Tan Wu had the Thunder God's hammer and the Black Battle Axe. Finally, there were the sovereign divine weapons of the Land of the Buried Gods. In terms of numbers, they had more sovereign divine weapons than the three major races. When they returned to the Sky Cloud realm, even without Little Rabbit's protection, the three major races wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Brother Qin, thank you. Yun Xiang was very happy. He never dreamed that he would have a sovereign divine weapon of his own in this life. Chapter 3773. Why are you thanking me? You should thank Elder Qin. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank Elder Qin? Yun Xiang was stunned. Did this have something to do with Elder Qin? Azure Dragon himself had a suspicious look on his face. It's a simple reason. If it were the reclusive old antiques of the three major clans, do you think they would give you the control of the Yin-Yang mirror? Qin Feiyang asked. Definitely not. Yun Xiang said without hesitation. Given the characters of the three major clans, how could they give the control of the Dominator divine weapon to their juniors? So, shouldn't you thank Elder Qin? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes, of course. Yun Xiang nodded again and again. If Elder Qin really wanted the Yin-Yang mirror, he really had to give it to him. Daifuku said with a wry smile, Brother Qin, can you not always compare us Feng people? It makes me a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Of course, there are also good people in Feng people, such as you. I don't deserve it. Daifuku quickly waved his hand. Everyone had selfish motives, and he was no exception. If he were the patriarch of the Feng people or the reclusive old antiques, he would definitely snatch the control of the Dominator divine weapon. Wait. Since the 5 dead spirits have the inheritance of the strongest law, they should not be lacking in law miniatures, right? Suddenly, Yun Xiang patted his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang finally reacted and looked up at the Yin-Yang mirror. Don't look at me. I only know those Dominator divine weapons, but I don't know those dead spirits. The Yin-Yang mirror said. Then you should know where their nest is. Yun Xiang asked. Yes. It's not far from the Black Mountain Canyon. The Yin-Yang mirror said. If they don't carry it with them, it must be in their nest. But if they really do carry it with them, Yun Xiang mumbled as he lowered his head to look at the 5 corpses. At that time, the blood ancestor had only devoured their souls, not their bodies. At this moment, they were all lying quietly in a pool of blood on the ground below. Go down and look for him. Qin Feiyang put away the sovereign's divine weapons and dove down with the azure dragon, Yun Xiang, and Daifuku. They landed in front of the 5 corpses. Yun Xiang immediately checked the 5 people's fingers. The other 4 did not have anything in their hands, but the black-robed old man had a broken universe ring on his index finger. Why is he the only one with an interspatial ring? Yun Xiang was suspicious. Elder Qing said, the other 4 people's interspatial rings should have been destroyed during the fight. What a pity. Yun Xiang shook his head. He took off the black-robed old man's universe ring and immediately stood up to check it. Very soon. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at Yun Xiang expectantly. Yun Xiang looked up at the 3 of them and said, there are a lot of herbs and many divine elixirs in there. Herbs? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He quickly looked at the black-robed old man and frowned. Can these undead also refine elixirs? With their strength, as long as they have the talent, it's not difficult for them to refine elixirs. Azure Dragon whispered. In that case, he might be an alchemist. Qin Feiyang quickly released his divine consciousness into the black-robed old man's sea of qi. There was a hint of disappointment on his face. There was no alchemy fire or furnace in this person's sea of qi. He must have taken it from other undead. Why do you seem to think that he is an alchemist? Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I do think so. Qin Feiyang nodded and explained, because now I want to refine a kind of elixir, but I don't have alchemy fire or furnace, and I don't have any herbs. Then where are your alchemy fire and furnace? Yun Xiang was puzzled. In the castle. Qin Feiyang said. Castle? Yun Xiang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, didn't you bring the castle in? Yes. It's in my sea of qi now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Because the castle had been in Qin Feiyang's sea of qi, Yun Xiang and Elder Qing didn't know about it. Yun Xiang said in surprise, since you brought it in, why are you still looking for alchemy fire and furnace? Just let the castle give it to you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He suddenly slapped his head. This brain was really slow. That's right. The castle wasn't in the Black Tortoise world right now, it was in his body. He could just let the castle take it out and give it to him. Was this really what? Riding a donkey looking for a donkey. He was clearly riding on the back of a donkey, but he was still looking around. If not for Yun Xiang's reminder, I think you would never have realized. The castle's voice sounded. It's because you've always been in the Black Tortoise world, so I instinctively thought that you couldn't take out the alchemy fire and furnace. You too. You knew that I needed alchemy fire and furnace, but you pretended to be deaf and didn't even remind me. Qin Feiyang was helpless. I'm not your nanny. Why should I remind you? The castle snorted. Fine. It's my fault. I didn't think about it. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He had never made such a stupid mistake. I think it's not just you. The white-eyed wolf, the mad scientist, the blood ancestor, and the others are all stupid. None of them thought of this. Looking at you guys worrying about alchemy fire and furnace, I can't help but worry about your intelligence. The castle looked down on him. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The castle flew out of Qin Feiyang's body and floated in the air, instantly becoming a huge castle. Boom! The door slowly opened. This is the world inside the castle? Yun Xiang and the azure-robed old man looked around the castle's hall curiously. There were all kinds of furniture. Wasn't this a home? Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said with a smile and went straight into the cultivation room. Looking at the netherworld demonic flame and furnace floating above the altar, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was clearly right next to him, but he was still looking around. He was really stupid. He walked in front of the furnace and grabbed a cosmos bag. There were all kinds of pills inside, all of which were refined by Dan Wangkai. However, there was no undead barrier-breaking pill, and he couldn't find the herbs. He had the furnace and alchemy fire, but he couldn't find the herbs. I can't help you with the herbs. You can only find them yourself. The castle said lightly. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and walked out of the cultivation room. He saw Yun Xiang and the others sitting in front of the tea table in the hall, drinking tea and chatting. They looked very comfortable. Seeing Qin Feiyang come out, Yun Xiang smiled and said, "Your castle is really convenient. No matter where you go, you can sit down and rest." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Let me see the black-robed old man's cosmos ring. I didn't find the epitome of laws." Yun Xiang threw the cosmos ring to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the cosmos ring and checked it carefully. Before long, his eyes lit up and he took out more than 10 herbs. Among them, there were a few strange flowers that emitted an undead aura. The rest were pieces of wood of similar length and thickness that also emitted an evil aura. Those were the undead flowers and yin-yang wood. Furthermore, they were the oldest undead flowers and yin-yang wood he had ever seen. That's quite a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled in joy and immediately entered the castle with the undead flowers and yin-yang wood to refine pills. Although there were many undead flowers and yin-yang wood, there was only one cluster of extreme yang thunder fire. Therefore, he could only refine one undead barrier-breaking pill. However, he couldn't fail or he would have to look for extreme yang thunder fire everywhere. He was a little rusty after not refining pills for a long time. After opening the furnace, he took every step carefully. About 100 breaths later, the undead barrier-breaking pill was finally out. There were 7 dragon-shaped core chi on it. Seems like I didn't fall behind even after not refining for so long. Qin Feiyang smiled smugly. What are you thinking about? Dan Wangkai is almost able to refine 10 dragon-shaped core chi divine pills. Gu Fu despised him. Dan Wangkai's alchemy room was upstairs, so Gu Fu naturally knew about it best. What? Why don't I know about it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Have you ever cared about this? Gu Fu asked back. Okay. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Everyone seemed to have a lot of opinions about him giving up alchemy. Wait. Didn't the pills Dan Wangkai gave us all have 7 dragon-shaped core chi? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned. Gu Fu said, that's because he wanted to give you a surprise when he really refined 10 dragon-shaped core chi. If he didn't go to Sky Cloud Island to cultivate, he would have succeeded by now. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. However, for Dan Wangkai to have such an achievement, it was actually not surprising. Because with Dan Wangkai's obsession and love for alchemy, it was hard for him not to make progress. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang took the undead bottleneck-breaking pill and walked out of the cultivation room. This is the pill you want to refine? Yun Xiang looked at the undead bottleneck-breaking pill in Qin Feiyang's hand, his eyes full of suspicion. He had never seen it before. Qin Feiyang sat opposite Yun Xiang, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate this pill, because this pill may play an unimaginable role." Is that so? Yun Xiang expressed his doubts. You will know in the future. Qin Feiyang took out a jade box and carefully put it away. He would see the effect when he encountered the undead who had condensed a body. Yun Xiang glanced at the jade box, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I didn't find the law miniature in the black-robed old man's ring, so it should be hidden in their nest. Do you want to take a look? Of course. Even if there isn't, we have to confirm it. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then shall we set off now? Yun Xiang asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked up at the castle and asked, Shadowless, is there still a time array in the castle? The time array has been integrated into the Black Tortoise realm, so of course there isn't one here. Gu Fu replied. I was careless. Before the blood ancestor left, he should have left a time array for us. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Without the time array, the yin yang mirror was useless. Chapter 3774. The yin yang mirror had been beaten too badly. Without the time formation, it wouldn't be able to repair itself even after leaving the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. There's no need to worry about the time formation. Azure Dragon shook his head. You also control the law of time? Qin Feiyang looked at Azure Dragon and asked. Azure Dragon smiled and said, I don't, but there are so many people in the land of buried gods and the heavenly cloud sea. There must be a few who control the law of time. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the three and said, then there's no time to lose. Let's return to the Black Mountain Canyon now. He didn't know about the yin-yang mirror, but the Phoenix Bell and the other sovereigns would definitely know if the black-robed old man and the others had a law miniature. He didn't consider the white-eyed wolf, the madman, the blood ancestor, Tan Wu, the fire Qilin, or the Cerberus. In any case, they were all on the same side. It didn't matter who had the law miniature. But Qi Xiaoyun and the white-bearded old man had to consider it. No one knew what the future would be like. What if Qi Xiaoyun chose to become his enemy in the end? Taking a step back. Even if Qi Xiaoyun chose to be on good terms with him in the future, he was still an outsider. Of course, he couldn't let an outsider benefit from a law miniature. And Qi Xiaoyun knew where the Five's nest was. Even if he didn't have the Sovereign's divine weapon to tell him, he would most likely run back to check. After all, they had already snatched an inheritance from the Five. Since there was even an inheritance, there might be a law miniature as well. If there really was a law miniature, wouldn't it fall into the Qilin clan's hands if Qi Xiaoyun arrived first? So they had to hurry over. All right. Azure Dragon and the other two drank the tea in their cups and stood up. After walking out of the castle, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. This castle is a spatial divine item, right? Yun Xiang asked. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Isn't it impossible to enter a spatial divine item here? Why isn't it restricted? Yun Xiang was puzzled. Because it has a door. Qin Feiyang smiled and called out the Death God's sword. He had the Death God's sword lead the way. All of Qi Xiaoyun's sovereign weapons had been severely damaged. Although the blood ancestor had left them a time formation, it would still take them several years to repair. A heavily damaged sovereign armament was naturally no match for the sword of the Thanatos at its peak. Therefore, even if Qi Xiaoyun wanted to go back and check, even if Qi Xiaoyun left first, the sword of the Grim Reaper would still arrive before them. Is there a door? Yun Xiang was suspicious. What was the meaning of this? It means that although the ancient castle has a universe within it, it is not a true spatial divine object. That's because true spatial divine items are all sealed spaces inside. Azure Dragon explained. I see. Yun Xiang nodded in realization. Time flew by. Early in the morning, Qin Feiyang and the others finally returned to the Black Mountain Canyon. Just like before, nothing had changed. Of course. Now, it was almost impossible for anyone to come here. Because apart from Qi Xiaoyun and the white-bearded old man, the Qilin clan had been completely annihilated. Ask the yin-yang mirror where we should go next. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yun Xiang and said. Okay. Yun Xiang nodded and secretly asked the yin-yang mirror. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, it's said to go northeast. It will take about half a day. Fortunately, it's not far. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. The Sky Bell Divine Treasury couldn't open spacetime tunnels and teleportation divine artifacts, so it would be troublesome if it was too far away. Whoosh! The sword of the Grim Reaper continued to bring the four of them southeast. The journey was very peaceful. because the aura emitted by the sword of the Grim Reaper was enough to make all the skeletons retreat. Half a day later, they entered the sky above a lake. This lake was still normal. The lake water was very clear, and there were many weeds and trees growing on the shore. This was the most lively place they had seen since coming to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Around the lakeshore were 5 ancient palaces. Although they were old, they were still intact. According to the Yin Yang Mirror, these 5 palaces were the lairs of the black-robed old man's group. There aren't even any traces of battle. How did Qi Shaoyun and the others obtain the inheritance of the law of destruction? Yun Xiang looked at the lake full of vitality and the 5 intact palaces with a doubtful expression. The 5 of them are so strong, and they even have 5 sovereign divine weapons. They definitely can't take them by force. They have to rely on their brains. That's right. It should be a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I believe that with Qi Shaoyun's brain, it will be easy for him to do so. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yun Xiang nodded and said with a smile, "Your evaluation of Qi Shaoyun is quite high. How can I look down on someone I can't see through?" Qin Feiyang said. "What about me? Can you see through me?" Yun Xiang looked at him mockingly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "Not in the past. But now, I can. Because now, I know everything about you." "Is that so?" Yun Xiang smiled meaningfully and flew toward one of the palaces. Daifuku and Azure Dragon hurriedly followed. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Xiang's back and wondered why that smile was so strange. Boom! When Yun Xiang landed in front of the palace, he smashed the door with a punch. Qin Feiyang recovered from his shock and also landed in front of the door. He looked inside. The palace was several hundred zhang wide. There were no lights, so it was rather dim. There was nothing in the hall. There were several stone doors on the left, which should lead to several rooms. "Let's split up," Qin Feiyang said. "Daifuku, if you find anything, you can't hide it." Yun Xiang looked at Daifuku and said jokingly. In fact, he didn't trust Daifuku because Daifuku was from the Feng people. "I want to, but in front of you, I don't have the guts." Daifuku shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang had so many sovereign divine weapons. Who would dare to go against him? Although the old man in green didn't have a sovereign divine weapon, he had mastered the ultimate meaning and couldn't be offended. As for Yun Xiang, although they didn't have much contact and didn't know much about him, this person hunted the Feng people in the Death Glacier. Just from this, it was enough to see what kind of young man Yun Xiang was. In short, Princess Wufeng wasn't here. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. On the contrary, if he was more honest and well-behaved, he might even get some benefits. Next, the 4 of them carried out a carpet search in the palace. After searching the hall, Qin Feiyang entered one of the rooms. There was an old futon inside. It should be the place where the 5 of them usually cultivated. But there was nothing else except the futon. After a while, Qin Feiyang walked out of the room and saw Yun Xiang and Azure Dragon coming out of the other 2 rooms. He immediately asked, "How is it?" "I only saw a bed made of stone." Yun Xiang shook his head in disappointment. "There is not even a stone in my room, let alone a stone bed. But there is a lot of dust. It seems that no one has been here for a long time." Azure Dragon smiled bitterly. "I found something here. Come over quickly." Suddenly, Daifuku's voice came from another room. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other and hurried into the room. There was nothing in this room, but it was very clean. Looking at the empty room, the 3 of them looked at Daifuku. Daifuku was standing in the center of the room at the moment, looking down at the solid ground with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were puzzled. Daifuku did not answer. He stomped hard on the ground, and an empty echo suddenly came from the ground. "There is a secret room." Qin Feiyang and the other 2's pupils shrank. Azure Dragon immediately scanned the room and chose the mechanism. Why are you still looking for the mechanism? Just blast it open. Yun Xiang walked over and slapped the ground with his palm. Immediately, the ground cracked inch by inch. Be careful. Don't break the things below. Daifuku reminded. Don't worry. Yun Xiang slapped again. The cracked ground immediately turned into ashes with a bang, drowning the whole room. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. A gust of wind appeared, and the dust in the room immediately rushed out. Then, the four of them surrounded the hole in the ground and looked down at the secret room below. The secret room was about 10 feet long. On the left, there was a stone table with more than a dozen divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang and the others could tell at a glance that they were all incredible divine artifacts. In addition, there were several universe rings. On the other side, there was a stone table more than 1 meter wide, on which 5 iron boxes were neatly placed. Could this be the treasury of one of them? The four of them looked at each other and jumped into the secret room. Yun Xiang grabbed a divine artifact, glanced at it slightly, and frowned. There seems to be a seal aura. Seal? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. They also grabbed a divine artifact one after another. Using their divine consciousness, they found that there was a seal. The four of them took action and forcibly shattered the seal. As the seal shattered, the artifact spirits of the 4 divine artifacts woke up. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the others, they asked in surprise, "Who are you? What do you want to do to us?" "Don't be nervous. We're just passing by." Qin Feiyang smiled. Passing by? This answer made the artifact spirits of the 4 artifacts quite startled. Wasn't this the territory of the undead? How dare they barge in? Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Why are you sealed here?" One of the divine artifacts said resentfully, "That damn old man wants us to submit to him, but we don't want to, so he sealed us here." Damn old man? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It should be the black-robed old man. He asked suspiciously, "Doesn't he have a sovereign divine weapon? Why does he want to subdue you?" "What? Are you looking down on us? Didn't the sovereign divine weapon evolve step by step from a sovereign divine weapon?" The 4 divine artifacts were dissatisfied. "That's not what I meant." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "Then you're free now, quickly leave." "Really?" The 4 divine artifacts couldn't believe it. Qin Feiyang nodded. He wasn't that interested in sovereign divine weapons anymore. Although sovereign divine weapons had the possibility of evolving into sovereign divine weapons, there were already enough of them in the Black Tortoise world. Although the more the better, the more origin energy there was. Furthermore, the sovereign weapons in the castle would need to absorb more origin energy to evolve in the future. Therefore, he didn't want any of the heaven-defying weapons now. Chapter 3775. Thank you, thank you. The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly before leaving the dark room and disappearing without a trace. As for the remaining heaven-defying divine artifacts, Qin Feiyang helped them break the seals one by one and let them leave. He had killed too many people in his life. This time, he would be a good person and accumulate blessings for the future generations. Besides, these heaven-defying divine artifacts could also evolve into sovereign-level divine artifacts in the end. If a descendant of the Qin clan entered the Tianzhong divine treasure in the future, he might be able to meet them. This was also a kind of good karma. Following closely, the 4 of them checked the Qian Kuan rings. There were some herbs and elixirs inside. Basically, they were all extremely rare herbs. If he had encountered these herbs in the ancient world, Qin Feiyang would have been overjoyed. Because this was comparable to a treasure. But for the current him, it didn't mean much. What kind of herbs didn't the Black Tortoise world have? It was completely unattractive. So, he put down the Qian Kuan rings and looked at the 5 metal boxes next to them. These 5 metal boxes were about the same size and were completely black. They were simple and unadorned and looked very inconspicuous. However, when they looked carefully, Qin Feiyang and the others unexpectedly found that the 5 metal boxes actually had seals. Since there was a seal, the things inside the metal boxes were definitely not ordinary. Azure Dragon grabbed one of the metal boxes and forcefully shattered the seal. The moment the seal shattered, a terrifying flame power suddenly surged out like a tide. This is the aura of the law of fire. The 4 of them trembled. If there was the aura of the law of fire, then it was very likely that there was a law of fire inside. Azure Dragon's hands trembled as he slowly opened the metal box with a face full of anticipation. A flame-like law of fire immediately entered the sight of the 4 of them. It is indeed a law of fire. Daifuku's eyes trembled. He had mastered the law of fire. Back then, when Qin Feiyang gave Princess Wufeng the law of fire and the inheritance of the law of fire, he was actually very eager. But he knew that he was not qualified to enjoy this kind of treatment. But unexpectedly, now that he had encountered another miniature of the laws of fire, the desire in his heart was aroused once more. However, apart from Qin Feiyang, Azure Dragon and Yun Xiang did not notice this, because they were all dazzled by this pleasant surprise. Let's take a look at the other 4 boxes. Yun Xiang urged, his breathing becoming rapid. Since this iron box contained a miniature, then the remaining 4 iron boxes were most likely the same. Azure Dragon came back to his senses, put down the iron box in his hand, and quickly shattered the seals on the other 4 iron boxes. The 4 of them each grabbed a metal box and slowly opened it. Boom! The metal box in Qin Feiyang's hand emitted an astonishing sharpness. It was as if countless sword chi had appeared in front of him in an instant, causing him to be extremely shocked. This is the epitome of the laws of sword. A strand of sword chi floated within the metal box, emitting a dazzling divine light. Looking at this wisp of sword chi, Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. Boom! Next to them, Daifuku also opened the metal box, and a wisp of milky white flame appeared. It was like a wisp of moonlight, emitting a sacred aura. The epitome of the laws of light. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked even more excited. Didn't he master the laws of light? And the laws of light was the first law he comprehended in his life. But later on, as other laws were comprehended one after another, he gradually ignored the laws of light. Of course, he didn't mean to ignore it. It couldn't be helped. For example, the laws of wind, force, war, and slaughter were all comprehended from the 6-word divine formula. These 4 laws were closely related to the 6-word divine formula, so he naturally had to comprehend these 4 laws first. As for the laws of lightning, it was purely a condition advantage. Because Qin Feiyang and Frenzy often transcended tribulations, and every time they transcended a tribulation, their laws of lightning would improve. Boom! At the same time, the metal boxes in Yun Xiang and Azure Dragon's hands also emitted a terrifying aura. And it was even more terrifying than the 2 miniatures in Qin Feiyang and Daifuku's hands. Because the 2 metal boxes respectively emitted a space-time force and destruction force. Could it be? Qin Feiyang and Daifuku quickly looked over and saw a wisp of ice crystal-like flame and a wisp of black-gray flame floating in the metal boxes in their hands. How is this possible? It's actually the miniatures of 2 supreme laws. Daifuku exclaimed. The miniatures of space-time and destruction laws. Wasn't this too exciting? Among the 5 miniatures, there were actually 2 supreme laws miniatures. Qin Feiyang naturally couldn't say. First, it was the miniatures of the laws of light, and now it was the miniatures of the laws of destruction. This was simply tailor-made for him. Looking at Yun Xiang again. Staring at the miniatures of space-time and destruction laws, he was also very excited. This was because he too had mastered 2 supreme laws of nature. For him, it was equivalent to tailor-made for him. Azure Dragon took a deep breath, turned to Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, although it's not as good as Qi Xiaoyun's inheritance, these 5 miniatures can also be considered a great treasure. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was an unexpected windfall. It was completely unexpected. Originally, they were just hoping for a fluke. They didn't expect so many miniatures to be hidden. Fortunately, they came with such a mentality. Otherwise, they would have brushed past these 5 miniatures. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Daifuku recovered from his shock and looked at the 3 of them, urging, "Hurry up and go take a look at the other palaces. There might also be miniatures of laws." "Yes." Yun Xiang nodded. The 5 of them lived together and had such a good relationship. Since the black-robed old man had so many miniatures of laws, the other 4 would more or less have some as well. Azure Dragon looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Then you keep them first." "Is this okay?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Of course. Didn't Lord Feather Emperor say that we have to listen to you? When the time comes, if you are willing to give them to us, we will accept them. If not, we won't force you." Azure Dragon nodded. "Old Azure, is this fair?" Yun Xiang was somewhat dissatisfied. "This is Feather Emperor's order. Do you dare to disobey?" "If you dare to disobey, even if Feather Emperor agrees, this old man won't agree. Moreover, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Qin Feiyang isn't such a selfish person." Azure Dragon said. "But I am still the disciple of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom." Yun Xiang mumbled. "Can a disciple be compared to a descendant whose blood is thicker than water? Let's talk about it later. It is precisely because you are the disciple of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom that you should support Qin Feiyang and believe in Qin Feiyang. Also, your Yin clan has been taken care of by Qin Feiyang all these years in the Black Tortoise world. Shouldn't you be grateful?" Azure Dragon reprimanded. "Fine. I am narrow-minded. I admit my mistake." Yun Xiang sighed helplessly. It was indeed different for people who had a backer. Qin Feiyang didn't stand on ceremony. He put away the 5 iron boxes and the interspatial rings into the ancient castle. Then the 4 of them left the secret room and ran toward the other 4 palaces. Although there were no treasures in the interspatial rings, there was a saying that it would be a waste not to take them. Soon, they found another secret room. There was no heaven-defying divine artifact sealed inside, but there were several interspatial rings and 3 iron boxes. Daifuku checked the interspatial rings. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 checked 1 iron box each. There were seals on the iron boxes too. After the seals were broken and the iron boxes were opened, the miniature versions of the 3 laws appeared in front of them. They were the miniature versions of the Earth Law, the Metal Law, and the strongest law, the Death Law. There are too many of them. The 2 of them have the miniature versions of 8 laws. Yun Xiang was exhilarated. Qin Feiyang turned to Daifuku and asked, "What's in the interspatial rings?" "They're all useless things." Daifuku shook his head. "Keep them too. Let's go to the next place." Qin Feiyang put away the 3 iron boxes and the interspatial rings and rushed to the other 3 palaces without stopping. About a few hundred breaths later, the treasuries of the 3 palaces had been looted by them. In these 3 palaces, there were a total of more than a dozen interspatial rings, more than a dozen heaven-defying divine artifacts, and 7 iron boxes. It was the same as before. The heaven-defying divine artifacts directly helped them break the seals and let them go. If it was any other time, Yun Xiang, Daifuku, and Elder Qin would definitely leave these heaven-defying divine artifacts behind. But now, they really weren't in the mood to care about the heaven-defying divine artifacts. Because in these 7 iron boxes, there must be another miniature version of the 7 laws. However, in order to save time, they didn't have time to check the 7 iron boxes. Out of the main hall, Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously and urged, "Let's go to the castle." Calm down, calm down." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I want to be calm, but I can't help it." Yun Xiang howled, showing signs of losing his mind. What a joke. More than a dozen miniature versions of the laws, who could stay calm? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, saying, "Castle, let us in." But the castle hadn't appeared yet. Boom! In the distance, a terrifying aura rolled over like a tidal wave. Qin Feiyang and the other three were shocked. There was actually someone? Azure Dragon's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "This aura is very strange, let's hide first and see the situation." Qin Feiyang nodded and quickly activated the concealment technique. The four immediately hid in the void and retreated to the top of a giant mountain not far away, looking up ahead. Whoosh! Soon, a black figure came into their line of sight. This was a middle-aged man in black. His body was quite thin, his eyes were dark, and he exuded a gloomy aura. "It's not someone from our sky cloud realm." Daifuku's heart trembled. Since it's not from the sky cloud realm, it must be the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Yun Xiang transmitted his voice. The undead who condensed a body, at the very least, mastered the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law. Such a person must not be underestimated. The middle-aged man in black broke through the air and stopped above the lake, glancing at the 5 palaces below. He didn't seem to be unfamiliar with this place. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in black said, "I came with the order of the Dark Devil King, the 5 of you come out quickly." Dark Devil King? Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were stunned. Wasn't this the Dark Devil King, one of the 10 great devil kings under the Divine King of Primal Chaos? This person actually came with the order of the Dark Devil King? What order? Chapter 3776. Yun Xiang secretly said, "Why don't we go and get some information from him?" How? Daifuku was suspicious. Pretend to be the subordinates of those 5 and get the order from the Dark Demon King. Yun Xiang transmitted his voice. Daifuku was taken aback, shook his head, and said with a smile, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just capture him directly." Even if this person had mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, it was nothing to them. Yun Xiang secretly said, "It's not impossible to capture him, but I'm afraid that if we provoke him, he will self-destruct." The undead didn't self-destruct? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yun Xiang nodded and explained, "When I first came to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, I encountered an undead who had condensed a body and was forced to self-destruct by a horsetail whisk. It seems that apart from their undead bodies, they are no different from us." Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man in black. Wasn't this a good test subject? He could use him to test the effect of the undead barrier-breaking pill. If the undead barrier-breaking pill was really useful, then he would have the capital to face the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 9 Demon Kings in the future. It won't work even if you pretend to be an undead. Because the undead and living beings are more or less different, such as our aura. If you look carefully, you will find that even the undead who have condensed a body also have a death aura in their body. Azure Dragon secretly said. Daifuku smiled and said, "So, just directly attack and don't give him a chance to self-destruct." Yes. Azure Dragon nodded and turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Regardless of whether or not this undead had grasped the ultimate profundity of the strongest laws, only Qin Feiyang could get rid of it. Although Yun Xiang now had the sovereign divine weapon, the yin-yang mirror was damaged and couldn't make a move at all. Needless to say, Daifuku. If it was in the Sky Cloud realm, Daifuku's strength was still okay, but in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, he was basically at the bottom. As for the Azure Dragon, although he had grasped an ultimate profundity, it was not the ultimate profundity of an ultimate law. Even if the ultimate profundity that the other party grasped was only an ordinary law, the Azure Dragon could not achieve absolute suppression. If the other party had grasped the ultimate profundity of an ultimate law, then even he would only be sending himself to his death. But Qin Feiyang was different. With more than a dozen sovereign divine weapons by his side, dealing with an undead was as easy as blowing off dust. The black-robed middle-aged man frowned when he saw that there was no movement from the 5 palaces below. In the next moment, he released his divine sense downward. No one. Looking at the 5 empty halls, the black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned. Why isn't anyone here? Suddenly, a faint laugh rang out. Who? The black-clothed middle-aged man was startled. He immediately raised his head to look at the top of the mountain. However, his expression immediately froze. There was not even a shadow on the top of the mountain, let alone a person. What was going on? A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said angrily, "I'd like to see who's playing tricks on me." His divine sense surged toward the peak of the mountain. But his divine sense had not arrived yet. Qin Feiyang and the other three walked out from their invisible state. The black-clothed middle-aged man was surprised. Appeared out of thin air? And these four people were so unfamiliar. Who are you? The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three with a cold light in his eyes. Take a guess. Yun Xiang chuckled. When the black-clothed middle-aged man heard this, a trace of hostility crept up between his brows. He sneered and said, "Then do you know who I am? How dare you play tricks in front of me? Who are you?" "We really don't know. However, we know that you will be in a very bad situation from now on." Daifuku laughed hoarsely. "Huh," the black-clothed middle-aged man laughed loudly. What a ridiculous joke. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at Qin Feiyang and the other three. He actually did not feel the undead aura. Wait a minute. This face, the black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly stared at Qin Feiyang's face. His eyes were full of surprise as he exclaimed, "You are Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He actually knew him. Yun Xiang and the other two were also quite stunned. Obviously, it was also beyond their expectations. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure actually knew Qin Feiyang. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Swish. The next moment, the black-clothed middle-aged man turned around without any warning and left without looking back. The four looked at each other. Why did he escape? Could it be that he knows my means? Qin Feiyang frowned. This was too strange. He said in a deep voice, "Sword of the Grim Reaper, help take him down." Clang. After the Sword of the Grim Reaper brought Qin Feiyang and the other three here, it had already returned to Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi. At this moment, it immediately appeared and attacked the black-clothed middle-aged man like lightning. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man did not show any panic when he saw this. He waved his hand. Accompanied by a monstrous divine aura, an iron rod as thick as an arm appeared. This iron rod was more than 3 meters long and completely red as if it was made of magma. The aura it exuded was the divine aura of a sovereign. He actually has a sovereign weapon. He definitely has the ultimate meaning of a supreme law. Daifuku exclaimed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the all-creation cauldron and the void mirror appeared. He shouted, "Help chase after him." The fact that the other party had a sovereign weapon was somewhat unexpected. Without a sovereign weapon, it would be easy for the Sword of the Grim Reaper to kill the other party with its speed. However, with a sovereign weapon, it was a different story. Moreover, the other party's sovereign weapon was also in its peak state. Its speed would not be slower than the Sword of the Grim Reaper. Therefore, if they did not quickly find a way to stop him, it would drag on forever. So many sovereign weapons. As expected of the human who escaped from the Black Flame Demon King. 9 Flames Divine Rod, quick! The black-clothed middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the Sword of the Grim Reaper, the Void Mirror, and the All-Creation Cauldron. His pupils shrank slightly as he shouted at the sovereign weapon next to him. Hearing this, the 9 Flames Divine Rod immediately wrapped around the black-clothed middle-aged man and its speed doubled. Not good. Azure Dragon's eyes dimmed. With the same speed, there was no way to catch up with the other party. Where do you think you're going? However, at this moment, a burst of laughter sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They looked up and saw 2 figures, one old and one young, charging over at lightning speed. Senior brother? Ancestral patriarch? Qin Feiyang was stunned. They had encountered the blood ancestor and the mad scientist here? But that was not right. He remembered that the blood ancestor and the mad scientist had gone in another direction. Blood ancestor. At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man also exclaimed when he saw the blood ancestor. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Not only did he recognize him, but he also recognized the blood ancestor. At the same time, the blood ancestor was also shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. The illusory demon orb appeared and surged towards the black-clothed middle-aged man. The mad scientist also took out his whisk and red sword. The appearance of the three divine weapons made the black-clothed middle-aged man's expression change. Wait. Let's talk. He hurriedly stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang's group as well as the blood ancestor's group. You're quite smart. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The sword of death, the cauldron of all things and the void mirror immediately rushed forward and surrounded the black-clothed middle-aged man. Old Qin, what a coincidence. The mad scientist chuckled. Cut the crap. Why are you here? Are you also here for the treasures of the five of them? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. There really are treasures here? The mad scientist and the blood ancestor looked at each other in shock. I knew it. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The demon-vanquishing wand must have told the mad scientist and the blood ancestor. The mad scientist hurriedly said, Don't be silent. Tell us, are there a lot of Dharma miniatures? Yes. But you're one step too late. They've all fallen into my hands. Qin Feiyang smiled smugly. Fuck. We came all the way here, but you beat us to it? No. How did you know there were treasures here? The yin-yang mirror doesn't seem to be familiar with the five of them. The mad scientist frowned. We're just here to try our luck. I didn't expect to be so lucky. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then didn't we come all the way here for nothing? The mad scientist turned to the blood ancestor and asked. The blood ancestor bitterly smiled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Not long after we separated from you, the demon-vanquishing staff suddenly told us that the five of you were hiding many law miniatures, so we rushed over without stopping. We thought that you didn't know, but we didn't expect that you would beat us to it. If I knew this, I wouldn't have come. The mad scientist glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Then there's nothing we can do. Who told us to be smart? Yun Xiang laughed and didn't hide his smugness. The mad scientist glared at Yun Xiang angrily, then glanced at the void behind Qin Feiyang and the others. Why don't I see the white-eyed wolf and the others? He asked suspiciously. After you left, the two of them also ran away. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then they won't come back later, right? The mad scientist was surprised. Because the Frost Sparrow's sword and the Phoenix Bell were in Princess Wufeng's hands. The Frost Sparrow's sword and the Phoenix Bell were the sovereign divine weapons of the five of them, so they must know everything about the five of them like the demon-vanquishing wand. It's not impossible. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. It seems that we've been tied together by the heavens. There's no way to hide. The mad scientist shook his head. Ahem. The black-clothed middle-aged man, who was surrounded in the middle, coughed dryly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said helplessly, Can you guys respect me a little? I'm not heir. Ah. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man in shock. He was complaining. This undead was a bit interesting. All right, we'll respect you. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. If you cooperate with us, we might even give you a fortune. Fortune? The black-clothed middle-aged man was taken aback. What fortune could a kid who hadn't even comprehended the ultimate intent give him? Qin Feiyang asked, Why do you know me and the patriarch? The black-clothed middle-aged man hesitated. You don't want to cooperate? Murderous intent surged in the blood ancestor's eyes. Cooperate, cooperate. The black-clothed middle-aged man quickly nodded and smiled. It's because of the Demon Kings. The Demon Kings? They looked at each other and the confusion on their faces grew. Chapter 3777. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, half a month ago, the Demon Kings ordered all the undead and sovereign weapons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury to kill anyone who sees you. What? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. It seemed that the Divine King of Chaos and the 9 Demon Kings had decided to take the initiative to attack. Qin Feiyang asked, so you came here to inform the demon vanquishing rod and the others to kill us? Yes. Other than me, there are many others who are spreading this news. After all, it's an order from the 10 Demon Kings. We don't dare to disobey, so we have no choice. The black-clothed middle-aged man sighed. You're saying this because you want me to let you go, right? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Yes, yes. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. He had encountered these people as soon as he left. Qin Feiyang laughed and comforted him, don't be nervous. I won't hurt you for now, and I said I would give you a fortune. What fortune? The black-clothed middle-aged man was puzzled. Qin Feiyang took out a jade box and took out the undead barrier-breaking pill. Huh? When did you refine this thing? The madman was surprised. After you left. Qin Feiyang smiled. Where did you get the pill, fire and furnace? The madman was puzzled. I didn't find it. I used the netherworld demonic flame. Qin Feiyang shook his head and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. His senior brother and the ancestral patriarch were even slower than him. What? You can enter the Black Tortoise world now? The madman and the blood ancestor were shocked. Cough, cough. Yun Xiang choked when he heard this. They still didn't understand. What kind of brain did they have? Daifuku and Azure Dragon also smiled speechlessly. What's with your expressions? The madman raised his eyebrows. Yun Xiang said helplessly, brother, the castle isn't even in the Black Tortoise world, so why go there? The madman looked at Yun Xiang. His mind hadn't thought of this. The blood ancestor also lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, the blood ancestor smacked his head with a chagrined expression. How could he have overlooked this? To think that his illustrious reputation had been ruined just like that. Yun Xiang and the others must be laughing at him now. Your sister. Our brains must have short-circuited. How embarrassing. Madman finally came to a realization and cursed angrily. The middle-aged man in black looked at the group of people. He felt helpless and ignored him again. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor and the mad scientist with a wry smile. I only realized it because of Yun Xiang's reminder. 2 words, utterly stupid. Madman shook his head and sighed. That's 4 words. Yun Xiang reminded him out of goodwill. I know. Madman glared at him angrily. Yun Xiang didn't get angry at Madman's attitude. Instead, he felt even more proud. Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the blood ancestor, what kind of people were they? It could be said that there was no one in the sky cloud realm who wasn't afraid of them. Especially Qin Feiyang, who claimed to be flawless, but now he had made such a low-level mistake. Looking at their angry expressions, it was really pleasing to the eye. Ahem. The middle-aged man in black coughed and tried to make his presence known. He was very depressed. Was his presence so weak? Qin Feiyang and the others finally reacted. Looking at the depressed middle-aged man in black, they couldn't help but laugh. Take this pill. Qin Feiyang threw the undead barrier-breaking pill to the middle-aged man in black. What is it? The middle-aged man in black grabbed the undead barrier-breaking pill, feeling a little nervous. This undead barrier-breaking pill emitted an extremely terrifying pure yang qi. Pure yang qi was the nemesis of the undead. Because the bodies of the undead were filled with evil yin qi. Don't be afraid. Maybe it will be good for you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Maybe? The middle-aged man in black had a sad face. Why did these words sound so unreliable? What's there to hesitate for a man? At most, you will die. The Nine Flames' divine staff despised him. If you can do it, then do it. The middle-aged man in black glared at the Nine Flames' divine staff. If I have a mouth, why would I talk nonsense with you? The Nine Flames' divine staff snorted. Then stop talking nonsense. The middle-aged man in black glared at it angrily. You don't want me to say a few words to you? You are too arrogant. The Nine Flames' divine staff laughed angrily. Why are you quarreling? Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless. I'm too lazy to argue with you. The middle-aged man in black snorted and looked down at the undead barrier-breaking pill. Finally, he gritted his teeth and threw it into his mouth. Yes, yes, yes. This is the courage of a man. That Qin Feiyang, if he accidentally dies, you have to let me go. I'm actually not familiar with him. That Primal Chaos Divine King, the 10 Great Demon Kings, they have nothing to do with me. The Nine Flames' divine staff said to Qin Feiyang. You bastard, if I die, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. When the middle-aged man in black heard this, he was so angry that he roared. You think you are a human? No, you are not a human. You are an undead, no different from a ghost. The Nine Flames' divine soul laughed. You bastard, the middle-aged man in black was about to go crazy. When Qin Feiyang and the others saw this scene, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Why were the sovereign weapons of this Sky Bell divine treasure all like this? None of them were reliable. Ah, the middle-aged man in black who was mad with anger suddenly let out a scream. Not only did he scare the Nine Flames' divine staff into retreating, even Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but shudder. They hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black held his head, his entire face twisted and deformed, as if he was suffering from inhuman torture. He roared in pain, What kind of pill did you give me? Qin Feiyang didn't answer. His gaze was firmly fixed on the middle-aged man in black. On the surface, the middle-aged man in black didn't seem to have any changes, but he could sense that the undead aura hidden in the middle-aged man in black was being devoured by the energy of the undead breakthrough pill. Soon. The middle-aged man in black also noticed this. Although it was still very painful, his heart couldn't help but be filled with disbelief. It was actually devouring the death aura in his body? What kind of pill was this, to actually have such a terrifying ability? And immediately after, he became excited. If the death aura in his body was devoured by the energy of this pill, then wouldn't he be able to get rid of his undead body and become a real living person? If that was the case, it would really be a good fortune for him. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain that made him wish he was dead. Qin Feiyang wasn't unfamiliar with this situation. Back then, when the Fire Lotus took the undead breakthrough pill, it was also the same situation. Moreover, there might be a heavenly tribulation later. It seems to be effective. The Blood Ancestor walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the middle-aged man in black with anticipation. We can't make a conclusion until the end. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Of course. He was also looking forward to it. Because this was related to the capital to negotiate with the Divine King of Chaos in the future. The madman frowned and said, even if it's really useful, it might not be able to reconcile with the Divine King of Chaos. After all, we have already killed the Queen of Flame. What? You have already killed the Queen of Flame? The Jiu Yen divine staff accidentally heard this and immediately exclaimed in shock. The middle-aged man in black sitting cross-legged in the air didn't have the heart to care about anything else, but the voice of the Jiu Yen divine staff was too loud. It was hard not to hear it and he almost lost his mind. Was this for real? It could actually kill the Queen of Flame? The madman looked up at the Jiu Yen divine staff and raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't look at me. I didn't hear anything. It's true. The Jiu Yen divine staff hurriedly exclaimed. Looking at the madman's eyes, one could tell that he wanted to silence them. Don't let it escape. The madman secretly transmitted his voice to the sword of Thanatos and the other Dominator divine weapons. Before confirming that the undead barrier-breaking pill was useful, the death of the Queen of Flame must not be exposed. Otherwise, the plan that they had originally set would not be able to be carried out. Their original plan was to let the magic sword of flame rescue Li Feng and the 3 Dominator divine weapons. And this plan had to be brought forward because the Divine King of Chaos still didn't know about the death of the Queen of Flame. Not necessarily. No matter how strong the Queen of Flame is, she's just a subordinate of the Divine King of Chaos. Taking a step back, even if the Queen of Flame has some weight in the heart of the Divine King of Chaos, I believe that if the Divine King of Chaos were to choose, there's a high chance that he would choose the undead barrier-breaking pill. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Jiu Yen divine staff and pondered. Since the Jiu Yen divine staff already knew, then there was naturally nothing to hide. However, one thing was certain. The fate of the Jiu Yen divine staff was already determined. It would either submit or be destroyed. Because Qin Feiyang would not allow such a hidden danger to exist. Boom! A moment passed. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Blood clouds surged forth, causing the originally dim world to instantly turn blood red. Heavenly tribulation? The Jiu Yen divine staff was shocked. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked up at the sky. The heavenly tribulation had descended. Did that mean that the undead barrier-breaking pill really worked? However, why was this heavenly tribulation different from the Fire Lotus's heavenly tribulation? Qin Feiyang remembered that the heavenly tribulation of the Fire Lotus back then was fire thunder, but now it was blood thunder. Moreover, the heavenly power and destructive power it emitted were far from what the Fire Lotus's heavenly tribulation could compare to. Why is there a heavenly tribulation? The black-clothed middle-aged man was also shocked. The moment the heavenly tribulation appeared, the terrifying heavenly power firmly locked onto him, indicating that the heavenly tribulation appeared because of him. Don't panic. Maybe after the heavenly tribulation, you can get rid of your undead body. Qin Feiyang shouted. Can you stop saying things like maybe and maybe? Can't you be more certain? The black-clothed middle-aged man was about to cry. He couldn't even stand the pure yang qi of the undead barrier-breaking pill, let alone the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation could destroy all evil things. The undead were most afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Now, he was actually asked to face the heavenly tribulation. What was the difference between this and courting death? In the past, someone around me tried it and indeed succeeded in getting rid of her undead body. However, the situation of the undead in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury is a little different from her, so I can't be sure. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Anyway, they are all undead, right? As long as they are undead, it should be effective. In order to get rid of my undead body, I will go all out today. The black-clothed middle-aged man gritted his teeth and roared at the sky. Chapter 3778. Crack. Accompanied by a loud sound, a blood-colored lightning tore through the clouds and roared. Although the middle-aged man in black was prepared, he couldn't help but panic when he saw the lightning descending. This was because lightning was the scariest thing for the undead. There was no other thing like it. But at this moment, he had no way out. The heavenly tribulation wouldn't disappear because of him. He could only brace himself and wait for the lightning to descend. Boom! In an instant, the heavenly tribulation descended and drowned him. I'm not afraid. Before the lightning descended, the middle-aged man in black roared as if he was emboldening himself. Ah! Just as he was drowned by the lightning, a scream rang out. It was too painful. His entire body felt like it was being cut by a knife. His skin was lacerated and blood flowed out. In fact, the pain of the physical body wasn't much, especially his soul. The soul of the undead was even more afraid of the heavenly tribulation. It wasn't an exaggeration. No matter how strong your soul of the undead was, it couldn't block the attack of the heavenly tribulation. Because the heavenly tribulation was your greatest nemesis, and it was to erase an existence like you. In the past, when Fire Lotus took the undead barrier-breaking pill, the little brat repeatedly stopped her. Because the tribulation of the undead was equivalent to defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Although in the end, with the help of Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle, Fire Lotus succeeded in transcending the tribulation. But to them, the entire process of transcending the tribulation was something they didn't want to recall anymore. Because it was too terrifying. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. The first heavenly tribulation caused the middle-aged man in black to suffer an indelible injury. The second and third heavenly tribulation didn't give him the slightest chance to breathe and descended. About 10 breaths passed. The ninth heavenly tribulation ended. It's nothing much. Although the middle-aged man in black was covered in wounds and dripping with blood, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man in black in confusion. How far had he gone and he was already so proud? Wait. He can't be thinking that there are only 9 heavenly tribulation. Lunatic said with a strange expression. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at the middle-aged man in black's expression, he probably really thought that there were only 9 heavenly tribulation. Don't heavenly tribulations usually only have 9? Daifuku was suspicious. A normal heavenly tribulation indeed only has 9 bolts, but is an undead's tribulation an ordinary heavenly tribulation? Madman chuckled. How many heavenly tribulations are there? Daifuku was suspicious. 99. Madman bared his teeth. What? Daifuku was dumbfounded. There were actually a total of 99 heavenly tribulations. Yun Xiang's mouth twitched. 99 streaks of heavenly tribulation. Not to mention an undead, even living people like them would find it difficult to bear. He looked at the middle-aged man in black again. He thought that the heavenly tribulation had really ended. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He chuckled and said, a mere heavenly tribulation is nothing. It's no big deal. Qin Feiyang and the madman were amused. This person was indeed a little cute. The middle-aged man in black proudly walked towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Don't go there. Seeing this, Shuazu, Daifuku, Azure Dragon, and Yun Xiang's expressions suddenly changed as they hurriedly reached out to stop him. What a joke. The heavenly tribulation wasn't over yet. They didn't want to be struck by the heavenly tribulation. What? The middle-aged man in black was puzzled. See for yourself. Yun Xiang pointed to the sky, speechless. Didn't he see that the tribulation clouds hadn't disappeared yet? The middle-aged man in black looked up suspiciously. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he saw it, he was shocked. Not only did the tribulation clouds not disappear, but it was also brewing an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation. What's going on? The middle-aged man in black looked at the sky in a daze. Wasn't there usually 9 heavenly tribulations? Why didn't the tribulation clouds disappear? Why was there still a 10th heavenly tribulation? The undead tribulation has a total of 99 heavenly tribulations. You can slowly endure it. The madman smiled mockingly. 99. The middle-aged man in black's eyes widened as his expression became extremely ugly. He thought it was over. 9 heavenly tribulations was the end. But he didn't expect there to be 99. There were 99 heavenly tribulations, and he had only passed the 9th one. In other words, he had only passed 1/10 of it. Don't play with me like this. 9 heavenly tribulations should be enough. The middle-aged man in black had a bitter expression as he hurriedly sat down cross-legged to face the 10th heavenly tribulation. Boom! The 10th heavenly tribulation finally fell, and its power had changed. Compared to the 9th heavenly tribulation, its power had increased exponentially. When the heavenly tribulation fell, the middle-aged man in black immediately screamed as he was blasted into the ground below. His body was almost torn into pieces. Crack. The 11th heavenly tribulation followed. The middle-aged man in black was extremely terrified. There were only 11 heavenly tribulations, and there were still more than 80. How could he survive it? Come and help. He hurriedly looked at the 9 flames divine rod. I don't know you. The 9 flames divine soul replied indifferently. You're really a bastard. The middle-aged man in black was extremely angry. Boom. As the heavenly tribulations continued to fall, his body gradually shattered, leaving only his undead soul. Qin Feiyang, Shuezu, help me. I really don't want to die. The undead soul was extremely terrified. Compared to helping you, I'm more interested in your undead soul. The blood ancestor laughed as a blood-red vortex appeared between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor's forehead and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that the middle-aged man in black was his test subject, the blood ancestor would have already devoured the middle-aged man's undead soul. Boom! Another heavenly tribulation fell, carrying with it the power to destroy the world as it headed straight for the undead soul. No, the undead soul roared. Qin Feiyang looked at the sovereign's divine weapons and said, help him. He didn't want the process, but the final result. The middle-aged man in black had to succeed. After all, only then could he prove whether the undead soul blade-breaking pill was effective on the undead. Clang! The divine weapons awakened and hovered above the undead soul. Thank you. If I can really be reborn in the end and get rid of my undead body, I'll definitely repay you. The undead soul roared in joy. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. From your tone, it sounds like you're looking down on me. Let me tell you, don't underestimate me. I'm an expert who has mastered 2 ultimate mysteries. The undead soul said proudly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. How could he still be in the mood to show off at a time like this? You don't believe me? I'm really not lying to you. The undead soul said. Not only Qin Feiyang, but even the divine weapons like the sword of Thanatos were speechless to the extreme. Can't you see the situation clearly? Can you be a little more serious when you're undergoing a tribulation? I'm really not lying to you. The ultimate mysteries I have mastered are the law of slaughter and the law of time. If you don't believe me, I'll show you later. The undead soul seemed to be very concerned about everyone's distrust. Cut the crap. Hurry up and focus on the tribulation. The sword of Thanatos shouted. Don't you guys help me? The undead soul smiled awkwardly. If you keep talking nonsense, do you think we'll still help you? The sword of Thanatos coldly snorted. Okay, I'll shut up. The undead soul nodded repeatedly. Why does he sound like a chatterbox? Madman frowned. He's always been a chatterbox. Yin Xiang shook his head. It was the first time he heard such words during a tribulation. With the help of the various divine weapons, the tribulation became easy. No matter how strong the tribulation was, it seemed to be unable to break the defense of the various divine weapons. Back then, when you helped the fire lotus transcend the tribulation, was it also so easy? Madman was suspicious. Of course it wasn't easy. I'm not a divine weapon. But back then, when the last tribulation was in the heaven realm, it was the castle that helped. At that time, the castle was sealed by the small beast. He wanted to use this tribulation to shatter the seal. But in the end, it only tore a crack. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Then it seems that with the strength of a divine weapon, it can indeed help others easily transcend the tribulation. Madman whispered. The sealed castle could easily withstand the last tribulation and use the power of the tribulation to tear the seal. From this, it could be seen that as long as it wasn't their own tribulation, they could easily deal with it. The process was very smooth. Finally, the 99th tribulation arrived. The heavenly might emitted by this tribulation seemed to be able to destroy the world. Boom! As the tribulation fell, accompanied by a loud bang, the defense set up by the sword of the Grim Reaper and the other divine weapons shattered on the spot. What? Qin Feiyang and the others' expressions changed. In the next instant, the tribulation struck the bodies of the divine weapons. Accompanied by an earth-shaking bang, cracks appeared on the bodies of the sword of the Grim Reaper and the other divine weapons at the same time. However, in the end, the Sovereign's divine weapons managed to block the heavenly tribulation. After the mission was completed, the divine weapons were brought to Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang, the blood ancestor, and Madman immediately asked with concern, "How is it? Are you okay?" It wasn't just the sword of the Grim Reaper, the cauldron of all things, and the void mirror that helped. There was also the horsetail whisk, the red sword, and the illusory demon orb. One had to know. These were the 6 divine weapons of the divine weapons. The defense set up by the 6 sovereign divine weapons was unable to withstand the last bolt of tribulation. Instead, the 6 sovereign divine weapons were severely damaged. One could imagine how terrifying was the power of the last tribulation. "It's nothing serious. Just cultivate for a while," the sword of the Grim Reaper replied. "That's good." Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. "But this tribulation is really scary. If there were only 1 or 2 divine weapons, I'm afraid they would be destroyed on the spot," the illusory demon orb said with lingering fear. Although they were all divine weapons of the divine weapons, they had never experienced such a tribulation of the dead. Qin Feiyang sighed. "Actually, I'm worried about the tribulation when you evolve in the future." Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the group of divine weapons fell silent. In the past, in Qin Feiyang's opinion, no matter how strong the tribulation was, there was definitely a way to block it. But now, when he saw the power of the last tribulation of the heavenly tribulation, his confidence couldn't help but waver. The last tribulation of the dead was already so terrifying, let alone the divine weapon's own tribulation. "I'm afraid the tribulation of the divine weapon's evolution wouldn't be weaker than this." He wanted to say that he would help these divine weapons when the time came, but now it seemed that with his flesh and blood body, how could he help? Chapter 3779. It's useless to think so much now. Let's wait until their heavenly tribulation descends. Madman shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at the silent death god's sword and other sovereign divine weapons and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Evolution? Which sovereign divine weapon wouldn't want to? But it was precisely because they didn't have the confidence to face the heavenly tribulation. Anyway, since these sovereign divine weapons had already followed him, then he had the responsibility and obligation to help them. At this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated and were replaced by golden auspicious clouds. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang became more and more expectant. Voila! Not long after, a golden auspicious light descended from the sky, emitting a holy aura and drowning the soul of the undead. Qin Feiyang and the others' gazes all swept towards the soul of the undead. A magical scene soon appeared. The shattered body of the soul of the undead actually began to rapidly reconstruct. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the death aura contained in the soul of the undead was also rapidly being purified by the golden divine light. About 10 breaths passed. The body reconstructed and the middle-aged man in black's body flickered with golden light. Not only could they not feel the slightest bit of undead aura, but it was as if a god had descended, emitting a holy aura. It should be a success. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. "It seems so." Qin Feiyang nodded, still a little uncertain. Looking at the middle-aged man in black again. At this moment, he was standing in the void with his eyes closed. His entire body was shining with divine light and his expression was calm, as if he was bathing in the warm sunlight. In the sky, the golden auspicious clouds also gradually dissipated. Swish! As the golden auspicious light on his body disappeared, the middle-aged man in black finally opened his eyes and immediately checked his own situation in surprise. Slowly, he discovered there was no trace of undead aura in his body anymore. Did this mean that he had successfully washed away the undead aura and turned into a living person? How is it? Qin Feiyang and the others surrounded him. It seems to be a success, but it also seems like, the middle-aged man in black wasn't sure either. He felt like he was dreaming. Seems like what? Just tell me, is there any undead aura in your body? Madman looked at him unhappily. I'm sure of this. There's no undead aura now. The middle-aged man in black said. Are you sure? Madman asked. Yes. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Because this meant that the undead barrier-breaking pill was effective. Qin Feiyang turned to the blood ancestor and smiled. Patriarch, why don't you try and see if the blood ancestor can devour his soul? Right. That secret technique of yours can only devour souls of the dead. If he can be devoured, then he is still an undead soul. But if he can't, then he'll be just like us, a soul. This also means that he's already become a living person. Madman nodded repeatedly. The blood ancestor felt that this made sense, and a blood-colored vortex appeared in his heart. Better not. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in black immediately retreated. He felt that this was a little dangerous. Madman said, don't you want to confirm whether or not you're an undead now? I do. But there must be another way. The middle-aged man in black said. This is the most direct and convenient way. Hurry up, don't force us to attack. Show us your soul. Madman urged impatiently. No. The middle-aged man in black shook his head. If he was still an undead soul, wouldn't that be the same as sending his soul to the blood ancestor's mouth? Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Madman's eyes flashed coldly. Hearing this, the black-clothed middle-aged man sized up Qin Feiyang and the others. He chuckled and said, it won't be that easy for you to kill me now. After all, your sovereign divine weapons have been severely damaged. Huh? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Was he planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? Seeing that you helped me transcend the tribulation, I'll pretend that I didn't see you this time and won't tell the Divine King and the 10 Demon Kings. But next time, you won't be so lucky. The middle-aged man in black laughed. Are you really going to burn the bridge after crossing it? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and he asked with a smile, so we have to thank you? No need. The middle-aged man in black quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, just treat it as repayment for helping me. This favor is really valuable. Qin Feiyang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Favors are valuable to begin with. The middle-aged man in black didn't hear the mockery in Qin Feiyang's words at all. He laughed and landed beside the Jillian divine staff. You're smart. The Jillian divine staff smiled. Of course. The middle-aged man in black smiled proudly. Smart? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and looked at the middle-aged man in black and the Jillian divine staff suspiciously. What do you mean? It's very simple. It's me who didn't let the Jillian divine staff help me transcend the tribulation. Because I was worried that the tribulation would hurt it. And I also expected that you wouldn't watch me die under the tribulation and would definitely help. In the end, just as I expected, everything was as I expected. At this moment, the middle-aged man in black's eyes flashed and he looked like an old fox. Qin Feiyang said with realization, so you've been acting all along, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You don't have to say that. After all, you have so many sovereign divine weapons. I have to think of a way out in advance. For example, now that your sovereign divine weapons have been damaged by the tribulation, do you think you can stop me and the Jillian divine staff with your own strength? The middle-aged man in black looked at Qin Feiyang and the others proudly. Not bad. As expected of an old fox. However, you seem to have chosen the wrong target to play the pig to eat the tiger. Because we're not paper tigers, we're real tigers. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Except for the ancient castle, all the sovereign divine weapons in his body appeared. Clang! In an instant, the sovereign divine weapons surrounded the middle-aged man in black and the Jillian divine staff. What? The middle-aged man in black and the Jillian divine staff's expression changed. There were so many sovereign divine weapons. Aren't you very smart? Are you very calculative? Now, let me interview you. Did you calculate this? Madman looked at the middle-aged man in black with ridicule. The middle-aged man in black rolled his eyes and laughed. You guys really took it seriously. I was just joking with you guys to liven up the atmosphere. Yes, yes, yes. It's just a joke. You guys can't be angry at a few jokes, right? The Jillian divine staff also said. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. These two guys really knew how to change the helm with the wind. Since it's a joke, of course we won't be angry. But we're not joking with you guys. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take out the divine soul for me. Madman said coldly. Okay. I also want to confirm it. The middle-aged man in black nodded with a flattering smile, but his heart was bitter. Why did he have to meet these fierce people? He was really unlucky. In desperation, he could only take the initiative to show his divine soul. A bloody hand immediately stretched out from between the blood ancestor's eyebrows and grabbed the middle-aged man's divine soul. Qin Feiyang and Madman both looked at the bloody hand expectantly. Unable to devour. After a while, the blood ancestor looked at the two and shook his head. Hearing this, the two were overjoyed. Unable to devour, then it was a real divine soul. They realized that the middle-aged man in black was now a real person like them. When the bloody hand released the divine soul, it immediately returned to his body. The middle-aged man in black was also very glad. At the same time, he couldn't help but be excited. He finally got rid of his undead body. In the future, who would dare to say that he was an undead? But soon, he noticed that the atmosphere was not right because it was too quiet. He quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He noticed. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others were looking at him silently. His heart trembled and he quickly said with a flattering smile, "Everyone, let's talk nicely. We are all reasonable people. If we can talk clearly, please don't fight." Qin Feiyang and the others still didn't say anything. "Brothers, please, I finally got rid of my undead body and haven't had a good taste of being a living person. Please be merciful. In fact, you have also seen my difficulties. It's really not easy for me. Please give me a chance. At least let me leave a child or something in this world to help me pass on my legacy." The middle-aged man in black cried with snot and tears, looking very aggrieved. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched fiercely. He had just gotten rid of his undead body and he was already thinking about having a child. It really made them speechless. Seeing that it was useless to act pitiful, the middle-aged man in black hurriedly said, "How about this? I have 3 law miniatures here, I will give them to you." Qin Feiyang and the others finally reacted. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in black also saw hope. He immediately took out 3 iron boxes from his interspatial ring, took the initiative to break the seals on them, and personally handed them to Qin Feiyang and the others. He didn't even need to open the iron boxes. After the seals were broken, 3 auras surged out. Judging from the aura, they should be the miniatures of the law of wood, the law of gold, and the law of darkness. As expected, when Qin Feiyang and the others opened the lids one by one, they saw the miniatures of the 3 laws. This gift is not bad, right? The middle-aged man in black smiled obsequiously. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, put away the iron boxes without hesitation, and then raised their heads to stare at the middle-aged man in black silently. The middle-aged man in black's smile froze. He gritted his teeth, took out 2 more iron boxes, and said with red eyes, "This is all I have. I will give it to you." As the seals were opened, two powerful auras emerged. The aura of the law of time and the law of devouring. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They quickly took the iron boxes and opened them. As expected, they were the miniatures of the two strongest laws. Not bad. The miniatures of the 5 laws. Madman transmitted his voice, calm down, calm down. We are all people who have seen the world. We can't give up our principles because of this small favor. Yes, 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 principles are very important. Yun Xiang secretly replied. Then Qin Feiyang put away the miniatures of the 2 laws and looked at the middle-aged man in black. This is really all I have. Why don't you find it yourself? The middle-aged man in black bitterly took out the interspatial ring and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Chapter 3780. Qin Feiyang glanced at the universe ring and didn't take it. Since he was willing to take the initiative to show him the universe ring, then there must be no other law miniatures. Then what do you want? Even if you kill me now, I can't take out anything else. The black-clothed middle-aged man lowered his head bitterly. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. In any case, he was someone who had mastered the ultimate meaning of the ultimate law. In any case, he was also someone who had a sovereign weapon. But now, he was reduced to such a state. It was sad and lamentable. Do you know what our principles are? Madman suddenly spoke. What? The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at him in confusion. Madman said, anyone who wants to harm us, we won't let them go. This is a huge misunderstanding. I didn't want to harm you at all. Moreover, you all heard it with your own ears. I didn't plan to tell the primal chaos divine king and the 10 demon kings your whereabouts. The black-clothed middle-aged man hurriedly explained. But you schemed against us. Madman said. Yes, yes, yes. This is my fault. I apologize. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. If apologies are useful, what do we need law enforcers for? Madman smiled coldly. The black-clothed middle-aged man wanted to cry. He could clearly live well, so why did he have to court death? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He smiled flatteringly. I thought of an undead. He must have law miniatures on him. Really? Madman asked. How would I dare to lie to you? According to my guess, the law miniatures on him shouldn't be less than mine. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. Are you sure? Madman and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and asked the black-clothed middle-aged man. I swear to the heavens. If not, you can do whatever you want with me. The black-clothed middle-aged man said solemnly. Hee hee. Madman smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Actually, things like principles can be discussed. So realistic. Yun Xiang secretly despised him. Alright, then you and this swindler can make an oath. Madman looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and the 9 Flames godly staff. My name is 9 Flames God Staff, not God Staff. The 9 Flames God Staff cautiously reminded. It's all the same. Madman waved his hand indifferently. Which one? The 9 Flames Divine Staff didn't understand. Where did all this nonsense come from? If you want to live, hurry up and swear. Madman shouted angrily. Okay, we swear. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Stop first. The oath that your daddy wants you all to swear is not an ordinary oath. I'll teach you. Just do as I say. Madman already knew how to make a blood oath. He asked the middle-aged man to take out a drop of essence blood and the middle-aged man did as he was told. How about me? The 9 Flames Divine Staff was suspicious. It didn't have a body of flesh and blood, so how could he extract its blood essence? Use your artifact spirit as a guide. Now, all of you follow me. Don't miss a single word. Madman's eyes were filled with threat. Understood. The middle-aged man in black nodded and smiled. Madman said, I swear to the heavens that I will forever be loyal to Qin Feiyang and will never betray him. I will also unconditionally listen to Qin Feiyang's orders. If I violate this oath, I will be destroyed by the heavens and will never be able to reincarnate. Loyalty? The Nine Flames god's staff was stunned. Wasn't this oath supposed to lead them to find the epitome of the laws? How did it become loyalty? The middle-aged man in black said indifferently, loyalty is loyalty. Anyway, it is just pretending to save my life. Do you really think that I will be destroyed by the heavens? That's true. The Nine Flames god's staff smiled. Hence, the middle-aged man in black and the Nine Flames god's staff made a blood oath without missing a word. When the last word landed, blood clouds rolled in the sky. Two oaths descended and merged into the bodies of the middle-aged man in black and the Nine Flames god's staff. What is going on? Looking at this scene, the middle-aged man in black and the Nine Flames god's staff were shocked. Two fools. You don't even know that you have been schemed against. The void mirror looked down on them. Schemed against? What do you mean? The middle-aged man in black looked at the void mirror suspiciously. This is a blood oath. It will come true. And it can kill our sovereign divine weapon. Otherwise, do you think we will willingly accompany them to run around? The void mirror sneered. What? Hearing this, the middle-aged man in black's expression changed. The Nine Flames god's staff was also in disbelief. It was actually an oath that would come true. The void mirror laughed and said, with your brains, you still want to play tricks with them? Save it. Two brothers, you can't trick us like this. We are so kind, how can you bear to do this? The middle-aged man in black hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang in frenzy, as if he was an aggrieved little wife. Can a grown man not disgust us? Looking at the middle-aged man in black's eyes, they had goosebumps all over their bodies. As for what kind, to hell with it. If you are still kind, then there are no evil people in this world. Let's discuss it. The middle-aged man in black smiled. There's no room for discussion. Frenzy waved his hand and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying with a sneaky smile, the harvest this time should be quite good, right? It's all right. How could Qin Feiyang not know what Frenzy was thinking? But he didn't say it and just played dumb. Is it interesting? Hurry up, let us take a look. Frenzy urged. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. He then called out the ancient castle. The ancient castle floated in the air and opened its door. Frenzy immediately ran in and saw that there were actually 15 iron boxes in the hall. His saliva almost flowed out. Don't move. This isn't just for me alone. Everyone has a share. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. Hearing this, Yun Xiang's face revealed a trace of a smile. It was fine as long as they didn't forget about him. Daifuku also looked forward to it. If everyone had a share, did that mean he also had a share? The group entered the hall one after another and sat around the table. Qin Feiyang placed the 5 iron boxes that the middle-aged man in black gave him on the coffee table. There were a total of 20 iron boxes, which were the epitome of 20 laws. This was really a big harvest. Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang and urged, hurry up and see what kind of epitome of laws are in the 7 boxes we found. Why are all of you so anxious? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Do you think everyone is as calm as you? Yun Xiang pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, he couldn't be calm either. It was just that he was relatively calm. After all, it was epitome of 20 laws. And it was obtained in one go. Such a good thing would probably only appear in their dreams. But now, it was right in front of them. Sometimes, one had to admit that luck was really wonderful. This is another sovereign weapon. The middle-aged man in black stood outside the door and sized up the ancient castle. He was even more shocked. They had actually subdued so many sovereign weapons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. No wonder even the divine king of primal chaos personally ordered to hunt them down. He thought. All of the sovereign weapons were subdued by Qin Feiyang and the others in the Sky Bell divine treasure. In the hall, Qin Feiyang opened the iron boxes one after another. He was pleasantly surprised to find that among the 7 epitome of laws, there were actually 2 supreme laws. They were the law of fire, the law of darkness, the law of light, the law of sword, the law of slaughter, the law of devouring, and the law of time. Let me calculate. At first, in the black-robed old man's treasure vault, we found the law of fire, the law of light, the law of sword, the law of destruction, and the law of space-time. Then, we found the law of earth, the law of gold, and the law of death in another person's treasure vault. Just now, the guy who schemed against us gave us 5 epitome of laws, the law of wood, the law of gold, the law of darkness, and 2 supreme laws. Finally, with these 7 epitome of laws, this means that this time, we obtained 2 epitome of the law of fire, 2 epitome of the law of darkness, 2 epitome of the law of light, 2 epitome of the law of sword, 1 epitome of the law of slaughter, 2 epitome of the law of metal, 1 epitome of the law of wood, and 1 epitome of the law of earth. These are the epitome of the 13 ordinary laws. The epitome of the supreme laws is the law of space, the law of destruction, the law of time, the law of devouring, and the law of death. The remaining 2, Yun Xiang calculated until here, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Take a look at the 2 epitome of supreme laws he gave us just now." Qin Feiyang opened the jade box, and the epitome of the law of life and spacetime appeared. Now, there are 2 epitome of spacetime and 1 epitome of life. The epitome of the 7 supreme laws is really exciting. Yun Xiang was very excited. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Now, let's discuss how to distribute them." "I don't need them for the time being," the blood ancestor said. "Understood." Qin Feiyang nodded. In any case, the blood ancestor could rely on devouring the souls of the dead to strengthen his laws. The most important thing was that at this moment, except for Daifuku, no one was an outsider, so the blood ancestor naturally wouldn't fight for it. As for the future, when the blood ancestor left the Sky Bell divine treasure, if he needed the epitome of the laws, Qin Feiyang would definitely give it to him. After all, the Sky Bell divine treasure had a time limit, and the blood ancestor couldn't keep devouring the souls of the dead here. 1,000 years wasn't enough for him to upgrade all his laws to the ultimate level. In short, sooner or later, the blood ancestor would need the epitome of the laws. The Azure Dragon hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This old man won't hinder the growth of young people like you. Just give this old man a epitome of the law of sword." "Huh?" Qin Feiyang looked at the Azure Dragon and asked, "You must have mastered the supreme laws as well, right?" "That's for sure. But you guys can keep it. You guys are young and have greater potential. The epitome of the laws can only be used on you guys to truly display their value." The Azure Dragon smiled slightly. As soon as these words came out, the blood ancestor couldn't help but give the Azure Dragon a thumbs up. Although the Azure Dragon didn't cultivate him in the past, in terms of seniority, he was still Azure Dragon's junior. Moreover, because of the relationship between the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor, he had always respected the 4 guardian beast gods. "Then what kind of supreme law do you master?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's not worth mentioning." The Azure Dragon waved his hand. Because if he said it, Qin Feiyang might force it on him. The blood ancestor looked at Elder Qing and hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "If this ancestor remembers correctly, the supreme laws he mastered should be the Devour Law and the Life Law." "Blood ancestor, you..." The Azure Dragon looked at the blood ancestor with some dissatisfaction. Chapter 3781. Facing Azure Dragon's dissatisfaction, the blood ancestor directly turned his head and ignored it. Azure Dragon couldn't help but feel helpless. He was worried that Qin Feiyang might force him to give him the epitome of laws, so he didn't say it out loud. Unexpectedly, the blood ancestor helped him say it. Madman said in surprise, "Devour laws, life laws, 2 supreme laws, not bad. Azure Dragon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this age, if he hadn't comprehended 1 or 2 supreme laws, then he was really stupider than a pig. However, compared with these young people in front of him, there was really nothing to compare. Qin Feiyang pondered a little and handed the epitome of the laws of devour and life to Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon god was taken aback and then couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected. Madman. Yun Xiang was also quite surprised. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would be so generous and give Azure Dragon 2 supreme law epitomes at once. Daifuka next to him had a look of envy. When would he be treated like Azure Dragon? But as soon as this thought came up, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. It was simply a daydream to be treated like Azure Dragon. Because no matter what, he couldn't compare with Azure Dragon. For example, Azure Dragon once protected the sky cloud realm and the human race. He was worthy of Qin Feiyang's respect and care. Only the blood ancestor wasn't surprised at all. Although he didn't spend much time with Qin Feiyang, he still knew Qin Feiyang's character. Azure Dragon had done so much for the sky cloud realm and the human race. With Qin Feiyang's character, he would definitely take special care of him. Moreover, now, Qin Feiyang also understood that the human emperor and the feather emperor were nurtured by the Azure Dragon and the 4 divine beasts. This undoubtedly deepened their relationship. Qin Feiyang was such a person. He would repay kindness. Although Azure Dragon didn't owe Qin Feiyang anything, Azure Dragon's kindness to the human emperor and the feather emperor was equivalent to his kindness. Senior, please don't refuse. Qin Feiyang shoved it into the Azure Dragon's hands and continued, "You're not allowed to give it to anyone else either. To be honest, these 2 miniature versions of the laws are nothing compared to what you've done for the human race all these years." "I'm truly ashamed," Azure Dragon hurriedly waved his hand. "That's not something you should say. In the entire sky cloud realm, anyone can say the word ashamed, but you cannot. Because you have a clear conscience towards the sky cloud realm." Qin Feiyang said. "Why does it sound like this old man is very noble after hearing your words?" Azure Dragon was stunned. "You have always been great." Qin Feiyang smiled. Azure Dragon smiled bitterly. "I say, are you done yet, old man? This is a token of appreciation from a junior. Just take it. No one said anything about you. Why are you being so long-winded?" The blood ancestor looked at the Azure Dragon impatiently. All right. This old man will keep it. You all say that this old man is pretentious in front of others." Azure Dragon nodded. "That's right. With Qin Feiyang's character, if it were someone else, let alone the epitome of the strongest law, even if it's just a strand of hair, they can forget about plucking it from him." The blood ancestor said indifferently. Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and said speechlessly, "Old ancestor, are you implying that I'm a miser? Isn't that the truth?" The blood ancestor asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Thinking about it, he was indeed like this to outsiders. There was no reason to refute. Madman frowned and said, "Old Qin, I have no objection to giving him the devour law, but don't you want to leave the epitome of the life law to your woman?" Yun Xiang was stunned when he heard this. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Sister-in-law also mastered the life law?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Yun Xiang was speechless. In his heart, he also felt admiration for Qin Feiyang. His woman mastered the life law, but he gave the epitome to an outsider. This kind of bearing was really not comparable to ordinary people. Then you should leave it for her. This old man only needs the epitome of the devour law. Azure Dragon hurriedly said. No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. If the mermaid princess was here, she would definitely support him. Besides, the Sky Bell Divine Treasure had so many epitomes. If there was a chance in the future, he could just find another epitome of the life law. If his luck was good, maybe he could even find the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning. Looking at the resolute Qin Feiyang, Azure Dragon shook his head helplessly and said gratefully, "Thank you, this old man will remember this kindness in my heart. You're treating me like an outsider." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took out another epitome of the fire law and handed it to Daifuku. Daifuku looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. "Although you also mastered the spacetime law, there is no other way. There are only these two epitomes of the spacetime law. I really can't give it to you, so I'm sorry. This epitome of the fire law, if you don't mind, you can keep it." Qin Feiyang smiled. Daifuku didn't know what to say for a moment. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would give him an epitome, let alone an epitome of the strongest law. But he never expected that not only did he take the initiative to give him an epitome, but he also said it so politely, making him feel embarrassed. Because ever since he met Qin Feiyang, it was Qin Feiyang who took care of him. He didn't do anything at all. The one who should say sorry the most should be him. Take it. Qin Feiyang is already very generous to give you an epitome of the fire law. Think about it. You have been with the Feng people for so many years. What have the Feng people given you? The blood ancestor said lightly. I don't mind it. Really. I don't even dare to think about it. I'm just very ashamed. I didn't help at all and even took an epitome. Daifuku hurriedly explained. So that's the case. The blood ancestor nodded in realization and said with a smile, "It seems that I have misunderstood you. I apologize." No need, no need. Daifuku waved his hand repeatedly. He couldn't afford the blood ancestor's apology. Qin Feiyang stuffed the epitome into Daifuku's hands again. Thank you. Daifuku smiled gratefully. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at the impatient Frenzy and Yun Xiang. He said with a smile, "The two of you can take it yourselves." When Frenzy and Yun Xiang heard this, they didn't have any intention of being polite. They directly pounced forward and each grabbed an epitome of the spacetime law. Yun Xiang rolled his eyes and quickly reached out with his other hand to grab the epitome of the destruction law. Yun Xiang, you are too much. Seeing this, Madman immediately roared. What? You haven't grasped the destruction law, yet you want to snatch it from me? Yun Xiang happily hugged the two metal boxes, guarding against Frenzy as if he was guarding against a thief. Who said I don't have it? Besides, old Qin has it too. Old Qin has been in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure for so long, but he hasn't found a suitable epitome. You can't let him work for nothing, right? Don't be so selfish. Frenzy said angrily. Yun Xiang was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang opposite him. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "If you really want it, then take it. As for me, you can look for it later. If you don't feel embarrassed, then take it." Frenzy sneered. Yun Xiang laughed dryly and reluctantly put the epitome of the destruction law back on the coffee table. He was a little embarrassed. Because Qin Feiyang was already good enough to him. Not only did he give him a sovereign weapon to protect himself, but he also helped him take care of his family. He couldn't snatch it from Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, he would definitely become a topic of gossip. At least you still have some conscience. Frenzy coldly snorted and glanced at Qin Feiyang. He said unhappily, "Can you not be so generous? There is a saying, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. We're all on the same side." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Don't be angry. In fact, I was just testing him to see what his true character is like." I see. Frenzy suddenly understood. This guy was indeed full of traps. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yun Xiang. From the current point of view, this person was still not bad. He turned to look at Blood Ancestor and said with a smile, "Ancestor, what about you?" Blood Ancestor glanced at the remaining 12 epitomes of ordinary laws and then looked at the epitome of the death law and the time law. Of course, he didn't care about the epitome of ordinary laws. He had already grasped the ultimate meaning of the death law and no longer needed it. In this way, only the time law was left. However, during this period of time, he had been crazily devouring the souls of the undead to improve the time law. And now, he had a small harvest. He was confident that before leaving the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, he could definitely rely on absorbing the souls of the undead to improve the time law to the ultimate meaning. So, if he fused with this epitome of the time law now, it would be a waste. Forget it, you can keep it first. Blood Ancestor pondered for a while before looking at Qin Feiyang and shaking his head. You don't want it? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, didn't you grasp the time law? Blood Ancestor smiled and said, aren't I devouring the souls of the undead to improve the strength of the time law? If you encounter another epitome of the destruction law, you can leave it for this ancestor. You also grasp the destruction law? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Blood Ancestor nodded. Amazing. Death law, time law, destruction law, as expected. None of you old monsters are simple characters. Frenzy laughed. Cough, cough. Blood Ancestor coughed a few times and said with a dark face, can you at least give me some respect? What old monster? It sounds so unpleasant. You want respect? Frenzy pointed at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, look for him. He will definitely respect you. Don't be rude. Blood Ancestor rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Since we've been assigned, let's hurry to the next stop. Aren't you going to train? Why are you still with us? Qin Feiyang looked at Frenzy and Blood Ancestor suspiciously. The Divine King of Chaos has already issued a kill order. What's there to train for? Brother Wolf and his wife have a dozen rulers' divine weapons. As long as they don't encounter the Divine King of Chaos, they can still protect themselves. But the Ancestral Patriarch and I only have 4 rulers' divine weapons in total. It's not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Frenzy pouted. Huh. You actually have times when you're afraid. Qin Feiyang was surprised. I'm warning you, don't make fun of me. If I get angry, I won't recognize anyone. Frenzy glared at Qin Feiyang fiercely. He also felt unlucky in his heart. Why was there a bounty order for him? He hadn't even strolled around the Sky Bell Divine Treasure yet. Chapter 3782. This kill order really came at a bad time. The Blood Ancestor was also a little irritated. If there wasn't a kill order, he could still hunt the puppets and devour the souls of the undead without restraint. But now, he had to start worrying. Because once the commotion was too big, it might attract the attention of the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the other Demon Kings. If he couldn't hunt freely, it would be a bit difficult to strengthen the law of time to the ultimate level. Azure Dragon smiled and said, it's good that everyone is together. At least we can take care of each other. Okay. Daifuku also nodded in agreement. Now he was also very worried about Princess Wufeng. Although as the madman said, Princess Wufeng and the White-Eyed Wolf had more than a dozen ruler divine weapons, what if they encountered the Divine King of Primal Chaos? Not to mention the Divine King of Primal Chaos, even if they only encountered 2 Demon Kings, they would still be in trouble. Moreover, this time, the Divine King of Primal Chaos had issued a kill order to all the ruler divine weapons and undead in the entire Sky Bell Divine Treasure. In other words, the enemies they were facing now were not only terrifying existences like the Divine King of Primal Chaos, but also all the ruler divine weapons and undead. No one knew how many ruler divine weapons there were in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. No one knew how many undead like the black-clothed middle-aged man who had mastered the ultimate level of the law of time. So, the future was worrying. It's useless to worry. Let's take it one step at a time. Besides, don't we already have the qualifications to negotiate with the Divine King of Primal Chaos? Maybe there will be a turn for the better. Qin Feiyang smiled comfortingly. It seems that we can only count on the undead barrier-breaking pill. Otherwise, from this moment on, we will fall into a difficult situation in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The Blood Ancestor shook his head. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, are there any more herbs? There are still yang wood and death fruit, but the yang thunder fire is troublesome. Wait. It seems like we did not check the universe rings carefully. Could there be the extreme yang thunder fire in them? Qin Feiyang glanced at the dozens of cosmos rings on the table, his eyes full of expectation. If there was, then he wouldn't have to search everywhere for the extreme yang lightning fire. Then quickly search carefully. The blood ancestor urged. He then turned to the middle-aged man in black who had been standing outside the door and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Come in and help." "Me?" The middle-aged man in black pointed at his nose and asked, "Can I go in?" As for the 9 flames divine staff, it had already hidden inside the black-clothed middle-aged man's body. Nonsense. Didn't I just ask you to come in and help? The blood ancestor was speechless. Was there something wrong with his comprehension ability? I've already explained it so clearly, but you still don't understand. All right. The middle-aged man in black nodded and carefully stepped into the castle. It was as if the castle wanted to eat him. It's very safe here. He won't do anything to you. The blood ancestor was powerless. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled in embarrassment. He walked to the tea table quickly and searched every cosmos ring carefully with Qin Feiyang and the rest of them. "Oh right, what's your name?" Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and asked. "Li Zhongsheng." The black-clothed middle-aged man thought for a moment and answered. "Li Zhongsheng?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Is that your real name?" Li Zhongsheng shook his head and said, "No, but now it is. Because I've been reborn, I'm called Li Zhongsheng. As for my previous name, it's all in the past." "So, you've recovered your memories from your previous life?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. After I succeeded in transcending the tribulation, I've recovered my memories from my previous life. But memories are painful, so it's better not to mention them." Li Zhongsheng shook his head. Qin Feiyang took a deep look at Li Zhongsheng and didn't ask any more questions. There must have been a terrible battle before the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure became like this. Li Zhongsheng might have witnessed the tragic deaths of his family members one after another and the suffering of the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure, so he didn't want to recall it. He was also sure no one was willing to mention such a memory again. The blood ancestor asked, "Then how many Heaven Bell Divine Treasures are there for undead like you who have mastered the strongest and ultimate profound?" "I really don't know how many there are. As far as I know, there are about 40 to 50 of them." Li Zhongsheng pondered for a moment and said, "No way." Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Li Zhongsheng alone knew so many of them. "So from now on, you all have to keep a low profile, because they will all come after you. It's best if you can find a place to hide in the future and don't show up again. When the time comes, quickly leave the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure." Now, Li Zhongsheng had to consider the safety of Qin Feiyang and the others. Because now, he had already boarded the pirate ship. If Qin Feiyang and the others were in danger, then he would also be in danger. He was in greater danger. Because the Chaos Divine King and the Demon Kings would not let go of those who betrayed them. "Hide," Madman murmured and laughed, "this is really not our style. Besides, if we really hide, we might not be able to leave the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure in the future." "Why do you say so?" Li Zhongsheng was suspicious. "Because they will definitely seal the exit of the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure," Madman said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They actually didn't think of this point. Since the Chaos Divine King had already issued the order to kill, then he would definitely order to seal the exit and might even send the Demon Kings to guard the exit. This was equivalent to sealing their way out. So, no matter what, we have to face them head-on. "We can't escape," Madman said. Sigh. Li Zhongsheng sighed faintly and said, "It seems that we can only hope that the undead barrier-breaking pill can make the Chaos Divine King compromise. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Yes. Our only hope now is the undead barrier-breaking pill. Madman nodded. I found something. Suddenly, Daifuku's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly looked over and saw Daifuku take out an iron box. This iron box was the size of an adult's palm. There was a seal on it. The blood ancestor took the iron box and quickly erased the seal. When he opened it, he saw a cluster of lightning fire the size of an infant's fist quietly floating inside, emitting an extremely pure yang aura. There really is one? Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang also had a trace of joy on his face. He took the extreme yang lightning fire from the blood ancestor and said, "You guys continue to search. I will refine one first in case of an emergency." Okay. Everyone nodded. After a while, Qin Feiyang walked out with a jade box. Inside the jade box lay an undead barrier-breaking pill. After a while, everyone finally searched all the universe rings, but they only found the extreme yang lightning fire from before. Li Zhongxing explained, the extreme yang lightning fire is extremely harmful to the undead, so under normal circumstances, even if they see it, they won't touch it. Do you have it? Qin Feiyang asked. No. Li Zhongxing shook his head and continued, I have encountered a few extreme yang lightning fires before, but I don't know if they have been taken away by anyone. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and asked, is it far? Not far. If we run through all of them, it should only take about 2 years. Li Zhongxing said. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. How could 2 years be considered not too long? It was really difficult for them to adapt to this concept of time. Because in the sky cloud realm, 2 years was enough for them to do a lot of things. But it was understandable. After all, the situation in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure was different. Here, they couldn't open a space-time tunnel or activate a teleportation divine artifact. No matter where they went, they could only rely on flying, which naturally increased the time cost by a lot. In that case, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Because if the Primal Chaos Divine King is really interested, he will definitely send someone to look for it. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. Now, we just need to find him and verify the ability of the undead barrier-breaking pill in front of him. As for what happens next, it will depend on our luck. Yun Xiang sighed. This kind of situation where their lives were not in their own hands was really unpleasant. Don't think too much, the more you think about it, the more you have a headache. While the news hasn't spread to the entire Sky Bell Divine Treasure yet, let's hurry and find more law miniatures. Qin Feiyang said. There was no way to send messages here, so the speed of the kill order spreading was very slow. Although the sovereign divine weapons could communicate with each other, not all of them had a contract bridge, so now, they still had some time to prepare. Lead the way. The blood ancestor looked at Li Zhongxing and said. Whoosh. Immediately, a group of people rushed out of the ancient castle one after another. As for the remaining law miniatures, Qin Feiyang placed them in the hall of the ancient castle. Because right now, there was no place safer than the ancient castle. When the ancient castle disappeared from Qin Feiyang's body, the group of people disappeared at lightning speed under the lead of the sovereign divine weapon, Nine Flames Divine Staff. They definitely had to let the sovereign divine weapon carry them. After all, the speed of the sovereign divine weapon was fast and could save them a lot of time. About half a month later, under Li Zhongxing's guidance, Qin Feiyang and the others arrived in front of a glacier. Whoosh! The cold wind whistled, and the cold current was bone-chilling. It was as if they had entered a cold winter. But before entering the glacier, Li Zhongxing suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Li Zhongxing suspiciously. Li Zhongxing looked at the glacier, and his eyes seemed a little unusual. What are you looking at? Frenzy was curious. Li Zhongxing retracted his gaze, looked at Qin Feiyang, and sighed, I actually didn't want to bring you here. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Because the undead here is a woman. Li Zhongxing said shyly. Woman? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, and their faces became strange. In short, don't hurt her later. If possible, it's best to persuade her to come with us. If we can help her get rid of her undead body, that would be great. Li Zhongxing said with a pleading look. Do you like this woman? Frenzy looked at him teasingly. Li Zhongxing's old face turned red. This question was too direct. Frenzy patted Li Zhongxing's shoulder and grinned. Old Li, everyone has a love for beauty. This is a very common thing. What are you afraid of? Ha, Li Zhongxing laughed dryly. Chapter 3783. Yun Xiang pondered for a moment and frowned. After all this time, you brought us here for yourself? You can't say that. Li Zhongxing hurriedly shook his head. Then what should I say? You like her, but she definitely doesn't like you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought us here. Think about it yourself. Aren't you using us to help you get the beauty back? Yun Xiang looked at him in disdain. No. I'm not using you. I'm purely helping you. We're a family now. Aren't you going to help me with such a small matter? Li Zhongxing was unhappy. I have to help. After all, it's your lifelong matter. But I'm curious. How beautiful is this woman to make you care so much about her? Qin Feiyang smiled. See, Qin Feiyang is still the best. Li Zhongxing looked at Yun Xiang in disdain, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, her beauty is average, but she's very charming. Madman asked, then, does she also grasp the ultimate meaning of the strongest law? Yes. Not only does she grasp the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, but she also grasps the ultimate meaning of the ice law. Look, this glacier was created by her law of ice. And she also has a sovereign weapon. But her temper is a bit bad. In the past, cough cough. I've been beaten by her many times. Li Zhongxing laughed dryly. Beaten by her? Madman was surprised and asked, you're still not her opponent? That's not it. My strength is about the same as her, but as a man, how can I bully a woman? You guys are right. Li Zhongxing said. Yes. Women are meant to be doted on. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. When Li Zhongxing heard this, he immediately gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up and said with a smile, I can see that brother is definitely a man who dotes on his wife. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He looked up at the glacier and said, why don't you go look for her first? We can observe the situation in the dark first. Then you can't leave him to die. If this woman gets angry, I won't be able to handle it. Li Zhongxing hurriedly said. Don't worry. This time, I'll definitely help you win the heart of a beauty. However, we won't just give up on the law miniatures in her hands. Qin Feiyang said. Worldly possessions don't matter. Li Zhongxing chuckled. He was as wretched as he could be. The corners of Qin Feiyang and the others' mouths twitched. At first glance, they knew that this person was not someone easy to deal with. Then I'll go first? Li Zhongxing asked. Go. We'll be in the dark. Qin Feiyang activated the concealment art and brought Madman and the others into stealth mode. Li Zhongxing was stunned. He actually disappeared into thin air. What kind of technique was this? However, he didn't think too much about it. Because when he thought about how he was going to hug the beauty, he couldn't help but feel excited. He turned around and took the 9 Flames divine rod and rushed into the glacier like lightning. Qin Feiyang and the others followed closely behind. Scram! But just as they entered the glacier, a cold shout sounded from the center of the glacier. The excited Li Zhongxing immediately stopped in the void and looked at the center of the glacier with a flattering smile. Sister Shui, it's me. I know it's you. It's because I know it's you that I told you to scram. The woman's voice sounded again, incomparably cold. Don't be so heartless. I won't do anything to you. I just came to see you. After a few glances, I'll leave. Li Zhongxing's expression froze. No need. the woman said indifferently. Madman was stunned. With this woman's attitude, Old Li has no chance at all. Everything depends on effort. Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice. Old Li, be tough. Don't be like a soft-footed shrimp. Women look down on cowardly men the most. Am I a coward? Li Zhongxing frowned. What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked back. Li Zhongxing gritted his teeth and looked up at the center of the glacier. You won't let me go? Then I'll go find you. After saying that, he braced himself and flew toward the center of the glacier. Bastard, are you courting death? The woman was silent for a while, as if surprised by Li Zhongxing's sudden change of attitude. But then, an angry shout sounded. Boom! A terrifying cold current swept across the sky, covering the heavens and earth. Li Zhongxing said angrily, Sister Shui, if you do this, don't blame me for being impolite. I usually give in to you. Do I need you to give in? The woman snorted coldly. Okay, you said it. Li Zhongxing took a step forward and a terrifying murderous aura surged out like a sea of blood, crazily surging toward the cold current. Boom! The two great power of laws collided with a loud bang, causing the sky and earth to crack and the glacier to collapse. You with the surname Li, how dare you destroy my cultivation place? I'm not done with you. Accompanied by an angry roar, a snow-white figure broke through the sky like lightning and landed in front of Li Zhongxing. This was a woman around 30 years old. She was more than 1.7 meters tall and wore a snow-white dress. Her long hair was as white as snow and her slender waist was slender. Her skin could be broken with a flick of one's fingers and there were no wrinkles at all. It could be said that this woman could definitely be called a beauty of a generation. But she was a little cold. A cold that kept people thousands of miles away. Damn. This is called average? Old Li's standards are a little high. Madman was stunned. It's not that his standards are high, but there's a problem. Look, such a cold woman, what charm does she have? Yun Xiang looked at him in disdain. You don't understand this. Some men like this kind of woman. The colder the other party acts, the more he wants to conquer her. Madman chuckled. I don't understand. Yun Xiang shook his head. It's okay. When you meet a woman you like in the future, you will naturally understand without us teaching you. Madman put on the posture of an experienced person, causing Yun Xiang to roll his eyes. Sister Shui, don't be angry. I didn't do it on purpose, I apologize to you. Looking at the aggressive woman, Li Zhongxing, who was awe-inspiring earlier, was like a mouse that saw a cat. He quickly put on a flattering smile and looked at the woman with a fawning look. If an apology is useful, what's the use of the law? The woman's face was as cold as frost. She raised her hand and a wave of destruction law surged out. The ultimate profound, destruction heavenly eye, appeared, exuding an aura of destruction. Ultimate profound. The pupils of Qin Feiyang and the others shrank. She was indeed a terrifying powerhouse. Sister Shui, let's talk nicely. Li Zhongxing was even more flustered. Didn't Qin Feiyang say that women like strong men? Why didn't it have any effect at all? Instead, it completely angered this woman. What are you afraid of? Fight with her, it's not like we can't beat her. Madman secretly said. What rotten idea is this? How can I bully Sister Shui? Not doing it. Li Zhongxing shook his head. What are you mumbling about? Who are you talking to? The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at him suspiciously. Li Zhongxing said with a flattering smile, who else can it be? Of course it's that bastard God Rod. What does it have to do with me? The Nine Flames divine rod was dissatisfied. Was it specially used to take the blame? Nine Flames divine rod? The woman was slightly taken aback and nodded. I agree with this point, it is indeed a bastard. Your sister. Who did I provoke? The Nine Flames divine rod was very unhappy. If you want to pick up a girl, then pick up a girl. Why are you pulling me into this? You even made me get scolded. Li Zhongxing secretly laughed. For the sake of your brother's lifelong happiness, just bear with it. Bear with it, your sister. You don't have any backbone at all. No wonder she doesn't like you. Watch carefully, see how this sovereign will deal with her today. The 9 flames divine rod coldly snorted, and its divine might erupted as it directly attacked. Don't. Li Zhongxing's expression changed. But the 9 flames divine rod turned a deaf ear and directly smashed towards the destruction heavenly eye. Shit stir, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and a 3 feet long sword flew out from the woman's body. This long sword was snow-white, as if it was condensed from ice and snow. Snowflakes floated around it, crystal clear and beautiful, but the cold air was oppressive. Sovereign divine weapon. Madman's eyes lit up. And the artifact spirit was a woman. It was the first time he had encountered a female artifact spirit. Sister Bing. When the god Rod saw this sovereign divine weapon, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and he went up to her in a fawning manner. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. This god Rod was also a bootlicker? Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. 1 person and 1 staff, they were all the same. Li Zhongxing was also extremely speechless. Just now, he was in high spirits and threatened to teach the other party a lesson, but now that he saw the ice snow divine sword appear, he instantly shamelessly stuck to it. Was this the so-called backbone? Forget it. The ice snow divine sword coldly snorted, don't try to get close to me, I'm not familiar with you. The god Rod said with a flattering smile, don't be like this, have you forgotten how Big Brother took care of you back then? Shut up. The ice snow divine sword reprimanded. Okay, I'll shut up. Sister Bing. Let's go to the side and enjoy the scenery. Don't blame them, what does their life and death have to do with us? Let me tell you, a few days ago, I found something very interesting, I'll tell you secretly. The god Rod chuckled. What kind of interesting thing? The ice snow divine sword seemed to be interested. I'll tell you later. The god Rod smiled mysteriously. Don't lie to me, otherwise, I'll beat you up. The ice snow divine sword snorted coldly. How would I dare? The god Rod vowed solemnly. Thus, the ice snow divine sword followed the god Rod and ran to the side without looking back, whispering and laughing from time to time. This scene, not only Qin Feiyang and the others, but even Li Zhongxing and the woman were stunned. She was abducted just like that? The woman came back to her senses and glared at Li Zhongxing angrily. It's all your fault for leading Bing astray. Judging from the way he addressed her, it was obvious that he had a very special relationship with the ice snow divine sword. What does it have to do with me? I'm also very helpless. Li Zhongxing's face was bitter. Look at the god Rod, he easily abducted the ice snow divine sword. Look at him, he had worked hard for so many years, but he was still the same. The other party didn't have a good attitude at all. A dignified man, but he couldn't even compare to a dominator divine weapon. What a failure. Chapter 3784. It seemed that he had to learn from this swindler. Otherwise, he really didn't know when he would be able to take down this ice beauty. Sister Shui, calm down. I'm really not here to cause trouble. Looking at the angry woman in front of him, Li Zhongxing retreated while softly comforting her. Because he knew this woman's temper too well. If he didn't quickly extinguish her anger, it would definitely be an uncontrollable situation. You destroyed my cultivation place, and you dare say you're not here to cause trouble? The woman's eyes were cold. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to do it either. But I can't just stand here and let you beat me. If standing here and letting you beat me can make you leave with me, then I'm very willing. Li Zhongxing revealed a smile that deserved a beating. The woman's face was dark. He had already died once, so why was he still so indecent? Madman retracted his gaze and transmitted his voice. seeing that they won't have any results if they continue to dawdle like this. I have a good idea. Bad idea. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. The veins on Madman's forehead bulged as he said angrily, as long as it's a useful idea, it's a good idea. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang quickly nodded and said with a smile, then tell me, what's the bad idea? Madman rolled his eyes at him and waved his hand at the others. Qin Feiyang and the others went over. Madman chuckled and whispered a few words in their ears. It's indeed a bad idea. The corner of Blood Ancestor's mouth twitched. Ancestor, why are you like this too? Can't we still have fun? Madman was dissatisfied. Blood Ancestor laughed and said, although it's a bit deceptive, it's indeed the most direct and effective way. That's right. Madman bared his teeth and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Okay. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded one after another. They couldn't waste too much time here. Then let's do it. Madman laughed sinisterly. Boom. Immediately. Accompanied by a terrifying divine might, Qin Feiyang and the others' sovereign divine weapons appeared one after another, and their stealth state was immediately broken. Who? The woman and the ice snow divine sword were shocked. Li Zhongsheng and the Nine Flames divine staff were stunned. Don't make any noise, just cooperate with us. Madman secretly said to Li Zhongsheng. He looked at the woman with his nose in the air and said to Li Zhongsheng, I've been looking for you everywhere. So you're here. Isn't the primal chaos god king chasing after us? Madman smiled arrogantly. The woman sized up Qin Feiyang and the others in surprise and asked, could you be Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor? Yes. They are Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor. Madman pointed at Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor. The woman immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and the ice snow divine sword. Her eyes were filled with shock. They actually had so many sovereign divine weapons. Clang. At this moment, the Nine Flames divine staff and the ice snow divine sword also flew over and floated beside Li Zhongsheng and the ice snow divine sword. What's the situation? The Nine Flames divine staff was suspicious. But the ice snow divine sword was facing a great enemy. I don't know. Just cooperate with them. Li Zhongsheng thought. Jiu Yan's divine soul pondered for a moment and also guessed that Qin Feiyang and the others were probably helping Li Zhongsheng. He then angrily said to Qin Feiyang and the others, you guys are really like ghosts that won't disperse. You actually chased us all the way here. For those who want to kill us, even if they run to the ends of the earth, we won't give up. Madman sneered. You've already seen them? The woman asked. Yes. I didn't expect them to follow us here. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Li Zhongsheng said apologetically. The woman frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. The ones who gave the order to kill you are the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Demon Kings. We are just following orders. If you want to look for someone, you should look for them. Madman said in surprise, seeing you guys quarrel so fiercely before, I thought you guys were enemies. But now, you are actually pleading for him? Li Zhongsheng's heart moved. That's right. Sister Shui was actually speaking for him. This was not in line with Sister Shui's personality. Could it be that Sister Shui actually has him in her heart? The woman looked at Li Zhongsheng and said coldly, I'm not pleading for him. I'm just talking about the facts. Talking about the facts? Sorry. What we saw is that he has already attacked us. He wants to kill us so that he can ask the Primal Chaos Divine King for credit. If we didn't have so many sovereign divine weapons, we would have died in his hands. So, he must die. Madman's eyes flashed. He pointed at Li Zhongsheng and shouted, Horsetail Whisk, Sword of Death, help kill him. Clang. The two sovereign divine weapons immediately awakened and charged at Li Zhongsheng with overflowing divine might. Are you serious? Li Zhongsheng's expression changed. He quickly turned around and ran. Madman shouted, "If you dare to run, this daddy will kill this woman." Li Zhongxing's body stiffened. He quickly stopped and turned to look at the woman. There was also a trace of panic in the woman's eyes. Although she also had a sovereign divine weapon, the other party had more than a dozen. They were not on the same level. "Seems like you care about her." Madman smiled mockingly. He looked at the horsetail whisk and sword of death and said, "Let's kill that woman first. Since she dares to provoke us, let her feel some pain first." Clang! Hearing this, the horsetail whisk and sword of death immediately charged at the woman. "No!" Li Zhongxing roared and quickly stepped in front of the woman. Seeing Li Zhongxing disregarding his own safety to protect her, the woman was a bit dazed. He's really not afraid of death? Then let's fulfill his wish. Madman shouted coldly. The two sovereign divine weapons coldly charged forward. At this moment, Li Zhongxing could feel that Madman was not joking. The Nine Flames God Rod was also a bit puzzled. This act was too realistic. No. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He had to do something. "You guys are going too far." The Nine Flames God Rod roared and charged at the sword of death and the horsetail whisk. "What are you two little lackeys standing there for? Go and help." The edgeless heavy sword shouted. Hearing this, the void mirror and cauldron were enraged and charged at the Nine Flames God Rod. Damn! They're serious? The Nine Flames God Rod's expression changed. Because the anger of the void mirror and cauldron didn't seem fake. Actually, the Nine Flames God Rod was unlucky. The void mirror and cauldron were only angry because of the edgeless heavy sword. They were actually ordered around like lackeys. But there was nothing they could do. The edgeless heavy sword had Qin Feiyang's support. They didn't dare to offend it, so they could only vent their anger on the Nine Flames God Rod. The three sovereign divine weapons clashed. The Nine Flames God Rod that was used as a punching bag couldn't hold on. At the same time, the horsetail whisk and the sword of death also arrived in front of Li Zhongxing. Li Zhongxing glared and roared, "Sister Shui, hurry up and leave." Then, like a moth to a flame, he pounced at the horsetail whisk and the sword of death. "Old Li," the woman cried out, tears rolling down her cheeks. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, Li Zhongxing screamed and smashed down like a meteorite, his entire body dripping with blood. The woman immediately rushed down and caught Li Zhongxing, her face full of concern. Li Zhongxing apologized, "Sister Shui, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to lure them here." "I know." The woman nodded. "I was afraid that you would misunderstand and hate me in your heart. Now, even if I die, I can be at ease." Li Zhongxing smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? None of us will die." The woman glared at him, looked up at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said in a deep voice, "I have a law miniature here, I will give it all to you, I only ask that you spare his life." Law miniature? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. In order to save Li Zhongxing, she was actually willing to take the initiative to hand over the law miniature. It seemed that this woman didn't hate Li Zhongxing as much as she seemed on the surface. "Sister Shui, you," Li Zhongxing also looked at the woman in shock. "They are all worldly possessions, how can they be more important than my life?" The woman smiled slightly, looked up at Qin Feiyang again, and asked, "What do you think?" "Okay." Frenzy nodded. The woman immediately waved her hand, and 4 light shadows rushed out from the universe ring, quickly flying in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. These were 4 iron boxes. There was also the aura of a seal on them. When the woman unlocked the seal, 4 powerful auras immediately roared out. The woman looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said, "These 4 miniature are the law of metal, law of earth, law of darkness, and law of life. I will give them to you, I hope you can keep your promise." Law of life? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This came too quickly. Azure Dragon was also stunned for a moment, then revealed a relieved smile. Half a month ago, Qin Feiyang gave him the Law of Life's miniature, and he had been feeling guilty because it should have belonged to the mermaid princess. Therefore, now that he saw Qin Feiyang get another Law of Life's miniature, his heart felt a lot more at ease. Not bad. You are even willing to give us the Law of Life's miniature. Frenzy smiled, looked at the bloody Li Zhongsheng, and transmitted his voice. Old Li, it seems that this woman still cares about you. Li Zhongsheng was helpless. Was this still acting? Was there such a thing as acting? It had almost cost him his life. However, looking at the woman in front of him, taking out the Law of Life's miniature for him, he was really touched. Wait a minute. Although this play was indeed wonderful, how should he end it later? If this woman knew that he and Qin Feiyang had teamed up to deceive her, wouldn't she peel off his skin? When he secretly told this concern to Qin Feiyang and the others, Frenzy responded with a sentence, "We only care about digging a hole, not about burying it." Hearing this answer, Li Zhongsheng even had the heart to die. Wasn't this deliberately trying to trick him? Since he wanted to be a good person, then he should be a good person to the end. How could he give up halfway? Teasing you. We have already thought of a plan to deal with the aftermath, you just need to do as we say. Frenzy secretly said. That's good. Li Zhongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to become a meat sandbag later. Chapter 3785. While Li Zhongsheng was secretly communicating with Qin Feiyang and the others, the woman was quite nervous. She was worried that Qin Feiyang and the others would go back on their word and not let them go even after receiving the law epitome. Icy Snow Divine Sword solemnly said, "Since you have received the law epitome, shouldn't you fulfill your promise now?" What promise? Madman looked at it suspiciously. Hearing this, Icy Snow Divine Sword and the woman's hearts were instantly filled with anger. Are they really going back on their word? Promises are just nonsense. You guys actually believed it, too naive. Madman shook his head and sneered, looking like a villain. Bastard. Icy Snow Divine Sword angrily said. However, Madman's words changed again. However what? Icy Snow Divine Sword and the woman were suspicious. There seemed to be a turning point. I won't hide it from you guys. Actually, we don't intend to kill you guys. Madman smiled. What do you mean? The woman was even more surprised. If they don't intend to kill them, why are they here? Boss Madman, calm down, don't trick me. Li Zhongsheng wailed in his heart. Don't worry, I can trick anyone but my brother. Madman secretly smiled. Why do I find it so hard to believe? Li Zhongsheng muttered. He had a feeling that Madman wasn't too reliable. Madman smiled, you guys are all powerhouses that have grasped the ultimate meaning. It's a pity to kill you, so as long as you join us, we naturally won't kill you. After all this time, you want us to submit? The woman frowned. That's right. Of course, you guys can choose to refuse. But the final outcome, I don't need to say it, you guys should know. Madman chuckled. The woman's heart sank. What's the difference between submitting to these people and dying? Because these people are the targets of the Divine King of Primal Chaos. Once they submit, it is equivalent to becoming the enemy of the Divine King of Primal Chaos. Not to mention the Divine King of Primal Chaos, even the 10 demon kings aren't people they can offend. You, follow me. Madman suddenly looked at Li Zhongsheng and said. What? Li Zhongsheng was terrified. Don't talk nonsense, otherwise, this daddy will kill you. Madman snorted. Li Zhongsheng nodded. Okay. As long as you promise me that you won't hurt Sister Xue, I'll go with you. Don't worry. It might still be a good thing for you. Madman smiled mysteriously. Li Zhongsheng turned to look at the woman and comforted her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Yes. The woman nodded. She was touched that he was still concerned about her. Let's go. Li Zhongsheng looked at the mad scientist like he was ready to die for the greater good. Madman's mouth twitched. This person's acting was really top-notch. Immediately after, Madman called for his horsetail whisk and the sword of Thanatos, seemingly escorting Li Zhongxing and flying towards the mountain range outside the glacier. What is he trying to do? The blood ancestor was suspicious. He should be helping old Li clean up the mess. Qin Feiyang smiled. Endgame? Yun Xiang and the others were stunned. Yes. Old Li is acting with us to deceive this woman. With this woman's temper, if she finds out about this, she'll definitely be furious. Therefore, we must deal with the aftermath properly. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. I see. They nodded and looked at the woman again. They found that she was looking at Li Zhongxing's back with worry in her eyes. Obviously, old Li had a chance. Half an hour passed. Boom. In the distant mountain range, there was a faint sound of thunder. Looking at the distant sky, there seemed to be thunder buzzing. What's going on? The woman was very surprised. But because the distance was too far, she couldn't sense what it was. Another long time passed. Madman finally brought Li Zhongxing back. The woman looked up at Li Zhongxing and couldn't help but be stunned because she found that Li Zhongxing's face was glowing. Sister Shui. Li Zhongxing also ran to the woman excitedly. What's wrong? The woman was suspicious. Why was he so excited? Take a good look at me now. Li Zhongxing stood in front of the woman. The woman looked at Li Zhongxing and frowned. Is there any difference from before? Not the appearance, but the inside. Li Zhongxing said. The inside? The woman raised her eyebrows and angrily said, how can the inside of a person be seen with the naked eye? You misunderstood. What I mean is, you can use your inner sight to check the situation of my body. Li Zhongxing smirked. Then tell me more clearly, the inside. The woman glared at him and released her inner sight to envelop Li Zhongxing. There's nothing different. Wait a minute. Suddenly, her eyes trembled. It seemed that she couldn't sense any undead qi in Li Zhongxing's body. How is that possible? She quickly checked again and sure enough, she couldn't find any undead qi. Looking up at Li Zhongxing, she asked, what's going on? It's that madman, he gave me a pill. After going through the baptism of the tribulation, I got rid of my undead body. In other words, I'm now a living person, I can give birth to children and pass on the legacy of my Li family. Li Zhongxing shouted excitedly. Give birth to children? Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless as they heard that. So you got rid of your undead body just to pass on your legacy? But they also understood. Madman brought Li Zhongxing so far in order to create the illusion of the baptism of the tribulation. Because Madman grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of thunder, it was still possible for him to create this illusion. As long as the distance wasn't too close and the woman couldn't sense the aura of the law, then it wouldn't be exposed. As for this woman. Although Li Zhongxing had long gotten rid of his undead body, because the two of them were at loggerheads when they first met, he didn't pay much attention to it. Besides, whether it was for this woman or for other undead, it was impossible to get rid of their undead body, so they wouldn't pay much attention to it. Therefore, he could get away with it. A living person, sure enough. The woman looked at Li Zhongxing in disbelief. There was actually such a pill in this world? Getting rid of his undead body, this was simply a miracle. One must know. For undead, what was more tempting than getting rid of their undead body? Nothing. Even in their dreams, they were thinking of being reborn. One could imagine how big of an impact Li Zhongxing's change had on her. Li Zhongxing smiled and said, Sister Shui, he promised me that as long as we can submit to them, he will also help you get rid of your undead body. You should submit to them? The woman frowned. Li Zhongxing nodded. You, the woman glared at him angrily. Sister Shui, for us, is there anything more important than being reborn? He helped me get rid of my undead body, which is equivalent to my rebirth parents. Not to mention submitting to them, even if I have to die for them, I am willing. Li Zhongxing said righteously, but then he laughed and said, of course, the premise is that I have to leave behind a son and a daughter first. Although it was a bit emotional, the woman didn't object because this was the truth. Sister Shui, I know your concerns. You are worried about the Divine King of Chaos and the 10 great demon kings. But let me tell you, I just heard from Madman that they have already killed the Queen of Flame. Li Zhongxing whispered. What? Killed the Queen of Flame? The woman was shocked. Ice Snow Divine Sword was also shocked. I also can't believe it. With their strength, how can they be a match for the Queen of Flame? As Li Zhongxing spoke, he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and gave him a meaningful glance. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took out the fragment of the flame magic sword. This is, looking at this fragment, the woman's eyes widened. That's right. It's the flame magic sword. I have seen it once from afar. Ice Snow Divine Sword said with a trembling voice. The flame magic sword's weapon spirit was very unhappy. To think that it, an intermediate dominator divine weapon, actually had to cooperate with these ants to act? It felt sullen just thinking about it. Amazing. It seems that we have all underestimated you. Li Zhongxing also pretended to be shocked and said to Qin Feiyang and the others. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang smiled and then kept the fragment. Sister Shui, what are you still hesitating for? Also, Frenzy has already told me their plan. They are going to take this pill and negotiate with the Divine King of Chaos. Think about it, when the Divine King of Chaos sees this pill, how will he react? He definitely won't be able to stay calm. At that time, they might be able to reconcile with the Divine King of Chaos. In this way, not only can we get rid of our undead bodies, but it is also equivalent to having a backer. Li Zhongxing instigated. Actually, he was doing this mainly for himself. Because only when the woman surrendered, he would have the opportunity to be with her day and night. The woman looked at Li Zhongxing and then at Qin Feiyang and the others. She clenched her fists and said, I hope that everyone can take care of me in the future. Hearing this, Li Zhongxing was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang and the others also smiled. Why are you so excited? The woman turned her head and glanced at Li Zhongxing. This happiness, why does it seem a little abnormal? Li Zhongxing's heart trembled. He seemed to be a little too happy and quickly explained, you can also get rid of your undead body, of course I'm happy. The woman nodded, not doubting it. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman and smiled. I haven't asked for your name. Xiao Shui. Xiao as in Xiao Shui, Shui as in Xiao Shui. Li Zhongxing said first. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Can't you calm down a little? If you accidentally let her see that we are colluding to deceive her, I'll see how you deal with it then. Moreover, your behavior will make the woman feel disgusted. She will think that you are ignoring her existence. Yes, yes, yes. Li Zhongxing shuddered and replied in secret. As expected, Xiao Shui glared at Li Zhongxing with dissatisfaction. Li Zhongxing smiled embarrassedly and stood at the side obediently, not daring to say anything. Xiao Shui, joining us isn't just a matter of words. You have to make a blood oath. Don't use the word loyalty, but at least you won't betray us. Qin Feiyang smiled. Blood oath? Xiao Shui was suspicious. Li Zhongxing whispered, previously, Frenzy also made me make a blood oath. I heard that it is a kind of oath that can be fulfilled. It can even destroy a sovereign weapon. What? Xiao Shui was shocked. You talk too much. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Li Zhongxing. Can't you wait for Xiao Shui to make a blood oath first? If you say it now, others will definitely have misgivings. What a useless teammate. Chapter 3786. Okay. I won't say any more. I won't say anything. Li Zhongxing was also puzzled. Why did everything he said feel wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at Xiao Shui and smiled faintly. You don't have to worry too much. As long as you don't violate the blood oath, the heavenly tribulation will never appear. In other words, you're still free. It's just that you can't betray us. Are you sure that I'm still free? Xiao Shui asked. Yes. You just met us and don't understand us. It's understandable that you're wary of us. But please believe me. We're definitely trustworthy partners. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Looking at Qin Feiyang's sincere face, Xiao Shui hardened her heart and nodded. Okay, I, Xiao Shui, hereby make a blood oath that I'll fight alongside you and never betray you. It's useless to talk about it. I need your blood essence. Qin Feiyang smiled. Xiao Shui decisively refined a drop of blood essence and began to make the blood oath. Once the blood oath was made, an oath seal fell with lightning speed and fused with her body. Looking at this scene, Xiao Shui was amazed. She had lived for so many years, but she had never seen such an oath before. Then, I can help her get rid of her undead body now, right? Li Zhongxing thought. Why are you so anxious? Even if you want to marry her and have children with her, shouldn't you get her first? Qin Feiyang transmitted and rolled his eyes. No matter what, he had lived 2 lives. Why was he behaving like a child? But didn't you say that she has me in her heart? Li Zhongxing was doubtful. That's one thing. Whether we can get together in the end is another. So, you'll have to continue working hard in the future. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Given how you're acting now, I'm afraid you'll never have any hope. Qin Feiyang thought. Then what should I do? Li Zhongxing calmed down and humbly asked for guidance. What kind of man do women like? It's nothing more than someone who can give them a sense of security, someone they can rely on, and someone who truly cares about them. So first, you have to calm down and stop behaving like a child. Qin Feiyang said. And then? Li Zhongxing asked. Then, you will always be by her side to protect her. Xiao Shui has a cold and prideful personality. If you want to conquer her, you'll have to establish a great image in her heart so that she can slowly start to worship you. All in all, there's absolutely no harm in talking less and doing more in the future. Qin Feiyang thought. All right. Li Zhongxing pondered for a moment and nodded. Xiao Shui had no idea that Qin Feiyang was communicating with Li Zhongxing. Looking at the silent Qin Feiyang, she asked, that. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I know what you want to say. Before that, the ice snow godly sword must also make a blood oath. Ah. Xiao Shui looked at the ice snow divine sword. Why do I have to make a blood oath? The ice snow sword was displeased. Yeah. Bing, is very innocent, she won't betray us. Xiao Shui immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and said. No matter how innocent she is, she's still a sovereign weapon. I don't need to tell you the consequences of a sovereign weapon's betrayal. I'm eliminating all possibilities. Besides, it's precisely because she's innocent that she can be used by others. Qin Feiyang said. The ice snow godly sword snorted coldly and said, What if I'm not willing? If you're not willing, then I'll have to destroy you. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Don't. Xiao Shui immediately stood in front of the ice snow godly sword. Her attitude of protecting the ice snow godly sword was very firm. Qin Feiyang glanced at Xiao Shui and the ice snow godly sword and said with a smile, I can see that the two of you have a good relationship, but it's precisely because of this that you should consider for Xiao Shui. I think you don't want to make things difficult for her, right? Since a tough attitude wouldn't work, he would use reason and emotion. As expected. The ice snow godly sword fell silent. In short, I won't restrict your freedom. Making you make a blood oath isn't to control you, it's just to make my heart feel more at ease. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. All right. The ice snow godly sword sighed helplessly. Bing, thank you. Xiao Shui looked at the ice snow godly sword gratefully. It's fine. What's the deal? No matter who it is in the future, we can't abandon each other. The ice snow godly sword chuckled and then followed Qin Feiyang's instructions and made a blood oath with its artifact spirit as the guide. Madman looked at Xiao Shui and the ice snow godly sword and said, "The relationship between the two of you is really unusual. How did the two of you meet? This is also fate." Back then, Bing was surrounded by several undead that wanted to forcefully subdue her, but she refused to submit and resisted with all her might. At that time, I happened to pass by and saved Bing, when those undead weren't paying attention. Later on, those undead chased after us, and the two of us almost lost our lives several times. In the end, we met Oldly and Fraud, and only then did we escape. This is also the reason why Bing likes Fraud so much. Xiao Shui smiled. So that's the case. Madman came to a realization and chuckled, "Then why don't you like Oldly?" Xiao Shui's cheeks turned red and she coldly snorted, "You guys have seen him for yourself. He's like a brat and is not reliable at all. Which woman would like him? Since when? I'm only like this in front of you." Li Zhongxing's face was filled with grievance. "Don't talk to me." Xiao Shui glared at him. Li Zhongxing looked at Qin Feiyang and the others in despair. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed, "Oldly, this isn't something we said. It's Xiao Shui who said it herself, so you have to quickly change it." Hearing this, Li Zhongxing looked at Xiao Shui pitifully and asked, "Shui, if I change it, will you not hate me so much? Let's talk about it after you change it." Xiao Shui turned her head away, appearing incomparably cold and arrogant. Li Zhongxing lowered his head in disappointment. Why are you even more stupid than us? Can't you tell? As long as you change it, you will still have a chance in the future. Madman was speechless. Really? Li Zhongxing's eyes lit up again. And also, how can you ask her such a question in front of her face? Women are thin-skinned to begin with. Would she personally tell you that if you change it, she will like you? Pig brain. In the past, old Qin's EQ was already low enough. Looking at it now, your EQ is even lower than his. I'm really worried about your marriage in the future. Madman shook his head and sighed. Don't pull me into this, okay? When has my EQ ever been low? Qin Feiyang was unconvinced. Don't be unconvinced. If it wasn't for the mermaid princess being dead set on you, you would only be a bachelor for the rest of your life. So, this isn't due to you. It's due to the mermaid princess. Madman spoke in disdain. Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. Thinking about it carefully, that seemed to be the case. Can you help me now? Xiao Shui looked at Qin Feiyang again, her eyes filled with anticipation. I do have one more departed spirit barrier breaking pill, but I want to wait until I meet the primal chaos divine king and let you consume it in front of him. Only then will the value of this pill be fully displayed. Qin Feiyang said. You really want to look for the primal chaos divine king? Xiao Shui was shocked. Of course. If this matter isn't resolved, none of us can leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with worry. That's true. Xiao Shui nodded. If you can help me find the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, I can give you this departed spirit barrier breaking pill right now. Qin Feiyang smiled. Extreme Yang Thunder Fire? Xiao Shui was stunned and asked suspiciously, what do you need it for? Qin Feiyang smiled. The extreme Yang Thunder Fire is one of the ingredients for the departed spirit barrier breaking pill. Is that so? Extreme Yang Lightning Fire. The Heavenly Bell Divine Treasury does indeed have a lot of it, but everyone avoids this thing. Very few undead would treasure it. I'm no exception. However, I know of a place with an extreme Yang Thunder Fire, but I don't know if it has been taken away by other departed spirits. Xiao Shui said. Shui, you're talking about the Blazing Mountain Range, right? Li Zhongxing asked. Xiao Shui nodded. Li Zhongxing looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, why don't we go to the Blazing Mountain Range to take a look? Moreover, I remember that there's an expert hiding in a valley near the Blazing Mountain Range. How strong? Qin Feiyang asked. About the same as us. But I don't know if he's still there. Li Zhongxing shook his head. All right, let's go to the blazing mountain range to take a look. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded with a smile. Then, he looked at the Blood Ancestor and said, Ancestor, since we've decided to take the initiative to attack, you don't have to hide anymore. What do you mean? The Blood Ancestor looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, What I mean is that you can go ahead and hunt the skeletons, devour their souls, and take the initiative to lure the Primal Chaos Divine King and the others over. Are you using me as bait? The Blood Ancestor was stunned. Don't make it sound so bad. Don't you want to quickly raise the power of the law of time to the ultimate level? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. The Blood Ancestor rolled his eyes at him. He looked at Xiao Shui and Li Zhongxing and asked, How far is the blazing mountain range? About 5 or 6 days of travel. Li Zhongxing smiled and said. Okay then. You guys go directly to the blazing mountain range. I'll slowly hunt along the way. The Blood Ancestor's eyes flashed fiercely. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Anyway, the sovereign divine weapons could communicate with each other. If the Blood Ancestor was in danger, he could inform them immediately. Besides, not only did the Blood Ancestor master 2 ultimate intents, but he also had 2 sovereign divine weapons. As long as he didn't encounter the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the other Demon Kings, he would have no problem protecting himself. So, under the lead of the Jiuyan Divine Staff, the group of people rushed toward the blazing mountain range like lightning. A fierce look flashed across the Blood Ancestor's eyes. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the glacier below. 3 days later, the Blood Ancestor's fierce name spread along the way. Because of the hunting order, many of the undead and sovereign divine weapons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure already knew what the Blood Ancestor looked like. The undead and sovereign divine weapons didn't know about the Blood Ancestor's existence because they hadn't received the hunting order yet. And the undead in this area. Obviously, they had received the hunting order. It's really the Blood Ancestor. The Divine King of Primal Chaos has already given the order to hunt him down, and he still dares to come and hunt us without any scruples? Many of the undead heard the news that the Blood Ancestor was wantonly killing their own kind in this area. They couldn't believe it at first. This was because a slightly normal person would definitely hide when faced with the pursuit of the Divine Kings and the various Demon Kings. But after confirming it again and again, they found that it was really this person. How could this be? The news spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and soon, it reached the ears of the undead who had formed bodies and the sovereign divine weapons. Chapter 3787. At the peak of a tall and majestic mountain, there was a huge building. It was an ancient palace. It was 1,000 feet tall, completely blood-red, and filled with a terrifying murderous aura. This place was darker than other places, and the void was filled with wisps of bloody mist. It was like hell. Most importantly, in all directions, neither the undead nor the sovereign weapons dared to take half a step closer to this place. It was as if this was a forbidden area that absolutely could not be set foot in. At this moment, the door of the ancient palace was tightly shut. Inside the tightly shut main hall, there was a child in blood-red clothes sitting cross-legged. This child was about 7 or 8 years old. He wore a blood-red robe, and his hair was blood-red as well. It was as if he had just been soaked in blood. His eyes were closed, as if he was meditating, but also as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. He looked very peaceful, but there was a thick murderous aura between his brows. A sovereign weapon has sent news. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the void of the main hall. The child's eyelids moved, but he did not open his eyes. He asked, "What news?" "They found the Blood Ancestor." The voice sounded again. "The Blood Ancestor." The child finally opened his eyes, revealing 2 dark red pupils. It was as if there were 2 seas of blood surging in his pupils. Whoosh! He stood up, took a step forward, and appeared outside the ancient palace. He looked at the ancient palace and said, "Lead the way." The blood-red ancient palace at the peak of the mountain immediately rose into the air, and with the child in blood-red clothes, it transformed into a ray of bloody light and tore through the sky like lightning. Wherever they went, whether it was the skeletons or the undead that had condensed their bodies, they all knelt down and kowtowed. Another 3 days passed. Another vast expanse of mountains and rivers. This place was enveloped in flames all year round. The ground was crimson red, and magma surged. It was like a scorching furnace. This was the Flame Mountain Range. Whoosh! The group flew to the edge of the mountain range and looked at the Flame Mountain Range. It's here. A cold and arrogant woman spoke. It was Qiao Shui. The madman sensed for a moment and chuckled. I don't sense the aura of the law of fire. This is purely a volcano. There's nothing to worry about. Where is the extreme yang lightning fire? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Qiao Shui and asked. At the crater in the middle of the mountain range. Qiao Shui said. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the group flew into the air above the mountain range, heading straight for the center. A short while later, they saw the crater of the volcano. The crater of the volcano was about 300 meters high, and waves of rolling red magma were constantly spewing out from it. Strange? Qiao Shui looked at the crater and frowned. What is it? Qin Feiyang and the others were suspicious. Qiao Shui scanned the crater and said, in the past, I could sense the aura of the extreme yang lightning fire from afar. Why can't I sense anything now? Qin Feiyang and the others were taken aback for a moment. Immediately, their divine senses rolled out in all directions. Very soon, the group couldn't help but frown. In this mountain range and at the bottom of the mountain range, other than flames and lava, there was no extreme yang lightning fire. Looks like it has already been taken by another undead. Li Zhongxing turned to look at Qin Feiyang and shook his head regretfully. We came all the way here, but in the end, it was a wasted trip. How unlucky. Yun Xiang was quite annoyed. It's a very normal thing, there's nothing to be angry about. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Although Qiao Shui and Li Zhongxing weren't interested in the extreme yang lightning fire, it didn't mean that other undead weren't interested. For example, the black-robed old man. Wasn't there an extreme yang lightning fire sealed in his universe ring? Madman turned to look at Li Zhongxing and Qiao Shui and asked, You guys seem to have said that there's an undead in a nearby valley? Could it have been him who took it? It's possible. I'll take you guys there. However, it's best to retract your aura, so as not to scare him and let him slip away. Qiao Shui said. Hearing this, everyone retracted their aura and followed Qiao Shui out of the mountain range. About half a day later, they quietly arrived in front of a barren mountain. As far as the eye could see, the entire barren mountain was covered in a layer of miasma, and the vegetation was decaying. It was like a death zone. He hasn't left yet. Qiao Shui swept her gaze over the miasma in the barren mountain and couldn't help but smile. Why do you say so? Qin Feiyang and the others were puzzled. Because this miasma is one of his methods. Qiao Shui smiled. Qin Feiyang and the others were even more puzzled. Miasma could also be used as an attack. Don't underestimate this miasma. It's actually formed from poison. Because this person is an old poison. Even a strand of hair, a drop of sweat, contains poison. Qiao Shui explained. It's that exaggerated? Qin Feiyang was astonished. It's not exaggerated at all. He likes all kinds of poisonous things the most and likes to eat them as food. To him, there's nothing in the world that's more tempting than poison. In short, the more poisonous something is, the more interested he is. It might be related to his physique, or it might be because of some other reason, but he doesn't fear any poison. Even those poisons that can instantly kill us are like delicacies in his eyes. And this miasma is the natural poison emitted from his body. Qiao Shui said. Damn. He's really an old poison. Madman was secretly speechless. So, we have to be careful later. To be honest, I didn't want to provoke him at all. The last time I saw him, we only had a short chat face to face, but the poison nearly attacked my heart. If I hadn't used my power of law to expel the poison in time, I'm afraid I would have died. Xiao Shue's expression was extremely grave. Even a ruler expert can be poisoned? Qin Feiyang and the others were astonished. Yes. Xiao Shui nodded. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. It seemed like they had to be careful. I know a little about this old poison. Although he's indeed terrifying, he's still lacking when compared to the other old poison. Li Zhongxing said solemnly. You're talking about him? Xiao Shui looked at Li Zhongxing in surprise. Yes. Li Zhongxing nodded. Xiao Shui's eyes were filled with fear. There's another old poison? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. Yes. This old poison is one of the 10 great demon kings, the myriad poison demon king. It's said that this person was born with a special constitution that contains poison. It's said that the poison on his body can only be resisted by a ruler weapon and an ultimate profound. Li Zhongxing said. What? The hearts of Qin Feiyang and the others were filled with shock. This was too terrifying. If such a person were to descend upon the Sky Cloud realm, wouldn't he be able to turn the Sky Cloud realm into a land of death? I hope we won't encounter the myriad poison demon king in the future. Li Zhongxing shook his head and sighed. He looked at the miasma on the barren mountain and asked, Sister Shui, this poison shouldn't pose any threat to us, right? Xiao Shui said, with our strength, it won't in a short time, but as time passes, the poison will attack our heart. Then let's end this quickly. A cold light flashed in Li Zhongxing's eyes. Ever since Xiao Shui said that he was like a child, he had been working hard to change. Compared to the past, he had become much calmer now. Swoosh! A group of people rushed into the barren mountain. The poison immediately rushed in from all directions, and an unbearable itch appeared on their bodies. It was as if there were countless small insects crawling on their bodies, gnawing on their flesh and blood. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, they didn't dare to release their law force to expel the poison, so they could only endure. About 10 breaths of time. They finally saw a wooden building. The wooden building landed beside a lake. The water in the lake had a strange green color. There was no doubt that the water in the lake was highly toxic. Friends from afar, isn't it a pleasure? Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded from inside the wooden building. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They had already been discovered? How did they discover them? One must know. They didn't reveal the slightest bit of aura throughout the entire process, nor did they make any movements. Even the 9 Flames divine rod was like a ghost. Sister Shui. Li Zhongxing turned to look at Xiao Shui. I've only met him once. Xiao Shui shook her head. Obviously, she didn't know what was going on. However, since they had already been discovered, there was no need to hide. Qin Feiyang and the others activated their law force to expel the poison from their bodies. In 10 breaths of time, a large amount of poison had already seeped into their flesh and bone marrow. They could feel that their flesh and bone marrow were rotting bit by bit. If they didn't expel it quickly, they would probably turn into a pool of blood in the end. And they also discovered the law force of the 5th profound was still unable to expel the poison. Only a law force that had reached the supreme profound could forcibly expel or refine it. This was inconceivable. A mere poison gas could actually reach the level of the ultimate profound? To them, this was simply unheard of. It turned out that poison could also be strong to this extent. You must be careful. Azure Dragon secretly reminded them. They hadn't even officially met, but this old poison had already brought them such a terrifying crisis. Naturally, they didn't dare to be careless. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the wooden building, cupped his hands, and said, Junior Qin Feiyang has rashly come to visit. I hope Senior can forgive me. Qin Feiyang? Sha Yu's voice was stunned, seemingly a little surprised. It also seemed that he already knew about the divine king of primal chaos's pursuit order. Then, the door slowly opened. An old man in a black and gray robe walked out of the wooden building. He held a walking stick in his hand. He was bony and trembling, as if he would be blown away by a gust of wind. However, his deep-set eyes, his snake-like eyes, emitted a dangerous aura. His body was also shrouded by black-gray air currents. This was the manifestation of the poison gas. The poison gas had already materialized. One could imagine how shocking the poison contained in his body was. "It's really you." The old poison looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed with a hoarse voice. However, his laughter was filled with a bone-chilling feeling. To be recognized by Senior, this junior is truly honored. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The old poison was stunned. Facing him, he wasn't nervous at all. Then, he looked at Frenzy, Yun Ziang, Azure Dragon, Daifuku, Li Zhongsheng, Qiao Shui. When he saw Qiao Shui, the old poison was shocked.